Welcome one and all to another day, another week here at the Damage Report with me, John DeRola, and Francesca Fiorentini of the Bitchuation Room.
Woo! John's wearing a Bitchuation Room shirt. It looks great on him.
It does. Well, to be fair, it looks great on everyone. But if only you could find one, and I don't know where to.
Bitchuationroom.com, people. Act like you know. That's my podcast. Thanks for plugging it up top. So good to be here. And if you guys want to tune in on tomorrow, Katie Hill, former Congresswoman, is going to be on the show. So very excited.
That is fascinating. I had no idea that
Katie
Hill would be joining you.
Yeah.
It is no holds barred. You can ask about anything.
Yeah. What do you want to? I mean, send me a question.
Fascinating.
Send me. I
mean, I would be very curious what she thinks about her being pushed out with all that has come since then. Obviously, I would be interested. You almost never have someone in politics who leaves politics and then that's it. They're a regular person now. They just live a life. I'm curious, is that what she's going to do, or is she going to move to Katie Porter's district now?
I mean,
like running her.
Right? I mean, she should, but she's getting, she like came from an activist background working with the unhoused population. So I think she's getting back into that. She's also a new mom. So there's a lot to get to in addition to everything that tomorrow represents, John, which I know we're talking about today.
Yeah. You know what? Like, I know everybody expects, well, John's obsessed with certain things, and I get it. But for like a microsecond when you said everything that tomorrow represents, I thought, yeah, Wisconsin's Supreme Court is important. I think the election's significant, which it is obviously, but I'm assuming you're talking about the president being indicted.
I am. He's not the president, but former.
In our hearts.
In our hearts, deep down. No, but like you just encapsulated what's wrong with the Trump media landscape, which is like he eclipses everything. He is constantly in the effing way, and we just need to get back to some semblance of real democracy.
Exactly, yeah, and a better president. That's what I would like. But anyway, we are actually going to be giving you some updates on that. Tomorrow's D-Day. D is for Dick. He's won. He's going to be there. But anyway,
it's for diaper.
We had a diaper-related story last week, and I was very glad that you were not on that show. It involves conspiracy theories and Huggies. Anyway, so you should watch out, by the way. I know you have a little one. There's some stuff going on with those Huggies, let me tell you.
God. Well, there's a new diaper story today because Ben Shapiro freaked out because apparently he found out about adults who wear diapers just as a thing and like adults who act like babies. So now he's all up in that. So maybe that'll be tomorrow as well. Sorry,
I thought you meant that some older people need to wear them. He had never thought about that.
No,
you mean like recreationally? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you're on a roll with your work and you don't want to go to the bathroom. So what are you gonna do? Anyway, okay, we got a lot that we're gonna talk about. Updates on that story. We've got goat news. Apparently, while I was gone a few weeks back, Francesca was keeping you up to date with the latest developments in goats. I have a really sad goat police story for us to talk about. We're gonna give you the latest on Andrew Tate. That's in the aftermath. What the hell is going on with Twitter? And of course, Marjorie Greene's appearance on 60 Minutes, which was a thing that happened. So we're gonna talk about that and a lot of stuff. In advance of all of that, please hit the like button, share the stream, and you can send us comments, tweets, super chats, and Francesca and I will respond as we go. But with all that said, Francesca, you wanna get this thing going?
I do.
Let's do it then, but only because you're okay with it. New reports out just in anticipation of Trump being booked on his Stormy Daniels related case involving the classified documents scandal. There are actually developments on that. Apparently the Justice Department as well as investigators with the FBI have been accruing new evidence that I'm gonna say hints because I think we're supposed to legally, but like you get the idea. It's pretty strong when it comes to obstruction of justice. And I wanna dive into what they found. On top of everything that we already know, we know he did it, we know why he did it, but everybody is supposed to pretend that who's to say? We need to get into his frame of mind, his intent. That's what it's all about. Well, this evidence does get into its intent. So let's jump into what they found. They've gathered what they're calling new and significant evidence that after the subpoena was delivered, one of the early subpoenas to Trump to return the documents that he still had, Trump looked through the contents of some of the boxes of documents in his home, apparently out of a desire to keep certain things in his possession, according to people familiar with the investigation. Investigators now suspect, based on witness statements, security camera footage, and other documentary evidence, and security camera footage being included in there, I think is the most fascinating part, that boxes including classified material were moved from a Mar-a-Lago storage area after the subpoena was served, and that Trump personally examined at least some of the boxes. Now, this makes this, I don't think it should need to be pointed out, incredibly different from other cases involving former White House officials and classified documents. Yes, from a 1,000-mile view, other people, including Mike Pence and Joe Biden, have their classified document scandals. But in none of those other cases is anyone alleged to have been asked to return them, to then go root through the boxes and then start hiding stuff. No one other than Donald Trump is being accused of anything like that. And it has led to these investigators saying that this is evidence that he himself intended to, and he also told others to mislead government officials in early 2022, even before the subpoena, about these documents. And again, any of these individual things by itself isn't necessarily a crime, but if the ridiculous legal hurdle that needs to be overcome is all about intent, him telling people to lie, him getting a subpoena and then hiding materials, I don't know what you need beside that to prove what his intent was. Francesca,
absolutely.
What do you think?
And what's incredible to me about what you just said is that you won't find that kind of clarity about the apples to oranges situation, you know, Pence and Biden's documents versus Donald Trump's documents on places like NPR even, right? Where it's like, as soon as the Biden documents were discovered, it was like, well, you know, everyone does take documents, and who are we to cast stones in glass house? You're like, oh my God, shut up. It's totally different. It's incredibly different. And here you have the proof. So you can no longer say, he can no longer say, and his lawyers can no longer say that, you know, to quote the old Chappelle, I'm sorry, officer, I didn't know I couldn't do that. You know, the height of white privilege, the height of what he probably is going to still try and claim. No, man, he went in there, he started rifling, he probably is on camera picking his, you know, diaper wedgie, and he's moving stuff around. He's wiping his, you know, chicken finger, like chicken wing hands on the outside of the box, you know, all the stuff. And he's moving it to, I don't know, wanna bet, hang on, this all ends with some exhuming of his ex-wife. Like, if I were Trump, you put it with your ex-wife. That's what you do. Guys,
you put the thing that you truly treasure with your ex-wife. You don't care so much about that. You care about the documents. Yeah. I obviously do not think that the odds are very high that they're gonna unearth a coffin and find documents. But if they do, man, none of those right wingers are gonna stumble for even a second in defending that. The president is allowed to stuff coffins full of documents. Everybody does it.
And it's to prove that she died from the vaccine, obviously.
Oh my God. Anyway, here's the crazy thing about this. It's so weird how the news cycle works. We went at least a couple of months with no updates on the documents.
Yes.
And then yesterday I see, this new stuff about obstruction of justice. And I thought, that's interesting. And then, but by the time we produced that, between then and going live, multiple other pieces of information also have come out. Apparently, investigators also have evidence that Trump sought advice from other lawyers and advisors on how he could keep documents after being told by someone on his team that he could not. He's just like desperately hoping that lawyers will tell him what he wants to hear, like cousin Greg asking for a way to respectfully sue someone. Like, you can want it, that don't make it likely. And then on top of that, Brett Baier today reported that multiple Secret Service agents connected to Donald Trump have been subpoenaed and are expected to testify before a DC grand jury, likely this Friday. This is a separate grand jury from the Stormy Daniels one. This is the one on the classified documents. the Secret Service agents are the ones who've been around him in Mar-a-Lago, have seen when these boxes have been moved. They would know all about this. I don't know how much they can be like compelled in this particular way, but they definitely have the information. And maybe they sneak in a couple of questions about January 6th, maybe of the Secret Service member that he was choking in his effort to get to the White House.
God, what a deep. I forgot that you get Secret Service agents after you leave office as president.
Yeah.
What a detail. You know what I mean? What if you were just like, imagine the Armageddon like drawing of straws that you had to go through to be like, please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't. Oh God, you know?
No,
and then,
I don't. Oh.
No, you don't know. Yeah, no. Anyway, the point being, remember, this is also a different grand jury than the Georgia election fraud grand jury. How many grand juries, how many awkward horse girls are we going to see? I love them all. I want more characters out of this.
I want to know, we know roughly how many grand juries, but which will be the grandest of them all?
Yes.
When all is said and done. I don't know. I'm hoping Fulton, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, that's all the updates on that particular investigation. We do have some developments and behind the scenes information about the more pressing one, that big event that's gonna happen tomorrow. But I wanted to start with a little bit of fun. Everybody loves a good historic reference, a good quote. And in some cases, everyone loves the exact same one. So let's jump to this.
Show me the man, I'm gonna find you the crime.
In other words, you show me the man, and guess what? I'll find the crime.
That is something that happens in communist USSR. It was, of course, Joseph Stalin who said, show me the man and I will show you the crime.
Ooh, I like history and that sounds fun. Okay, TD, show me the man, bring him up. Let's see what he looks like and we'll see if I can do what Joseph Stalin, I guess, was capable of doing. What does he look like? Oh, that's the man. Okay, I'm gonna say that the crime is falsifying business records in the first degree. To be fair, I wasn't the first person to say that. Sources close to the investigation say that that is one of the many things he will be charged with come tomorrow. And that is a felony in New York State. Now, it is possible that after all of this hullabaloo, he would be hauled in tomorrow and literally dozens of misdemeanors would be laid on his lap. I guess that is possible. I don't think most people expect that. They were expecting that if you're gonna do all this, it's because you've got a felony charge. And apparently they think that they do in this falsifying business records in the first degree when it comes to hiding the repayment of this hush money that went to Stormy Daniels. So we're gonna find out tomorrow, Francesca. There are literally expected to be at least 24, if not more charges. It might be that there are other felonies as well. But that's one of the big ones, and we'll see if they have the capability to actually prove it.
I mean, there's so much more coming at this guy. Like seriously, it's so funny that they choose this quote, like "show me the man and I'll show you the crime," and like the talking point and how it funnels from like Rupert Murdoch's anus down through into their little gullets, like as they have to regurgitate the line. Like I love that so much. And also it's like, no. How about choose any crime? Look at all of the crimes. I'll show you the same guy. I'll show you one guy. We are at the point, John, and this is again, I'm doing a little, sort of crystal ball looking into the future, where they're going to celebrate just how many crimes he was able to do. They'll be like, no one else has actually been able to do so many in such little amount of time, if you think about it. That's the kind of switcheroo they're gonna pull in. I give it less than a year.
Yeah. I get that you have to fill your time or whatever. You're doing a show or whatever, and most of these people, they're not the cleverest people in the world. So, hey, a quote that seems to get me out of having to think about this. Yeah, show me the man, I'll show you the crime. Yeah, but you could say that in defense of literally anyone. It doesn't, can we be clear? It doesn't say anything about any particular case. They think that Hunter Biden did something China. Oh yeah, show me the man and I'll show you the crime. You think that Biden did something with Ukraine? Okay, show me the man, I'll show you the. It doesn't say anything. if you're going to talk into a camera and appear to be making a case with your body language, with your intonation, with your sidebar graphics, maybe actually say something.
Just say
instead of just throwing to a historic figure to not make your case for you.
Exactly, just in case this Dominion lawsuit, just in case they get implicated, who
they don't
knows?
Want to say anything anymore.
Look, I was quoting Stalin. It just came to me.
I was just following Stalin's orders.
Yeah, what?
Anyway,
weird.
I also want to add in advance of tomorrow, obviously we're gonna be doing probably live coverage of him being brought in. It'll probably be occurring when we're on the air. He has apparently told advisors, Trump has, and associates, that he's prepared to escalate attacks against Alvin Bragg now that he's been formally charged, and remarked in a private moment that it's time to politically blank him up. You fill in the blank for yourself, America. Because apparently he'd been taking it easy on Alvin Bragg up until now, with the pictures of him with a baseball bat and the references to death and destruction and constant calls to protest and all that, calling him an animal, calling him Soros funded, the anti-Semitic and racist tropes that he's been throwing around. All of that, that's kid glove stuff. Yeah. Now he's going to get brutal. And the interesting thing is, he is getting closer and closer to the time when those sorts of attacks might actually have real consequences, because once he's brought in, if he is making claims like that, if he is like lying about the actual legal process, if he's making these threatening remarks, then the judge, I would say, is under an ethical responsibility to either give him a gag order, or, and especially if he violates that, he can be held in pretrial detention. I'm not a lawyer, don't rely on me for your legal advice, but that is everything that I have read. Now that again would be a fairly unprecedented thing, but we are in unprecedented territory. And Trump is signaling that he wants to see how far he can go with this and test the judge's resolve.
I mean, I just love, also this is a year where we saw Bannon and I believe Alex Jones do that very thing. Like Alex Jones, who's like, no, I never created a meme of the judge in this case, with devil horns. And they were like, I point you to Exhibit A, the judge with devil horns. Is this not your site? And he's like, and then you get screwed for it. Yes, you have to shut the F up at some point. That's part of this whole thing.
Exactly, 100%. Or it should be. But we're gonna see. Like I don't at this point, I don't even want to make any predictions about tomorrow, because tomorrow could be a total nothing hamburger. It totally could be. Maybe we barely even see him. He gets out of his car, he goes in. We don't get the mugshot. There's no major protests. He doesn't say anything crazy. He listens to his lawyers. And then tomorrow basically passes with nothing. Or tomorrow could be January 6th part 2. And Marjorie Greene could be on horseback with a Trump flag wailing away at people. I don't know. But no. Definitely stay tuned and find out together.
I say if you're in the vicinity, you go and you protest. New York, show up. You know he could have never been elected to dog catcher in that town. So go show him what New York is made of, and not in a weird Eric Adams way.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, whether there are there protesters or not, there could easily be more counter protesters. And I understand that counter protesting in that way, you might fear that with the way that the cops are, maybe you get charged with something. But if they do that, you say to them, yeah, you show me the man and I'll show you the crime.
Are you kidding me?
Anyway.
You guys, what an exciting opportunity. You think front row seats?
I would want to be there for that. I would.
Yes.
Yeah. You don't need to fly over there. You've already done your time in New York for protesting anyway.
Oh, I know. It's true.
Yeah, show me the Francesca and I'll show you the crime. Okay, with that said, there's one other aspect of this that I think is worth noting. Let's jump into this.
If you're doing well because all of the things that I've done have brought you wealth and prosperity, or at least you're extremely comfortable, it would be really great if you could contribute to our campaign. You know how to do it.
God.
Yes, all of you conservatives who are at least comfortable, give that billionaire your money, because he doesn't have enough of it. I know, you've given him over $100 million since he lost the election, specifically for his legal defense. But I don't know, you just lose that money. It falls out of your pockets, you over tip a couple of times, and then you run out of your $100 million. So all of you should give to one of the wealthiest people in the country so that he can defend himself against the natural outgrowth of his horrendous illegal actions. The issue is, as easy as it is to mock his calls for more fundraising, they appear to be paying off, quite literally. He announced at least that within 1 day of his indictment, he had raised more than $4 million. And maybe more importantly, they say that 25% of those contributions came from first-time donors, claiming it confirmed his status as the clear frontrunner in the Republican primary. I don't know how that would compare to his fundraising in any other period. I don't know if 25% is a lot, but this is definitely raising money for him. What do you think?
If you're comfortable, like if you sleep on a mattress, why do you need the mattress? Why don't you trade it in for cash? Strip your home of copper wiring if you do have a home. And why do you need a home? Because my home is very important to our cause. It never ends. The supporting this supposed billionaire because you might one day become a billionaire yourself, or he's looking out for your interests. He doesn't give a damn about you. And we all know that because the 25% extra people are the people who hadn't been duped into giving in perpetuity to the Donald Trump campaign, which I'm gonna say it right now, there is definitely another lawsuit coming at him for fraud and defrauding his own funders.
I would love to see that. I mean, we covered in depth during the last election some of the scams that he ran against his own donors. Like when he says at the end of that video, you can donate, you know how to do it. And they do know how to do it. It's pretty easy. You respond to one of the 50 text messages you get a day or the 100 emails you get every day. You go, you sign up to donate $5, and then they just start draining your bank account on a recurring basis.
Yes.
And even if you sue them, they will drain as much as they can because they don't care about you.
You won't get it back, yeah.
No. Oh, you're like an 80-year-old person on a really fixed income just trying to support a politician who you've been duped into supporting. Hope you like living on the streets because that's where you're gonna end up as a result of helping out that dude. And help out they have. His main fundraising groups gathered about $46 million in the second half of last year, less than the nearly $50 million they raised in the same period of 2021. And I will remind you during this time, he's not in office, he's not running for anything, he's lying about having won, and he's endorsing disastrous candidates for the Senate. And for that great service that he did to the Republican Party, they gave him hundreds of millions of dollars. It's madness, Francesca. Anyway, with that said, we're gonna take our first break. When we come back, Leslie Stahl of 60 Minutes decided to give some of those just 60 minutes that she had to give to Marjorie Greene. And we're gonna be responding after this. Okay, everybody, why don't we see what's going on out there? Actually, before we see what's going on out there, can I just give you a little update on what's going on our podcast? Bearing in mind that I don't think the podcast audience hears this, so poor timing on my part. Anyway, if you do listen to the podcast from time to time, thank you, that's awesome. I listen to a lot of podcasts, super convenient for when I'm walking around town, driving and all that. Did you know that over the last couple of days, several podcasts in the TYT network, but TDR as well, has just been killing it in the podcast. We had at one point 3 of the top 40 government-related podcast episodes were TDR episodes from the last week. We were in the top 10 with one.
I saw that.
Yeah, and I think TYT had the number 1 at one point. And if you combine across that and Indisputable had a couple in the top 100 as well. Nina was in the top 150. Like you go across our network, we had like a nice chunk of all of the top 150 podcasts, and that's
hell yeah.
I don't normally track that. I don't have an iPhone, but my wife is really big into podcasting, so she was giving me like play-by-play updates as she saw those coming up. So anyway, thank you to everybody who listens to the podcast, especially if you rate it and review it on Apple Podcasts. I know it's annoying to take it a minute or two or whatever. But we do read those comments. We do really appreciate them. And it's the single best way to help with discoverability of the podcast. Thank you. And thank you, Catch a Butterfly. Appreciate that. Okay, with that said, why don't we see what's going on out there? Bill's Dragon circles the wagon, says in the members' comments, hey, John, hope you enjoyed WrestleMania, but now the real big game is tonight, LFG Huskies. Yes, so first of all, I did enjoy WrestleMania. It was awesome, and I went to the better of the two nights, it turns out, in hindsight. And also, while I don't feel a lot of like team spirit for the Huskies, it's been a while since I was at UConn. It's cool that they're in the finals. I'll take it, why not? Anyway, Gabby says, Trump's defense at this point is basically, it's unfair that you're criminalizing my crimes. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. But again, Gabby, why would you come up with a better argument if that sort of argument works? Yeah, like I always say, why would Charlie Kirk tweet something clever when you can get thousands of retweets without doing that? The lowest common denominator, you say something stupid and people love it, then that's what you're gonna produce. Anyway, Jen Fisher, welcome to Tier 1 membership over on YouTube. Glad to have you here. Brad Vertigan became a Tier 2 member as well, thank you. By the way, every week on Mondays for our Tier 2 and Tier 3 members, we produce a top 10 list of a variety of different topics. This week, I was inspired by something I saw about Brendan Fraser and Ke Kwan about actors who have had like their big comebacks. So we're gonna be giving you our top 10 actors and actresses that we would like to see get a similar comeback. Yeah. I love talking about movies. I'll take any opportunity, as my Patreon probably makes clear to people. And so it's gonna be a fun one for our members today. Okay, Matthew Wright, thank you for sticking with us for 17 months on YouTube. Fiddle of Gold has been here for 9 months, says, well, look at that, a dragon baby. They happen at 9 months, right? I don't know, I'm gonna have to Google that. Maybe ChatGPT can answer that. Anyway, Laurel Ann P, welcome to your membership. Glad to have you here as well. Okay, over in the super chats. Thank you for your super chat. The person whose name starts with a C. If I say that out loud, I might get in trouble, but thank you for your super chat. Progressive Canuck says in a super chat, President Trump, sir, try to stay fresh, Cheeto bag. I wonder what his last meal will be before he heads in to briefly be inconvenienced legally. Anyway, Tris Dragon's with us for 25 months over on Twitch. Thank you, Tris Dragon. A very nice message from you, much appreciated. Here's more news.
Sorry.
The best thing about that bumper from our social break into the full show is that our mics are hot. So everyone heard Francesca sneeze there.
I tried to mute.
Oh, okay. Well, good try, but I heard it. It was actually all I could hear. You should have done it when I was talking during the show. That would have camouflaged it a bit. There was one time I was at a movie theater and I like started whispering something during like a loud raucous scene, and then it cut off, and it was the only thing you could hear in the entire galaxy was me talking. It was so embarrassing.
What was it?
Anyway,
how did they do the pew pew?
It was something embarrassing. I don't remember what. I think it was, pew-pew? I gotta go potty. Why was I saying that at 35 years old? I don't know.
That would never happen in real life. You could never do that. That was it. That was not real.
Totally punching
Your
out.
date was just like, shh, I know.
She left. Anyway, okay, I don't know how we transitioned from that into serious news. Probably poorly and awkwardly. But anyway, we're not live during the weekends, which means that sometimes on Mondays, we have to take stock of a true menace from the weekend. Thus, we bring you our Monday Menace. That's weird. I don't know why, if you're Leslie Stahl of 60 Minutes, you're gonna give a platform to Marjorie Greene, but she did, and this is the product of that.
We looked up some words that have been said about you. Okay. Crazy, Q clown, Looney Tune, unhinged, moron.
Okay, I still do not agree with Leslie Stahl's decision to have Marjorie Greene on 60 Minutes, but if you're gonna do that, at least use it as an opportunity to just read a series of insults at her.
Yes,
that is a good use of the time.
MAGA Miss Piggy, Karen CrossFit, what else?
That one's good. I do like that. Anyway, the issue was that
she just goes on for like 3 minutes.
No, just go until she literally walks out of the studio. Have a list of 1,000. ChatGPT will just spit out insults. I'm gonna do it. Anyway, no, that was pretty good. By the way, that would be a great sketch. You should use that footage and produce that with you as well.
Yes.
Anyway, the issue was, as fun as that was, they did talk about some of what she represents as a member of the right, and I don't think that Lesley Stahl's take or follow-ups were up to the task of making it worth your while for her to have time in 60 Minutes. But anyway, we'll decide together. Take a look at this.
People say that you are Trump in high heels.
I didn't intentionally style myself after President Trump, but I can see how people draw those similarities. We both come from the same industry, construction. I also have pretty much a plain speaking style, and so does he.
But also, he's often in attack mode, and you appear to be.
Yeah, I think our government deserves it. They don't really deserve to be respected that much.
God.
Certain parts of it, certain individuals surely don't deserve much respect, and I don't think they get much respect, as you could tell from the insults that were coming earlier. But anyway, yes, she believes it is quite natural that she should always be attacking. She also, as we'll get to in a later video, believes that any attacks against her are fundamentally unfair and you should stop it right now. But I love just asking her, like, are you like Trump? That is the only thing she wants viewers to take away, is that she is Trump in high heels. And look, we can debate whether she intentionally styled herself after Trump. I don't know. I don't think that she had to style herself in the way that like Ron DeSantis does by doing like Trump's hand motions. I think that Marjorie Greene is the real deal. She is just as crazy and ignorant and hateful as she would have you believe. Others have to put it on as a bit of cosplay. She's actually like that. But the idea that like that would be seen as a bad thing for her, that's all she wants in today's Republican Party.
How was it to go through that many surgeries to make yourself look just as caveman-like as the former president? That must have been a big sacrifice for you, Marge. Like, seriously, no. But like, here's what I hate about this. And look, I didn't watch the full interview, so maybe Lesley Stahl went on to actually speak about substance. But it's incredible to me that you can say words like, you like to be in attack mode, you're like Donald Trump, and not be specific. You know, how you both cheered on the attack on the Capitol that tried to overturn a Democratic election, which really should disqualify you from office, but certainly from being on a primetime show like this one that, used to be respected. No? Yeah. Okay, how about the fact that you both hate Mexicans? You'll have to talk about Mexicans a lot. Did that really bond you? Did you guys, when you guys speak Spanish, do you get like, or you hear Spanish, you get triggered together? Is that like a thing? You guys text each other when, what? Like seriously, it's incredible how we can depoliticize celebrity to that point, and it only happens with the right. It only happens if you're on the right. It doesn't happen. And they try to do it to AOC, right? Because she's arguably a celebrity. They try, and she successfully tries to bring it back to the reality, right? But honestly, like, it's incredible to me that you have incoming freshman congresspeople. I had Summer Lee, Representative Summer Lee, the first Black woman to represent Pennsylvania in history. I had her on my show. You have Maxwell Frost, the youngest congressperson the first Gen Z congressperson in Florida. These are people you should be interviewing, all right? These are people who made history. These are people who are examples to follow. These are also serious people. Marjorie Greene is a deeply unserious person, and everyone knows that.
Yeah, well, I mean, the takeaway from 60 Minutes might not be that. When Lesley Stahl says in voiceover that you're smart and fearless.
No.
Well, then that's not her manipulating the viewers. That's you, Lesley Stahl, manipulating the viewers. You can call Marjorie Greene many things, and I will. Smart? Who the hell thinks she's smart? Politically savvy in some way to understand what brand of hatred and fear mongering might work. You could give her that. Smart? Like she's sitting down and banging out legislation, understanding the interconnectedness of different political issues and all. No actual person thinks that. And I include the people who like her. The people who like her despise the concept of somebody being intelligent.
Yes.
They might say that she is, but they don't actually believe that, and they don't care. They're not interested in intelligence or expertise or curiosity or research or any of that stuff. They've been trained over decades to despise it. So why would you apply that label to her? Of every label you could choose, smart. Maybe compassionate is less accurate than smart, but there's not a lot of things on that list.
But this is what elitists do. This is what elitists and like supposed centrist liberals do. Like, because they haven't, like, they're not able to say the reality of, like, we all can see she's dumb as rocks, right? She is, like, again, deeply unserious. They're like, there must be a catch, what is the play here, the 7D chess? Like, why does she get, because I get my sort of, again, like, base caveman sensibilities are turned on by this specimen of, xenophobia and CrossFit, like, but what, there must be something deeper. It's like, no, there's not anything deeper, okay? It's just hoodwinking people with dumb racist lies and conspiracy theories. That's it, lady. Get over yourself. There's nothing deeper to this. That's what it is.
Yeah. Anyway, look, they get into her hounding Parkland survivor. They get into her claiming that Democrats are pedophiles. She says on the show that Democrats are pedophiles. And there's like this minimal pushback from Leslie Stahl. It was like, why would you say that? And Green says, well, they sexualize kids by allowing these surgeries, which they don't, that doesn't happen. And even if they did, that's not what pedophilia is. It falls apart with even the lightest touch. So maybe that's all that's needed, but I feel like you brought her on. If there's any legitimate reason to bring her on, it's to push back against that sort of like QAnoning of American politics, that everything becomes accusations of pedophilia. And when she is as ill-equipped mentally to defend those accusations as I wrote a book about wokeness woman was, about what that actually means, then that's what the interview is about. That's not one thing that you touch on. That's the only potential justification. I'm not even sure that that's a good enough justification, but that's your out. And it didn't really go that way.
No, she's laundering. I mean, Leslie Stahl is laundering white nationalism, like so much mainstream news launders white nationalism. And she does it because it gets the clicks and it gets the views and it gets the eyeballs, and we're talking about it now. And look, I've said this time and time again. I think that we sort of on the left as progressives who are kind of like a lot more unafraid of a fight. I think this is our territory. This is like our turf. Like, we can go at this. We can talk about Marjorie Greene. I get it. And we also talk about a lot of other serious issues that are incredibly important that I know we're gonna get to in a second. But I hold, like, when mainstream outlets do this, they are laundering Marjorie Greene for a massive audience. They are prepping people, they are making her seem more normal, right? Even if they ask her about pedophilia, they're making that a normal thing to ask and to wonder, well, they do sexualize children. Even just that, taking the airspace to do that. John, if you had the time and the platform to interview Marjorie Greene, my God, you would not, like, tell me you wouldn't. I know you wouldn't say ask her any of that.
I don't think I'd call her smart, and I don't think that she would stay long, would be my expectation.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, with that, we're gonna move on to other news. We'll see. I just, like, she has been attempting over the last few months to remake herself. No, she is the, like, thumbs up to a bullet in Pelosi's head woman. She is the Jewish space lasers woman. She is the Islamophobia Holocaust comments woman. That is who she is. And I know some of you might think, well, you don't even need to worry about this. How is she gonna be normalized? No, anything can be normalized. George Santos is just any other congressman right now because anything can be normalized. People are not hounding him in the hallways of Congress on a daily basis because anything can be normalized. Anyway, with that said, we're gonna move on to other news. Let's do that now. Hopefully you're already aware that a big election is happening tomorrow in Wisconsin. And among other things, it is going to determine the future of that state's Supreme Court, which is going to be hugely consequential for a number of different issues, as well as potentially the future of Wisconsin and the future of our entire country. So we're gonna jump into a few different aspects of this. First of all, The final composition of the court, which hinges on this election, will ultimately decide the fate of their 1849 abortion ban. There's all these challenges that are ready to work their way up. And that means that either Daniel Kelly or Janet, I'm gonna say Protasewicz, I apologize if I brutalized that name. So that's conservative and a liberal. Technically, it's a nonpartisan position, but it's still politics. Can we not pretend that you're just a legal mind, no ideology? Anyway, they're both vying to replace a retiring conservative justice. Right now, the conservatives have a 4-3 majority, which means that this is going to determine it. And money has absolutely flooded this election. Polling has been interesting. I've been really digging into the polling. And as of March, the most recent polling, and it's not great, there's not a lot, had the liberal up by a couple of points. There's been analysis of past iterations of runoffs in this case that seem to indicate that generally the liberals do better in Wisconsin from March to when the second election actually happens. But considering that at the very least bodily autonomy is on the line, or I don't know, maybe throwing away the results of Wisconsin's presidential vote in 2024, I would really hope that if you are able to vote there, you do not leave anything to chance. Francesca, what do you think?
I mean, I think we all got a really rude wake-up call in 2016 about just how much courts matter and how much the Supreme Court matters, how much district courts matter, how much state Supreme Courts, like all of this stuff is so important. And if there is no other reason to vote, it is this. It is purely this. And I do think voting is a tool. It is a tool to make sure like fundamental rights do not get rolled back and do not, we have a fighting chance. It's not necessarily gonna save us. We need so much more action. But in one fell swoop, you've seen through state legislatures, through Supreme Courts, I believe we're still awaiting whether Judge Kaczmarek is gonna overturn the legality of the abortion pill any moment now. They can completely undo decades, half a century of progress. So yeah, man, voting sucks. You gotta hold your nose. And sure, I don't know where this liberal judge stands on a lot of issues, but I sure as hell know that they will do better than basically taking us again to this Handmaid's Tale of a future past.
Yeah, the conservative, by the way, doesn't want to say what his position is on abortion.
Of course.
Now he had a blog post where he referred to pro-choice organizations and politicians as promoting sexual libertinism.
What?
But he's probably changed. I mean, yeah, he was a full-grown adult, but now he's a judge. And again, when you become a judge, it's very important that you understand this. You no longer have ideology. You no longer have any bias. Now you are just the sum total of the many big books on the shelves behind you. You just go to them for all of your answers. You don't have any preferences in any of this. Anyway, reminder too that there was a bid to throw out around 250,000 ballots from Democratic strongholds back in the 2020 election, and that was dismissed by a 4-3 margin. So in theory, if this election had already happened at that point and gone the Republicans' way, then Wisconsin votes potentially could have been thrown out. The result could have been reversed. Now, again, individually, that wouldn't be enough for Trump to win, but they are trying to get this sort of situation going in all of the states necessary for the next time around.
And so we live and die by these courts. And hello, the 2000 election. All right, the stopping of the count by the Supreme Court of the votes in Florida. Like again, and it's just, we like to play fast and loose with this, but no, at the end of the day, yes, these stuffy, generally conservative, elitist a-holes usually are running our entire lives and have jurisdiction of our entire lives and can mean the difference between 8 years of a warmongering Republican who can throw our country into massive debt, and bail out all the banks, or Al Gore. Yeah, I didn't love Al Gore, but you think we'd be in a better effing place 20 years later? Jesus.
I suspect, if I had to guess, I think that we would be. Anyway, that's tomorrow. So everybody, take the time. If you can vote, please go vote. Okay, with that said, we're gonna take our second break of the hour. When we come back, GOAT news, so don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
I'm like joking around about the GOAT, but it's a really sad story.
It's a terrible story.
It's a terrible story. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Let's see what's going on out there in the audience. James Ray, member for 24 months, says, does Ben know about Matt Walsh's baby fetish? Let's go. I don't even know what that's a reference to now. They both have baby fetish. Luke, I mean, I know that he did spend years trying to become a shock jock by talking about how breedable like 15 and 16-year-old girls are, but no, now he seriously cares about kids. It's a serious thing. It's not just a career thing. Anyway, Luke H, member for 1 month on YouTube, thank you, says scary part is rumor going around right at the end of his time is a Secret Service that went volunteered.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I guess you'd have to at that point. You'd have to get volunteers. Anyway, Siberio, member for 7 months, says 2 years TDR member, 7 months TYT. So where do I go to purchase my? I'm not gonna finish that. Thank you, Siberio, though, for your support and for the message.
Okay.
Anyway, Moondragon, member for 24 months. As always, Moondragon, thank you. Says I finally get to say it. Happy Anniversary. 2 big years with John and Francesca. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm not sure what that's a reference to, Mike.
Hell yeah.
I don't know what that means. Apologies. Okay, over on Twitch, let's see. C Prince Reborn Dragon has been with us on Twitch for 9 months. Says, yay, John and Franny, you guys are both amazing, with a question mark. I'm using this sub message to ask if you are following the BRICS developments. I don't know much, but one of my friends seems to follow international politics and she's worried. What do you think? I'm not sure immediately what you're referring to there.
Brazil, Russia, India, China.
Oh, in terms of the
South Africa.
I mean, it's not necessarily my wheelhouse politically. It should be, I'm sure. So thank you for raising it, but it's not the sort of thing that necessarily I would follow at a deep level. But thank you for raising it. I'll leave that to Francesca, and I'm gonna say Jessica Burbank. She loves that monetary stuff. Anyway, Octo Squiddy's been with us for 33 months on Twitch. Thank you. Rosalba, 31 months. Thanks so much. Tumultuous Teddy, great name there. 11 months. Thank you. Cindy Lou, been here for 20 months as well. Okay, apparently we're having some document issues. Isn't Google Docs a hell of a thing? It is difficult for me to actually use that, but I'm gonna do what I can. Anyway, okay, Trimu Batiki gifted 5 subs. Thank you, Tree. Has also been here for 33 months. That's something, thank you. Pernicious Squid for 24 months is 24 months. What an interesting day to celebrate that milestone. Thanks, John, and all who make TDR so great. Thank you so much. Okay, we have about 1 minute. I'm gonna try to figure this out, but also, you did mention that you're having Katie Hill on tomorrow. Can you give us any more of a preview of what's gonna be going on in tomorrow's episode of the Bitchwation Room?
I mean, we'll see where Trump's indictment is at, so we're gonna talk about that, maybe some live coverage. Also, talking to Katie Hill, we're also gonna talk about what's going on in Chicago in the mayor's race. So we're gonna have, I believe, Miles Kahn from Indies Times who's been like writing about the campaign, because it's huge, right? A former teacher and union member, Chicago's teachers union, versus the guy who basically, was what the president of the Teachers Association or the School of Ed, whatever, Department of Ed. You know what I'm saying? Whatever.
Ed something.
Ed.
Mr. Ed.
Yeah, call him Mr. Ed.
There you go.
Anyway, for that scintillating take, the Bitchwation Room tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern at Franny Fio on YouTube.
Thank you. There might be a horse. Everyone tune in.
Yeah.
Punk Jazz Dragon has been with us for 33 months. Thank you. Suckle Dragon for 23. Shadow Devil for 24. Bookworm Dragon for 34. Hey, I don't name them. I just read them. We'll be right back.
Show me a name. Show me a dragon.
Anyway, okay, let's get serious because this news is actually really unfortunate considering how it's gonna start. This is Cedar. If we can bring up this picture, you're gonna see a brown and white floppy-eared goat. Not those goats, those are anonymous goats. I don't attest to know their life story. But Cedar was a great goat. And you can see in this picture, not only Cedar, but also a girl known only as EL, the daughter of Jessica Long, who for a period of 3 months, thanks to their involvement in a 4-H program, walked and fed and bonded with Cedar. That's what this program is all about, getting kids to know animals and get comfortable around them. and then auction them off and slaughter them. So that's where it gets a little bit dark, and that's generally the way that it goes. In this particular case, EL did not want to part with Cedar, considered Cedar to be like a puppy to her, basically. And so Jessica Long, the girl's mother, reached out to the program and tried to see if they could come to some sort of agreement. She wrote this letter and pleaded for the fair to make an exception and let her and her daughter take Cedar back. They said, we'll pay you for the goat because it had been auctioned for like $900. They said, we'll pay you for that. Any other expenses, they'll pay for the cut that the fair was supposed to get. And instead, in particular, there's emotional reasons that they should make an exception. Our daughter lost 3 grandparents within the last year, and our family has had so much heartbreak and sadness that I couldn't bear the thought of the following weeks of sadness after the slaughter of her first livestock animal. And here is the response that she got from Shasta District Fair Chief Executive Melanie Silva. Making an exception for you will only teach our youth that they do not have to abide by the rules. Also, in this era of social media, this has been a negative experience for the fairgrounds, as this has been all over Facebook and Instagram. So your kid, in the wake of losing 3 grandparents, needs to learn a lesson. And also, we don't want to like do something that would reflect poorly on us online. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna call the cops, and they did. They called the sheriff's office. The sheriffs went and got a warrant. Then they drove more than 500 miles across Northern California on a goat hunt to find the goat, because they didn't know initially where it was. They had to search different locations. By the way, in the warrant, it gives them the same sort of rights that cops have in other sorts of searches, including the ability for deputies to, quote, utilize breaching equipment to force open doorways, entry doors, exit doors, and locked containers to search all rooms, garages, and storage rooms and outbuildings of any kind large enough to accommodate a small goat. And although the goat hunt was difficult, just imagine a Rambo movie, they did eventually find Cedar. They took Cedar and they slaughtered Cedar. That is what 4-H and the sheriffs did. Francesca?
This story just crushes me on every single level. It is, it's truly what is wrong with this country, which this aggro, BS, toxic, like, gotta teach you a lesson mentality that says, the more pain and suffering and cruelty that you endure, you will somehow learn a lesson from that and become a thriving, beautiful, wonderful, super stable person, because everyone who's ever, achieved anything has always come from a terrible, like, multiple traumas. Like, no, that's not how anything works. That is not how psychology works. That's not how child development works. That's not how anything works. Teaching someone a lesson so they get, stronger. No, your program is terrible. Like, it's fine to understand how like meat production works or how auctioning works or whatnot, but just like this, and again, once again, guys, hashtag defund the effing police. Every single story, let's just say it. Defund the police. How do they have the time to go chase a goat down 500 miles to get what? John, there's like an Elian Gonzalez photo of like the goat, Cedar's just like, and there's like a
they can scream.
Gun pointed at him.
No, we have to laugh because it's just too terrible.
It's terrible.
Yeah, they really should have made a cops episode out of this, of them hunting it down. The goat jumps over a fence and they ram through the fence in their car and they just keep on going. This is why people join the police, to protect and serve a goat for dinner. That's why they do it. By the way, look, 4-H it's everywhere. It's been around for a long time. I'm not gonna judge like the entirety of 4-H or whatever. But the idea that in the modern era you couldn't make an exception, they will literally pay for the goat, the incredibly overpriced goat. They're willing to do that. And it just makes me sick. Not only that this happened, but that I'm sure that like Ben Shapiro is gonna do a video about how they like trying to not kill the goat is like woke agriculture or something. Yes. And that the kid should like have to like eat the goat, make the kid eat the goat every bite. That's what you need to do. Ugh. God, these are broken people.
So broken.
Poor Cedar, poor Yell.
It's all to create more Republicans. No, just the final point.
It's great broken people that don't center empathy in their politics. That's what it's designed to do.
Republicans, yes.
Okay, really fast. Let's jump into one more story with what remains of this hour. April 1st was supposed to be the day that all of the people who on Twitter had actually been verified, that they had to prove that who they are is who they are, were supposed to lose all that. And verification would now be the people who paid $8 a month to Elon Musk. It doesn't mean that they are who they say they are. It doesn't stop scams or impersonations, but that's all it was supposed to be. Well, in advance of that, a lot of celebrities and news outlets and companies were saying, we're not gonna pay you the $8, or for bigger companies, literally thousands of dollars a month for this. And so I was suspecting at the end of last week that Elon Musk might back off, and he has kind of done that. Sort of, but only in the worst, muskiest way. He still says that he is going to take away those verifications in a few weeks. We'll see if that happens. He's a serial liar. I don't know why anyone would trust anything he says, but he decided to do this. Take a look at what happens if you click on my verification checkmark right now. It now says this account is verified because it's subscribed to Twitter Blue or is a legacy verified account. It used to say which that was. I want to be very clear. They know which it is. They just don't want you to know which it is. Elon Musk has created a product that is so toxic that they have to pretend that people whose public stance is they would never pay for it have already paid for it. That's what they're doing. And by the way, all of this from his point of view has been to stop impersonations. Now, you would have no idea if that was actually me. That could just be a random person. It would look identical, assuming they paid the $8. This is incentivizing impersonations and scams.
It's to save his own butt.
He is.
It's just to save himself because he's like, oh, I didn't think that no one would want to pay $5 for this. No, just you and a sad sod with 500 followers would pay for this. The guy who invested all his money in Cybertruck, that guy is gonna pay for this. And so he's trying to save his own butt here, and it's not gonna work. And it's so funny. Like, he's a coward. And he doesn't understand why people are on Twitter. He doesn't understand why people use Twitter. And honestly, all the celebrities and the people he needs to keep on Twitter, a lot of those verified blue check marks that he needs to keep are the first ones who are walking away. And we're like, this place is toxic. I don't like it. There's nothing in it for me. I don't even need money, but I'm certainly not giving money. It's stealing all of my content for free. Like, why? Why would I even be here?
Yeah, that's how it feels. And I'm speculating about how this will go in terms of impersonations, but if we could jump ahead to graphic 4, it's not looking great. I saw this tweet and I was honestly surprised when Elon Musk tweeted, taking everyone check marks, do you think my kids will finally think I'm strong? Or when Howard Schultz said the union makes us strong. Or Matt Walsh said every trans man is better at sex than me. Ted Cruz liked that one, by the way, he retweeted it. Then Ted Cruz said I've personally paid for 5 abortions. They rule, actually. Also trans rights. I love this new, more compassionate Ted Cruz. Wait a second, that's not him. How would I have ever known? Anyway, this is what Elon Musk hath wrought. And people think he's a genius. God. Anyway, that's all the time we have for the first hour of the show. Thank you everyone for joining us for that. There's more to come in the aftermath, so don't go anywhere. Francesca and I will be right back. Welcome back to the Aftermath, everybody. I'm John Arola. That's Francesca Fiorentini. Don't get us mixed up. I'm getting sick of that.
Seriously.
Anyway, thank you for being here. How you doing?
I was like, what am I jealous of? I guess I want like your muscles, some of them.
How if you could like how those old school shoes that you could like pump up? If you could do that to your muscles, how muscly would you make yourself before you stopped?
I don't know. It all depends on it's all about contour, you know what I mean? Right now I just use like a Kim Kardashian like contour palette on my little chicken arms here. And
it's Construct a Tricep.
Yeah.
By Maybelline.
I think I would know when to stop. I think men have a harder time. Like we all see dudes are just like
it'd probably get weird.
We're talking about Andrew Tate later, and it's like, no. Okay. Because the bigger here, the smaller here.
I'm not looking, but I already know.
Look at that.
I already know. It's you. I know. Anyway, very glad you're here. The last minute notwithstanding. Let's jump into some comments from the audience, including from Bart Kyle, who sent in a member's comment saying, Marjorie Greene claims that her construction experience is a vital part of her political DNA. Well, I would sleep better at night knowing that Mo, Larry, and Curly built my home instead of Marjorie Greene. I don't even know.
We didn't even talk about that. That was probably the funniest part of that entire interview. Well, like construction, like what? First of all,
I'm pretty sure her dad had a construction company.
Yes.
I believe. Okay, maybe you worked for it. Let's keep it together in terms of your construction experience.
I love how
you're not shipping Joanna.
But that's the other thing. It's like, okay, she should just be fact checked. Like, okay, you mean real estate? It's a pretty big difference than construction.
Exactly. Yeah. The idea that Trump is like got a hammer. He's putting up a girder. No, he's not doing that. God, everybody's so fake. Anyway, let's see. I need a boost. Christina Lisa Brown, thank you for your super chat, says pie with a pie emoji that I didn't even know was there. You look so handsome, and Francesca, you look fab.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you, Christina. Very nice of you. Okay, let's see. Bradley Jones says, show me the man. Okay, Republicans, I show you Joe Biden. Crickets. Well, Hunter's laptop. Yeah. Matt Gates on Whiteford Bronco sent a super chat saying, Franny, it's not a substitute for paid family leave, but would you instead take the universe giving you Trump fleeing the law, riding a golf cart with the Benny Hill theme song playing out loud?
Yes.
If it could be like, it starts in an urban environment in the streets of Manhattan, and then he ends up on a golf course, and then into the East River. I would go for that.
So good.
Anyway, wait a second. What am I doing? I almost just moved on with my life after that. Matt Gates on a white Ford Bronco. If you haven't already gotten one, you know what you just got? It's a Blue Apron gift card for $100. So send us an email to rewards@tyt.com with your first and last name, as well as Matt Gates on a white Ford Bronco, and they'll set you up. Thank you for that comment.
Hell yeah.
That. Okay, you wanna get weird?
Yes.
Why don't we get weird?
Always.
Starting off with this.
Hey, what's up, guys? Here I am in Target, my local Target, right? Check this out. So we're in the boys section, guys. Boys clothes section. I want to show you over here. This is the clothing you have for boys. Dinosaurs are cool, right? Those are a big rainbow.
Dinosaurs are cool. I can confirm that. What's not cool is going to your Target to mine the fact that a t-shirt has a rainbow to appeal to the manosphere or the anti-wokers or whatever. That was not the entirety of it, by the way. I believe we have some more of this t-shirt panic.
Dinosaurs are cool, right? Those are a big rainbow behind the dinosaurs. We're not gonna stop there. We got a cloud, hula hooping with a rainbow. What's this? Trucks are cool, right? Picking up a rainbow. Why are we picking up a rainbow, guys? Why is this boys' clothing today? I'm not done. Like Baby Shark? Bye-bye. There's masculinity. That's what they're doing. They're destroying masculinity. Guys, it's time to stand up against this wokeness. We need to stand up as parents and leaders and fathers. Like and follow for more.
Yeah, so it really gave away the game at the end. All of this has just been content. Like and follow for more of me looking at little boys' clothing and picking apart the design details. Francesca, you've had to buy clothing for a little kid. Have you been appalled at the wokeness on display in the t-shirt section?
I've hit up every single hand-me-down that I've gotten, the person who sent it to me, and I was like, wow, how dare you trying to emasculate my little daughter? Like, Blue, are you insane? Blue, Blue. Swear to, just like, come on. First of all, yeah, you said it right there, giving away the game, like, oh, like and follow for more, just like more takes of like me getting mad at like oat milk in a Target. Are you kidding me? Like apple slices? Oh, we're not strong enough. Like, what do you like? We can't cut our own apples. This is why kids are soft today. Like, whoa, God. And John, this is your beat, man, which is, how is masculinity this fragile? If masculinity is this fragile, then like, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe it's actually just a prison and just made up anyway.
Yeah, you're worried, that guy, that dude, I'll call him a dude. That dude is worried that men are gonna be made weak. Yeah, how weak, buddy? Are they gonna be so weak that they spend their time filming videos of them critiquing t-shirts? Because that would be pretty weak. That would be a pathetic state for American masculinity to be in. You know what a rainbow is? It's just like sunlight interacting with rain droplets, and it produces a pretty color. That's it. That's all it is. It isn't inherently political. I know that you believe that you should hate every reference to a rainbow. It isn't necessarily something that you have to pee your pants about in a Target. You actually could just, like, if you wanted to prove how much of a man you are, you could just throw on the shirt. I don't know how big the sizes are. This might turn out poorly for my Instagram, but I think I'm gonna head to Target and I'm gonna see about those shirts. Because if you're as strong as you're implying you are, you should be able to wear literally everything. By the way, that dude's t-shirt was pink, right? Now, I've been led to believe that that's not an acceptable color for boys to wear, but you believe, rightly so, that you should wear whatever color you want. He apparently likes to wear pink shirts. There is literally nothing wrong with that. That's me just letting you be, you see? Now you can pass that on to other generations and let them have a truck and a rainbow if that's what they want.
First of all, it's salmon, it's not pink. Salmon's very masculine. So don't. And secondly,
it's Dusty Rouge.
That's what the other thing is, God made like bathroom man woman sign. Like God made stinky, dirty floored, nar fast food bathrooms. And that'll please respect his will. On the 7th day, he created restrooms. Guess what your God did?
You know what God created bushes. That's what he created. He created a tree to pee against. That's what he created. No, man created bathrooms, okay? Man and woman created bathrooms, okay? And then we decided to inject politics into it. Again, look, he's free to make whatever kind of like desperate clinging, like, oh, for the masculinity content, if that's what he wants to do. Everybody wants to make it big, and a lot of people will just go searching for whatever the thing is that makes them big. I hope that this is not the best that anyone could do. This just desperately hoping that some Andrew Tate cultists will like their just pathetic crying takes on the state of masculinity. That cannot be the best that you can manage. Anyway, with that said, we're gonna move to something else in just a sec. But first I wanna read a couple of comments, including from Edward Martos, who says, you should invite Margarine just to read her a list of insults live on air. I'd pay to watch that over and over. Look, honestly, I have no interest in ever talking to her. I'm gonna keep it real. I mean, look, I think I've been very clear for a long time that I don't have the interest in debate that a lot of people, including people that I respect, do. I take this stuff very seriously and very personally. And so there are some, like Ben Shapiro can just debate anyone he wants, including leftists who represent supposedly the exact opposite of his most deeply held beliefs. And it doesn't bother him because they're not really beliefs. And all of this is just a game. For me, I despise many of these people because what they're doing is evil. I don't want to sit across from them any more than I would someone who had just tried to murder me or a family member. Because this is not just a game or a branding exercise for me. And I'm not saying that's what everybody believes. Some people believe that they should overcome their natural distaste or whatever, disdain, to try to accomplish a political goal. And I get that and I respect that. But for me, it is too deeply personal. When I see these people, even on a screen, it churns my stomach. I don't want to see Marjorie across the room from me.
I mean, what's crazy is that they're actually elected officials, right? So that, so we're in, again, this is the bind that you're in, which is, do you interview them or not? They are people and players in American politics, which is awful.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But you're right that if you're not making her pissed off within the first minute, like you're doing something terribly wrong. And you don't, there's many other people, Congress people you can interview, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, 100%. And maybe there's an interesting result of some of that. But again, I don't think that anyone should feel obligated. Like all the people who like assert that AOC should lower herself to Marjorie Greene's level. Nah, I think she has more important things to do with her time. Or honestly, nothing, which is also a more important thing to do with her time. Anyway, with that said, why don't we mix things up and debate some interesting technological hypotheticals? Why don't I tee us up with this little intro?
I'll be back. Hasta la vista. Calculating cyber collections. Sorry, John. I'm afraid I can't do that.
You might soon be able to add another job to the list that AI could soon be replacing us in, this time in the area of legal advice. Because a court in India just a week ago asked OpenAI's ChatGPT program about a murder trial. So basically what happened is there's this trial that they were conducting for Jaswinder Singh, who was arrested in 2020 for allegedly assaulting and killing an individual. Okay, he was reportedly seeking a stay of imprisonment during the trial. And apparently there was enough complex legal questions, all sort of combining here, that the judge, Anup Chitkara, decided to seek counsel from GPT-4, the most recent iteration of ChatGPT. And here's what the lawyer said should be done. If the assailants have been charged with a violent crime that involves cruelty, they may be considered a danger to the community and a flight risk. In such cases, the judge may be less inclined to grant bail or may set the bail amount very high to ensure that the defendant appears in court and does not pose a risk to public safety. But it did add, however, in general, if the assailants have been charged with a violent crime that involves cruelty, such as murder, aggravated assault, or torture, they may be considered a danger to the community and a flight risk. So a little bit of like, well, on the one hand, on the other hand from ChatGPT. So still acknowledging that there are complex interactions at play here. It concluded, by the way, by declaring that the presumption of innocence is a fundamental principle of the justice system. They added that even if the defendant was guilty of a cruel assault, they may still be granted bail if the judge gauges that they aren't a danger to the community or a flight risk. I don't know what part of that weighed most heavily in the judge's mind, but Judge Chitkara ultimately rejected the defendant's bail bid on the grounds that they did act cruelly to the victim before they died, and so should be denied that bail that was requested. So it is impossible to say from this one experiment in this one case whether ChatGPT's opinion, whether accurate or not. Remember, ChatGPT will offer up misinformation as confidently as accurate information. It literally does not know the difference, whether that did actually change the outcome here. But if I was the murderer, I guess in this case, or at least the alleged murderer, I would probably have an issue with AI getting involved. But Francesca, what do you think? You don't like it?
I mean, yes, it is insanely terrifying. And what's interesting, God, I guess I want every courtroom drama redone with ChatGPT, in it. I'm trying to think which one we would start with. But just like, imagine a ChatGPT doing a very dramatic final plea. I feel like we could get, that would be actually really fun. No,
you can't handle the truth.
Yeah, exactly. But those are all the quotes that are coming to me are only from defendants, people on the stand, not people. I think it'd be like more like the Joe Pesci, like how far can you see? How many fingers am I holding up? Like what, like that kind of, that would be great. Mm-hmm. Excellent performance. I mean, Joe Pesci is, I guess he's an actor, but like ChatGPT is ChatGPT, so let's be real, replace him. My thought though is, it's never about the law, right? You could have ChatGPT download the entire like American legal framework and system, pass the bar, understand everything, be able to adequately arbitrate, right? Or understand, where the law was broken or not. But then you get to sort of the rub of our justice system, which is it's not whether or not someone broke the law, it's whether you can defend them, right? Or whether you have adequate representation in order to, defend them or prosecute them.
Yeah.
So it's kind of crazy. In some ways, I'm like, maybe we should just leave it to the AI.
Yeah, look, theoretically, so ChatGPT is a generalized generative AI. It was trained on a whole bunch of stuff. You could train an AI very specifically on every legal textbook, every law, every judicial opinion.
Yes.
You could do all of that and it'd probably be more accurate. And like the thing is, like a lot of people viewing this might think, well, it could get it wrong. Or, the law often is about interpretation. It's not always cut and dried. So here's the wild thing. Humans could get it wrong, and judges can and do get it wrong, and they have to interpret things, and they're biased in the same way that this thing could be biased, and they make mistakes. So like, it's not qualitatively different than the status quo. It might be more likely to make those mistakes at present, but that's something that could potentially be improved on in the future. I don't know. I feel like maybe don't get ChatGPT involved in murder trials just yet. I feel like most people learned what it was 6 weeks ago. So I feel like you could probably wait or maybe do like minor crimes before you immediately jump to like the murder stuff. But it's getting involved in more and more stuff. And at the end of the day, a human decided. That's the most important thing. But we can start to question how influenced was the human by ChatGPT.
In the future,
and that's where I think a lot of people are gonna be nervous.
Right, in the future, if it's like a jury of our peers, you can't, like some of us would also have to be bots,
But you just have 9 like laptops all hooked up and
absolutely.
They're deciding.
One of them just crying. The testimony was totally so moving.
One of the laptops just says, "I hate pigs." They throw that one out immediately.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're never gonna seat that laptop.
Bigot.
Anyway, should have known it was a Razer gaming laptop. Anyway, with that said, we're gonna move on from the AI for now, although it seems to pop its head up every day. And we're gonna move on to our next topic, only because the AI told me to do that. I'm gonna read a couple of comments and then we're gonna move on. Snicked says, Chocolate Dragon here. After hearing the goat story, 4H should rename themselves as 4F. I'm a little bit worried about what I just read, but thank you for your comment. I'm not sure if I just said something bad. Anyway, YTP Renewed says the lesson learned is sometimes the law is wrong. That could be a reference to either the AI story or potentially the goat story. Becky says Trump in high heels, put that into AI and suffer. I'm gonna have to do it now. You asked for it and I'll deliver it. Maybe that's the thing that kills Midjourney. I don't know. We'll find out together. And YTP Renewed, thank you for 26 months with us on Twitch, and to Human for 17. Thank you. Okay, with that said, we're running low on time, so why don't we jump into this? It's only been a couple of days since Andrew Tate was released from prison to house arrest, and he has been filling that time, mostly with cryptic social media posts, but some things that I think are a little bit more illuminating of the current state of the investigation and his activities. He posted this saying, since last year, I've been in 24-hour lockdown, no yard time. It was a couple of months. Pacing a 3-meter cell with 0 electronics or outside contact, absolute clarity of mind, real thoughts, real plans. He tweeted like dozens of times. What are you talking about? With no electronics. You tweeted more than I did in that time. Anyway, vivid pain. Well, stop walking. Like, give your feet like a little bit of a break. Anyway, 1 hour home and I can't stand my phone. Some habits die hard. We must defeat Shaitan, which I assume is another way of saying Satan. That's fine. Nothing delivers the message better that you are now a changed man who despises technology than immediately tweeting that out. Anyway, he also posted a video of him pacing and apparently smoking a cigar. Let's take a look and see how he's holding up. As you do. By the way, Mike, please tell me that we added that music. We did. Okay, good. Because if he put that music, that's it. I'm not doing this anymore. Okay, so it's only as weird as it looks, not as weird as it sounds, to be clear. You know, when you're free, finally, what have you been wanting to do? You want to smoke a cigar, take off your shirt and pace 5 paces back and forth over and over again as someone films you, like everyone does. Francesca, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's when the lab chimps get finally freed, and they don't want to leave. There he is, back. And what's funny about Andrew Tate is he was freed from his man bunker to go to prison, the same, just a different bunker. And now that he's free, he's back in the man bunker, pacing. Go outside, bro. Touch grass, breathe fresh air. Stop making content, because you've also been accused, and I'm curious as to the state of this, of human trafficking. And you, I don't want people to die, John, but I want them to be just swallowed by a black hole.
That's unlikely to happen. That only happens to lost planes. I've learned that on CNN. Anyway, just very briefly, I want to mash up a couple things. So here was a tweet that he sent out on March 19th. He said, "It's a new age of consciousness. The degeneracy of old is no longer accepted by the hearts of the young. The drugs, alcohol, and gambling will all be replaced by a higher high, the most high." That was March 19th. And I've made a lot of bold claims about changes to my diet and exercise, and we all know how fast those fall apart. He was smoking a cigar in that video. That was like 2 weeks after that tweet. Dude, you get that that's bad for you. It's always one of the most amazing things about these manosphere guys, that like they think you need to exercise insane control over your diet. Like, I'm gonna only eat bacon, or I'm gonna like no fat for 6 months or whatever. But they also like have to have the old school like the toxic tokens of masculinity from the 1920s. So in photos, they smoked cigars, so I had to smoke a cigar, even though my whole aesthetic is that I don't put anything toxic into my body. But I guess I want to look cool, so I guess he says in his next thing, "I will force myself to breathe the best I can." You would breathe better if you stopped smoking cigars.
Swear to God.
This guy can't be saved.
Yeah, which diet goes back in time to, get your dad to hug you as a child? I don't know, but keep working on it. Keep pumping iron. I'm sure, you'll get there eventually. The cat's about to make an appearance. I'm trying to get shitty on camera here.
Okay.
It's not happening. We're a little too far.
A cigar.
Yeah, I'm getting her a cigar. She does need to work out though, legit.
She does. Anyway, we'll see what happens with his house arrest and everything. Hopefully Romanian police will eventually give us some information about the conduct of the case. But for now, that's all the time we have. Thank you everyone for joining us for this episode of The Damage Report. Thank you, especially Francesca Fiorentini. Always glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone check out the Bitchuation Room.
Yes.
And check out the top 10 list coming up soon. We're gonna be debating actors and actresses that deserve a second chance. We're gonna have that for you just a little bit later on. For now though, stay safe out there, stay sane out there, and I'll see you soon.
All right. Welcome. It's Indisputable. I'm your host, Rashad Richey. Good to be with you. We apologize for the tech issues earlier. We think everything is under control now. Breaking down news of the day, none other than our dear brother, Ricky Smiley, comedian extraordinaire, actor, author, and also host of the Ricky Smiley Morning Show. Top story of the day. Ivanka Trump, daughter of former President Donald Trump, is basically giving her father no support as he becomes the first ever president, former president, indicted criminally in the United States of America. Let's put this picture up for a mass here. I think That look says it all. I truly believe during her tenure at the White House, that's really how she felt on the inside. Now, to provide proof of this disconnect reality, let's put up her post. After her father was criminally indicted, she did not come to his defense. She did not wax poetic about how this is a slippery slope. She did not defend the actions of her father. She said, and I quote, "I love my father and I love my country. Today, I am pained for both. I appreciate the voices across the political spectrum expressing support and concern." End quote. Nothing more. No defense, no vigorous legal issue to discuss. No, this is coming from the left-wing media. This is orchestrated by Soros. This is an attack from communists. None of that. None of it. But, however, there are many Republicans who do not have the heart of Ivanka Trump. There are many conservatives who are advocating for Donald Trump, knowing good and damn well he violated multiple laws. This is just one instance. Remember how Trump characterized his own daughter? Here it is.
Hey, so Donald, all right, I'm afraid to ask this question, but what would you do? Playboy put Ivanka on the cover of the magazine, and she had not.
This is going to be an interesting answer.
He doesn't even want you to have a drink. I know him. So
it would be really disappointing. Not really, but it would depend on what was inside the magazine.
If she posed, it would be fine. But if they put her picture on,
yeah, but it depends on what goes inside the magazine.
Well, see, that's her gripe. That's this girl's gripe.
And
people assume there'll be nude photos.
Right, you do assume that with Playboy.
Okay,
but if there weren't, you wouldn't have an issue with it then. If they were using her to...
I don't think Ivanka would do that inside the magazine, although she does have a very nice figure. I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Stop it! Oh, it's so weird. Stop.
You know what? You are sick.
Isn't that terrible?
Yeah.
No, how
Well, you're
terrible.
known for saying outrageous things, Mr. Trump.
Who are you, Woody Allen?
That's very good.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, let's get into it. It is no secret whatsoever, that ever since former President Donald Trump left the White House in 2021, his daughter, Ivanka, has seemingly tried to separate herself from the controversial family. However, a new report shows that she's allegedly taking a step even further back amid his possible indictment. This was written right before. A source told People, even though Ivanka loves her dad, she knows how impossible he can be, adding that Ivanka is recreating her business life and raising her children, which are her priorities. She is through with politics. Donald does what he wants, and she can't help him now, they added. His help is in the hands of his lawyers and advisors. She is no longer working in that capacity. They also alleged that while she's distanced herself from Donald, there's reportedly no tension in their father-daughter relationship. Despite a bunch of speculation, Ivanka made it clear early that she would not be part of the 2024 presidential campaign. Back in November 2022, Ivanka released a statement per People about what she plans to do next, saying, and I quote, "This time around, I am choosing to prioritize my young children and the private life we are creating as a family. I do not plan to be involved in politics. While I will always love and support my father going forward, I would do so outside the political arena." I do find it quite interesting that she seems to have a real grasp about who her father is, a real understanding that he gets in the way of himself and he cannot be helped. She gets this. Republicans, however, do not. They are still either A, afraid of his power, or B, simply would like access to it. And so instead of challenging him in areas where he deserves, they give him a pass, continuing the same atmosphere of privilege that landed him in the criminal indictment he sees today. Ricky, my dear brother, what are your thoughts on Ivanka not supporting her father this go round?
Maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene need to take a page out of her
That's right.
Playbook. She's planning to go to New York to stage a protest for Donald Trump's indictment. And I think she's trying to do business for herself because Donald Trump is messing up her brand, her reputation, because she's in real estate and other businesses. And with that last name, Trump alone, a lot of people will turn away from her. And that thing about him, wanting to date her, boy, when I tell you that's one of the most awkward and cringe-worthy moments in television history, just to say something like that. Like my daughter, when they have on gym shows, like, hey, go put something on. No. That's I don't know. I just think he's disgusting. And when your kids have to back away from you because daughters love fathers and sons love, we love our parents. But when your folks have to, your kids, your seed have to back away from you, that says a lot. Look like it should be an eye-opener for him.
It really should. It won't be because he's drunk with power. And the only thing he can see is how to access it, and that's it. Everybody else be damned. Okay. Very sad story. Another educator, a teacher, abusing a child, allegedly special education teacher, put her up, full mass here. I'm going to give you the background to this. Special education teacher has been arrested after allegedly slapping and using a ruler to hit students. Law enforcement has now charged her with 1 felony count of abuse. I'm going to give you the background. The teacher, her name is Adrienne Johnson. Ms. Johnson was hired by Harns Marsh Elementary. This is 6 months before another teacher observed her inappropriate behavior and reported that behavior to the administration. That's according to NBC2. On Wednesday, March 29th, a teacher says she witnessed Johnson, 39 years of age, hitting a child and reported the disturbing incident to the school resource officer. The school called authorities, who launched an investigation after removing Johnson from the classroom. The Lee County Sheriff's Office interviewed students and teachers on the campus and gathered evidence regarding Johnson's classroom conduct. Let me give you the sheriff, all right? So you're looking at Carmine Marchino. In a statement released on Facebook, he says, and I quote, "Our Special Victims Unit worked with the Lee County School District to address this situation immediately, and the suspect has been charged accordingly." Adding, "We take this type of behavior very seriously, especially involving children, as they should. The investigation is still active, and additional charges are possible forthcoming as we continue our investigation with the Lee County School District." An investigation said they found the teacher had slapped a child in the face with her bare hand. Bare hand. It also showed she disciplined her grammar school students by hitting them on the legs and back and using a ruler to strike them on their buttocks, according to Lee County Sheriff's Office. Students interviewed by the Special Victims Unit called the ruler she used when they were misbehaving the powwow stick, all right? One of Johnson's alleged victims did have documented behavioral issues, still wears diapers. This child, whose name is being withheld because of age, never told the grandmother about the abuse. She became aware of the abuse after noticing red marks on her child's body. All right? Let's put up the picture again of the educator who has been accused of this kind of behavior. I want to remind everyone, it's important to keep the lines of communication open with young people all the time, all the time. So in this case, you have an alleged instance of abuse, but you also have a pattern. That pattern allegedly is connected to not only slapping a child, but creating a discipline because of an educational academic dynamic. You are a special education teacher. There's a certain care and love and respect and honor about that position. It is a noble position. I know many special education teachers, good friends of mine. They have the biggest hearts I've ever seen. I mean that. So, madam, you engaging in this kind of activity allegedly, it's contrary to the spirit of what you represent or should represent. So now the authorities are involved. Investigation is happening. I'm glad the Lee County School District did report. Sheriff got involved immediately. The accusation was leveled when they got the evidence. This is how it should operate. Even though no one should be in the school system abusing children, when abuse happens, there has to be a report, there has to be action, there has to be execution of that action. And now you have it. Too many times we've reported on children being abused, and for some reason, they just don't get around to the discipline part of the educator until we get involved. This time, they did it before we got involved. Big ups to Lee County. All right, we'll follow it as it continues. Ricky, thoughts here?
Yeah, you know, that's really sad because kids are special need kids are already going through things that they have to deal with every day and trying to make an adjustment to life and just trying to figure out how to navigate. And you know, that's a special calling. You know, when you get the you know, to handle, you know, special need kids or whatever, and you can't hit them and take them through stuff. You know, life is already hard for them. You know, they got to deal with being bullied. They got to deal with other issues, how to navigate, how to function. Then they become adults or whatever. And just imagine having those issues, and then you get abused on top of that, on top of your mental condition. Now, I tell you what, if she would did that one to mine, I'd rather
there
not.
You go.
But you know, you can't do that, Dr. Richie. You can't put your hands on kids or whatever, because those kids have issues, and you're supposed to be a trained professional to help those kids navigate through, you know, through whatever they have to navigate through. But it's unprofessional, and she should face jail time for that.
Yeah, you know, those who work in that arena, they receive significant specialized training. They have tools and resources that we do not. They understand things that we do not. They have a capacity that many people do not.
It seems like they're going to have to start putting surveillance cameras in those classrooms, you know, because stuff like that just can't happen.
That's right. And that has been an option on the table before. Obviously, we need to go and revisit it. All right. GOP says basically black schools are a pipeline to a student becoming an inmate. Here's the spirit that it was offered.
You've got crappy schools. You're not only your schools not only dropout factories, they're inmate factories. You can shake your head and disagree with all you want to, Mr. Allen. It's just the fact.
I don't agree that the DC public schools are inmate factories.
So you're telling me all of them are excellent?
No, I'm not saying all of them are excellent, but I would not say that they are factories for crime.
Let's put up his picture full mass. Let me explain something to the United States Representative Gary Palmer, who currently serves in Alabama. Mr. Palmer, obviously you are confused. You see, school systems, sir, are a reflection of the socioeconomic environment around the school. That socioeconomic environment has a massive influence as to the academic prowess and the educational attainment of the student. In other words, if a student doesn't have food when they go home, that has an adverse impact on their ability to do homework and to learn outside of the class. If you do not address the holistic dynamic related to the other issues, you are simply putting a Band-Aid on a wound. So while you may blame schools for that, please understand your position is that of a policymaker and problem solver. This is a problem worth solving. Simply saying that they are creating prisoners is red meat for your base. The title of the hearing was Overdue Oversight of the Capital City Park 1 News One writer Zach Lindley remarked, if Republicans are really concerned with overdue oversight in D.C., then certainly part two will be about citing D.C. officials spreading false voter fraud propaganda in order to undermine the democratic system, causing Americans from inmate factories to attempt an overthrow of the government, right? So the D.C. council chair, let's put him up, seen engaging with Palmer's ugly remarks was Phil Medelson. Following the hearing, Phil said in a statement to NBC News, the suggestion that D.C. public schools are inmate factories is racist and offensive to our parents. It overlooks the dedicated teachers, and it typecasts our children as if they cannot learn. Let me echo that point. My mother, one of my adoptive mothers, is a school teacher. Completely changed my life, gave me an appreciation for education I never would have had if it had not been for my experience with her in that household. But the reality is, she also taught at a school at one point that was underperforming. It was underperforming not because you did not have great educators. It was underperforming because you did not have great opportunities through policy in the local neighborhood. Right. We needed to have wraparound services. We needed to have tutorial programs that did not cost money. We needed to have food options after 3 p.m. and sometimes even before breakfast, believe it or not. Those things were required. And so without those support services, it was very difficult to create an academic enhancement via testing scores or academic grades. There's more. In fact, the information appears to be incorrect. While DC public school enrollment has been rising, the DC public school government website supports the growing confidence with performance data following over a decade of recent trends. Now watch this. For the 9th year, DC public schools has continued steady growth on the NAEP TUDA, which assesses and compares student performance across urban school districts in large cities. Since the 2009 DCPS has increased the percentage of students scoring proficient in every grade subject and decreased the percentage of students scoring below basic. The numbers are moving in the right direction. This data shows that students are trending towards college, not the penitentiary. But the real problem may lie in the inequitable and unequal opportunities. Let's break that down. Substantial achievement gaps between white students and their African American and Latinx counterparts have closed slightly in reading. Many students attend racially isolated schools. Half of the city's white students attend private institutions because the families can afford them. Let's put up the graph. One of the integral measure of opportunity is in access to food. Food. 1/3 of DC does not have enough food to feed themselves or their family. You're looking at a graphic from the Capital Food Bank breaking down how many families, how many children cannot eat a decent meal every day. The Capital City Food Bank shows families affected by food insecurity are predominantly Black and Hispanic. And that, as a result, these families suffer in their ability to complete their education. I've been a school teacher for a while. I was a high school teacher before I became a college professor. I understand these numbers quite well. When politicians say things like this is just a bad school, understand there are very few bad schools in the world. There are a couple, I grant you that, but very few. It's really about the socioeconomic environment that must be addressed external of the school system. And if that's not addressed, a politician yelling that somehow this is simply a way to create inmates without providing a remedy, without talking about the inequities involved, once again, nothing but red-based talk, not remedy talk. Ricky, thoughts here?
Yeah, systemic racism at its best.
Yeah.
You know, that's why we have to continue to be vigilant and get out and vote. We have to get out and vote people like that, you know, because we got to show up for midterm elections and local elections, and you don't have people up there representing your state, which is where I'm from, Alabama, with that particular racist mindset. And when they think of us like that, Dr. Richie, they vote against anything that support what we, support and support what we're trying to do. Because they always have this thing where pull yourself up by the bootstrap and whatever. But hell, if you don't have nothing to eat and you don't have the resources, then how can some kids make it? And that's just really sad to hear him say something like that. I'm definitely not surprised. I'm shocked when somebody actually have some empathy and try to do the right thing. But they, just sit on a high horse and they just pass judgment. And that's the way a lot of them think, and that's the way they are. And it ain't nothing you can do to change it. But the only way you change stuff like that is to get out and vote.
That's right. Well said. I spoke to DeKalb County commissioners that's in the metropolitan area of Atlanta not too long ago. Mm-hmm. And I was there speaking for their morning routine. And I reminded them that policy is light, but policy can also be darkness. When you put a plant inside of a dark building, that plant starts to wilt. It starts to die. If you put a plant outside, 100% of the time, that plant grows into the direction of sunlight. Absolutely. If you take that same plant, dear brother, put it inside and allow artificial light to be the only light present, that plant will grow in the direction of artificial light every time. The point is, when we don't have attractive options through policy, we allow our young people to grow in the direction of artificial light. But if we can take them out of that environment of that building, that darkness, and put them outside where real light prevails, 100% of the time they will grow in the direction of that real light. All right, we got more on the other side. It's Indisputable. Stick and stay.
The rest of the news media says you should not fight for positive change. If you do, you're not really a reporter or a journalist, because reporters and journalists don't care what happens. I don't agree. That's not written anywhere. That's not a law. It's just a rule that they invented so that reporters didn't actually challenge the people that are in power. Well, we don't agree with that. We think we should challenge the people in power, that actually makes you a better journalist, not a worse one.
Here at the Young Turks, we do our best to bring you the most essential news stories of the day, but we can't cover everything in a 2-hour show. And for the rest, I recommend Ground News. Founded by a former NASA scientist, Ground News uses a revolutionary system that analyzes where the news is coming from and gives you complete transparency on the potential biases these sources may have. That way, you can read between the lines of media bias and break free from the corporate media agenda. In arming you with the context and transparency, you'll have everything you need to think critically about the news and build responsible media literacy for yourself and others. With Ground News, you're not just mindlessly consuming the media, you're part of a movement that is working to hold them accountable and get straight to the facts. Break through the filter bubbles, the propaganda, and the bias, and subscribe to Ground News today.
Here's something you may not know. When you deposit your money in a big bank, it doesn't just sit, safe and secure, in a vault. Instead, your money could end up building oil pipelines, mining for coal, or drilling in the Arctic. So if you're concerned about the planet, give your money something good to do. Make the move to green with Aspiration's fossil fuel-free account and join the thousands each week who are switching to save their dollars and save the planet at the same time.
I got pulled in. They told me, hey, listen, Cenk, we're insiders. We are the establishment. People in Washington tell me that they're concerned about your tone. We think that there's a better role for you, and it's not in 6 o'clock. The problem with the mainstream media is they're desperate to get access. They don't challenge the government. They don't challenge power. We're supposed to challenge the government. That's the role of the media.
Components that corrupt our politicians, I think, also corrupt mainstream media. It's really difficult for cable outlets to talk about things like income inequality, wealth inequality, when the advertisers that are funding their shows are the same corporations that want to ensure that the same system continues. People watch digital media or new media, they get a completely different message. They focus on the issues that matter or resonate more with the constituency. We need to know one thing. Is the corporate media incompetent?
Corporate media, I can't hear you. Establishment press, where are you? I can't hear you. But the media's position I am clear on. Everything is pro-war, so everything is just framed that way. In this case, I mean, war is inevitable, right? I mean, the defense contractors should get a couple more $1 trillion.
You ready for the stunning results? Only 6% of people say they have a great deal of confidence in the press. Wakey, wakey, okay? Progressives don't like the media either. You know why? It's the corporate media. Corporate media sounds like a conspiracy. Wait. Who owns you? Multi-billion-dollar corporations, public corporations. Right? You have to do corporate media because corporations own us. Yeah, that's how it works. We found the perfect person to lead the Army, Allison Hartson.
The establishment media works hand in glove with our corporate legislators, and our corporate legislators work hand in glove with the corporation. And we're going to make it so that it's a decentralized force throughout the country so that we can quickly identify stories, quickly identify troll farms, and go in and neutralize the enemy, and then start building responsible media throughout the country and on every platform available.
All right, welcome back. We still have a lot of show left. Let me read some of these amazing comments. Let us not forget about the watch list. All right, Jared Jackson. Okay. Cheesecake brownie. Remember, if they legitimize these crimes for Trump, they legitimize them for everyone. Any lawyer can use this case to set precedents for any case going forward. That is correct. That's why it's important that if you hold a president or former president accountable, you truly hold them accountable. Because if you do not, it becomes case law after the judicial process starts, right? We don't want that. Lynn says, I guess Ivanka prioritized making money for herself and husband while serving for her father's administration. Yeah. Let me do one more. All right. Adam Baum. And many love this man. He is their demigod. Him being a president has put more shame on the American's name. That's right. Well said. All right. Got something for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish a Karen would.
You want to call the police on him for having a barbecue on a Sunday.
I feel free! Back off! I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life. What are you waiting for?
My friend.
What?
I'm waiting for my friend.
Who's your friend?
I don't know. They sent me the address. I'm in the neighborhood.
Who's your friend?
You don't need to know my friend.
Well, we can call the cops. There's a lot of people stealing a lot of stuff.
I'm not going to steal anything.
Well, we don't know that, do we?
Yeah, you don't know that. I don't know that. You don't know me.
I know.
I don't know you. And you're asking a lot of questions.
I live here, yes.
That's fine. I'm not in your house.
No, you're not.
I'm in the street.
Yeah, I see that.
So can you get away from my car, please?
No, it's a public street.
Okay, well, I can close my window.
Karenicity runs deep in this one. Let's put the picture up full mask here. Okay, madam. So here's the thing. What you're doing is the equivalent of going to someone and demanding freedom papers. You see, in this country, we all have the right of mobility. We have the freedom or the right of assembly. We can go places and we can be free in those places we go. Nobody is on your private property. No one is infringing upon your rights. You are harassing him. Now I have to wonder, madam, why did you choose him to harass? He did not seem to me as if he was bothering anyone. What made you have that inclination? You need to ask yourself that. This is an opportunity for a mirror, a reflection for correction. All right. Dear brother, what are your thoughts here?
Oh, just a bonus of her to walk over like she runs the street. I'm the neighborhood president, and who are you asking the question? And Dr. Richard, I've been looking for a Karen. I just can't wait to film a Karen and try me. They need to be on notice that this show is going on and we are making them famous.
Yes.
You know, and if somebody's suspicious or whatever, you can go and watch from afar, but the boldness to walk over to somebody's car. But Dr. Richie, you know what got me?
What?
He let that window up hard.
He did.
Yeah,
He did.
Yeah, whatever electricity that's going to that window, it went up, and you could see the tent. So it was beautiful, and
it was. That was a nice drop mic ending to that whole segment. And let me say this about. Let's put a picture up again for a mask. All right. So first of all, anyone who walks up to someone with that kind of trench coat and an attitude, they are not afraid of you. Please understand this, all right? They may say they are, but they are not afraid. Typically, these Karens are fearless when it comes to approaching people they say make them afraid. All right, got something for you. Double dose.
You want to call the police on them for having a barbecue on a Sunday.
I feel free! Back off! I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life.
Elevator. Hold the door for like a half second. She gonna meet you in there.
Battaglia?
What's up?
Will you take her?
Yo.
So here's what here's what right? I have to be 1,000% one of them, right? Represent them, right?
What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
Disregard me, right? If I'm not part of you, disregard me, right? Hey, yo. Disregard me, right? Because your party is so down below.
Hey, she needs her belongings.
No, for real. Listen.
I don't know. Hey, actually, this is entertaining. Please, hey, just leave her.
No,
I promise you.
You
She will go viral.
You guys want to be independent.
Who is you
but
guys?
She's talking about her, him, all of you. You guys want to be so independent, but you have nobody backing you up, right?
Oh my God.
Well, so according to the Post, this was a University of Kentucky student, or at the University of Kentucky, this is where it happened. According to the Post, the student randomly sits down at a table with black students and goes on a rant about them being independent. Not sure exactly what prompted the conversation, trying to get more insight and info. It is still a developing dynamic. If anyone has more information, more insight, feel free to contact us right here. The things that I heard, not a fan of. I think it was inappropriate, unnecessary, biased, uninformed. All right, Ricky, thoughts?
Yeah, she's a Karen in the making. She's in college studying, taking Karen courses, Karen 101, and she's getting ready to pledge Karen Alpha Karen.
That may be a thing.
So she might be going through hell night, getting ready to cross the burning sands. So that's the Karen in the making. That's an example of why you do this segment right there. That's one in the making. She's on her way. Fast track.
And hopefully we have provided an intervention to jolt the person back into reality. Now, here's the thing. You just said something. I think Karens need to go ahead and create a professional organization. If you're going to Karen, go ahead and do it the right way. Create a professional organization. Oh, you know, they already got one, Rick. It's called the HOA. I forgot. All right. We got more on the other side. It's indisputable. Stick and stay. The concept of the Young Turks means the audience, they are the Young Turks. They are the go-getters. They are the ones making the emphatic change happen in their local community. The reality is that we've always, young and the not so young, we've always cared about news. But when you do not see the messengers of the news look like you, when they do not share your experiences, exposures, and environment, and there's a disconnect between you and the news. I lecture in mass communications. One thing I tell all of my students, there is no such thing as non-biased news. It never has been. Non-biased news has always been an illusion. Let's go back to the 60s and 70s, where people would say, That was the purity of non-biased news. News has a segment. That segment has a time. That time, you must do your story and be finished. That means the producer, the writer, the orator has to take out what they don't think is important and only leave in what they believe is important. They have a limited time to tell the story. They do not have time to tell everybody's version or everybody's side. And they get to choose the facts that they bring to you, as well as the nuance, which really is a word for opinion, that they bring to you, the context they bring to you. So we've always had a level of bias in news. Here's the issue. The issue is to not deceive individuals as if you don't have some level of opinion with your news commentary. And that's what TYT has never done. They've always been authentic in their approach to progressive ideology and their news analysis and political breakdown. And I think that's how you actually win the heart and soul of individuals who are consuming information from you, because now they see themselves in you.
All right, well, the Young Turks special election day coverage dropping.
An amazing power panel.
Look at this panel. You want to talk about power?
It's like a smart Destiny's Child.
We're all too strong.
We start a revolution. Yes, another one.
Aren't you excited?
Wow. And then Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, everybody! Yay!
You know, this is where it started in a lot of ways.
Why is he lying? Because these are acts that you can commit with impunity.
Most of us are usually in boxer shorts underneath.
I went with the pants today.
This is the first ever power panel with Donald Trump as president.
We have elected the top Twitter troll in the country.
We have to stop pretending that race is not an issue in this country.
Now keep in mind, racism had gone away until Barack Obama brought it back.
That's right.
They want to protect life so much that they want to ensure that insurance companies don't cover your maternity care.
There is so much heinous news out there. That's why we've got to laugh, not to cry. So join me, Francesca Fiorentini, and some of my progressive friends, comedians, actors, experts, and activists, as we deliver an hour of laughter and analysis every week on my podcast, The Bituation Room. The Bituation Room is an invitation for all of us to take ourselves a little bit less seriously while still giving you some concrete ideas for action. New episodes are available every single week, so join the Frantifa and listen to The Bituation Room on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your TYT Network podcasts. And make sure to subscribe and give the show 5 stars, because I like stars.
What's happening? Welcome back. All right. Don't forget, Sirius XM Urban View. If you want to check me out on Sunday, I give your Sunday wrap up, the best 1 hour of your entire weekend. All right. Make sure you join channel 126, 1 p.m. Eastern Time for the Rashad Ritchie Review. During the weekdays, make sure you check out the big homie Ricky Smiley on the Ricky Smiley Morning Show. It is always an experience. Funny, informative, all of that. All right, so make sure you get in there. And you also got some food for your soul that happens every day on this show. Okay, very interesting. There's a woman who has been accused and tried of killing a police officer. However, she's not guilty of murder at all. Let's put up the picture full mass and let me give you the background. You are about to hear a hell of a story. In Phoenix, Miss Nubia Rodriguez on the left, who multiple judges found was wrongly charged, multiple judges said this, with negligent homicide for the traffic death of Officer Paul Rutherford on the right. Now, it is a tragedy that Officer Rutherford died. That's a tragedy. This woman, Miss Nubia Rodriguez, is now set to sue the city of Phoenix for malicious prosecution. She filed an official notice of claim on March 15th, a week ahead of the 4-year anniversary of the accident. The notice of claim is filed only against Phoenix and not the Maricopa County Attorney's Office. Let me say this. The reason why this notice is required is because before you sue a governmental entity, you have to give notice of suit. Okay, so this is a mandated performance dynamic that has to happen. It's an administrative issue. If you do not do this, your suit can be kicked out summarily by the court. So let me give you a background on what happened. It was March 21st, 2019. Miss Rodriguez hit Officer Rutherford. That is not in debate. She hit him in the two-way turn lane on Indian School Road near 75th Avenue. The officer, who was not wearing a safety vest, was working a traffic accident when he suddenly ran into traffic without looking. He did not look both ways, ran into traffic, and accident happened, right? Body camera video shows Miss Rodriguez was hysterical at the scene, screaming, "Why did he do that? Why did he do that?" It's been a heartbreaking situation from day one. She told ABC 15 during an interview, "I mourn and cry for this man that lost his life, even though I never met him." You know why she cries and mourns for him? Because she has a soul. She has a soul. She has a heart. There's a human being dead because she ran into them. She feels bad about that. Now, as it relates to the law, to statute, she never should have been charged with any crime because she committed none. Let me give you the background. For a year and a half, Ms. Rodriguez said she didn't hear anything from police after that incident. Then, all of a sudden, a letter came in the mail that informed her a grand jury has indicted her with negligent homicide, a permeation of murder. It looked like junk mail, she said. I just essentially lost it. She also was a therapeutic foster mom, and Rodriguez said the criminal charges against her caused her what? To lose custody of a 9-year-old special needs child in her care, who she was in the process of adopting. The foster child was taken away on her birthday. Let me give you some issues with this prosecutor. The lawsuit claims there were multiple false statements that Phoenix detective Michael Davidson told the grand jury. Now remember, grand jury proceedings are secretive, all right? They're secretive. So Michael Davidson, the detective, goes into this secret grand jury proceeding, lies to the grand jury when securing the indictment. Now, who else knows he's lying? Likely the prosecutor, okay? So 1-2 combination in that grand jury room. The claim also emphasizes that the Phoenix police and the county's attorney's office did not show the grand jury business security video that captured the officer suddenly darting into traffic. That is a big deal. It's part of the case, part of the why he was hit in the first place. The video is really the reason I was able to back the claim of what actually took place. It took 2 years for the criminal case to fully unravel. Detective Gregory Gibbs, let's go to Gibbs, said under cross-examination that there was internal anger directed at him because he included a critical line in his final report that stated Rutherford shared blame in the crash because he failed to look both ways. That specific fact was intentionally not presented by the police or the prosecutors to the grand jury. Now remember, multiple judges have already ruled she was charged wrongly. All right, there's more. In the summer of 2022, Maricopa County Superior Court Judge Jennifer Ryan Tuhill ruled that the police and the prosecutors initially presented grand jury members with evidence and testimony that was misleading and designed to distract from the true facts of the case. The case was then sent to a new judge for a preliminary hearing to decide whether charges should have ever been brought. After a 3-day hearing, another judge, Judge Joseph Creamer, tossed the case out for good. So what happened? What really went down? Unfortunate accident. That's what it was. Unfortunate accident. The officer committed an unfortunate mistake. Ran out into traffic, did not look, was probably excited and anxious about trying to help the traffic situation at hand. None of that is criminal. It is unfortunate, yes, but not criminal. She hits the person who ran out into the street. That's not criminal. There's no negligence on her side. There's no gross negligence. There's no, she was breaking the law, speeding. None of that happened. He ran out in front of her. And instead of the county doing the right thing, because this was a police officer, they decide to do the wrong thing. That is not justice for this cop. That is not justice for that community. That is injustice. You want to put an innocent woman in jail because of the death of a police officer, an unfortunate death that is not a crime. That's not honoring his name. That doesn't honor his legacy. All that does is honor the corruption that we talk about on a regular basis, spewing out of police agencies and their allies. Now, at some point, this us and them dynamic that exists between cop and community will have to settle. But when you have actions like this from prosecutors, police officers willing to lie, false information being presented, cops who put the right thing on the police report being blacklisted, that's a cultural dynamic. Everybody decided to not follow the law. That's not a policy issue. That's a culture issue. All right. Dear brother, thoughts?
Yeah, when you make a false statement to a grand jury and it destroys somebody's life, and sometimes not telling all the facts is just like a lie. People like that should be looked into, investigated, and probably disbarred. So a lot of people sit behind bars and spending the rest of their life in jail because of things that the prosecutor did, politically motivated, and just didn't have the right motive or whatever. It was a freak accident, like you said, and it need to be accounted. How do you get a charge wrong? And all the different judges that the case went in front of threw it out, Dr. Ritchie. But if you do something like that, falsely charge somebody or wrongly charge somebody or keep certain facts away from the grand jury, and it destroyed that lady life, the lady lost her kids and everything or whatever. So where's the accountability? You should sue the the city of Phoenix. Anybody that had anything to do with that, messing up her life, should be held accountable. And that attorney should be disbarred.
Yeah. And it is criminal. It's criminal to lie under oath. It's criminal to fabricate evidence. It's criminal to fudge an investigation. It's called felony obstruction, violation of oath of office. The judges said what they did was criminal without using the word criminal. The least that should happen is disbarment for this kind of behavior. That's the least that should take place. All right. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Democrats are a party of groomers and predators, she says. Okay, let's put her up full mass. Very interesting dynamic, right? In a recent 60 minutes interview, Marjorie Taylor Greene doubled down on some of her previous remarks regarding the Democratic Party. When prompted on her prior claim that the Democrats are a party of pedophiles, that's what she said, okay? Green hastened to confirm the baseless assertion. The quote, "I would definitely say so," she said. They support grooming children. Democrats support, even Joe Biden, the president himself, supports children being sexualized and having transgender surgeries. Green spewed, "Sexualizing children is what pedophiles do to children." Meanwhile, an actual GOP strategist was just convicted of teen sex trafficking in Minneapolis. What has Marjorie Taylor Greene said about him? Not a damn thing. Nothing. This is an update to a story we previously reported on. You're looking at Anton Lazaro, a wannabe playboy on Instagram who used his riches to pump up the Minnesota Republican Party and recruit teenage girls for sexual encounters. He was convicted by a Minnesota jury Friday for sex trafficking minors. At trial, prosecutors laid out how Lazaro preyed on broken girls, to which his defense lawyer countered were simply girls he was trying to fix. The victims testified that Lazaro would take them to his swanky Minneapolis condo where he'd ply them with Everclear, the strongest liquor on the market. Put up one of the witnesses against him. Lazaro paid tens of thousands of dollars to have sex with high school students, even using one as a recruiter. The feds eventually caught the 19-year-old Gisela Castro Medina, turned her into a witness against him. Federal Election Commission records show Lazaro donated to Republicans for nearly a decade, with his contributions ramping up sharply in 2016. He also played a big part in former President Donald Trump's anti-democratic attempts to remain in the White House after losing in 2020. As Lazaro was on the short list of the Minnesota's GOP slate of alternate presidential electors who could substitute for any missing delegates according to state election records. There's more. The court case, which lasted a year and a half, underwent bizarre twist as Lazaro turned on his lawyers and briefly represented himself, wasting time trying to get his Ferrari back instead of mounting an intelligent defense. The Daily Beast first revealed in 2021 that the FBI had been investigating Lazaro and had raided his apartment. When asked about his preying on teenage girls weeks before the arrest, he threatened to dox the reporter and run an online harassment campaign because of the threat of report. A former Lazaro business associate and ex-felon, Benjamin Friedland, was penalized with a longer prison sentence for trying to help feds prosecute the sex trafficking case. All right. Wow. So here's the hypocrisy, because I want people to understand Marjorie Taylor Greene and Trumpites, they will utilize these particular red meat dynamics in order to infuriate their base. They don't really care about children. They don't care about the dynamics of foster care or recruitment or even child sex trafficking. They don't. What they care about is power. Their ideology is power. Because the same people who would talk about these elements of evil are the same ones who refuse to literally say anything about those who engage in this kind of evil by way of conviction. There is no doubt this person did exactly what the narrative says. This person is now convicted by a jury of his peers. Where is the outrage from Marjorie Taylor Greene? Where is the outrage from Trump supporters? Where's the outrage from QAnon or any of the groups who swear that Democrats are the ones harming children when you have a real monster in your ranks giving you money every day? Has anyone from the GOP returned a damn dime from this monster? No, and they won't. Why? Because they don't care about children, nor are they concerned about ethics and morality. They're concerned about one thing, making you believe they are. All right, Ricky, thoughts here.
Yeah, it just seemed like they always try to accuse people on the left and Democrats of stuff like that, and they always caught up in some kind of scam. The Florida congressman,
yep,
had those issues with those teenage girls, and then you had that senator years ago from Utah,
that's right,
had the bathroom scandal, and like you said, they're a bunch of hypocrites. And it seems like people that just always go against and preaching against people to the left, they struggle with whatever issues they struggle with. And they are just hypocrites and sick themselves, in my opinion.
That's right. And you can tell sometimes, and you know this, Ricky, the people that are screaming the loudest are the ones trying to get you not to pay attention to them.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. We got more on the other side. It's indisputable. Stick and stay.
Did you know that more than 20% of the world's oxygen comes from the Amazon? Why? Because of trees. I know what you're thinking. Of course! So what do we want to do? We want to plant more trees so we can save the climate. It's quite literal. So that's what leads to our new partner, Plant Your Change. Love it. It's so easy. What they do is you take the credit or debit cards you already have and you plug it into the system. And if you so choose, you get to round up every purchase to the nearest dollar and they plant a tree for you. Okay. Now you could also choose if you want to do it on only certain kinds of purchases or only so often, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. But literally every cent makes a difference here. It's Plant Your Change. And if you want to know more information, just go to tyt.com/trees. Let's go save the planet together.
Now, top. No. No.
Today, a terrible day for the internet, a terrible day for America. The internet as we know it is not going to exist anymore.
A real dark day for information and yet another way that they're bleeding out the democracy.
We're now going to have these gatekeepers of information deciding what we can and can't see, and that's what scares me the most.
Whether you're conservative or progressive or anywhere in the middle, this is the one thing we should all agree to. Protect the internet, because the establishment is coming for it. Don't let them destroy the internet.
All right, welcome. We got a lot of show left. Let me read some of these amazing comments, kind of pressed for time, so I have to be brief, all right? Okay, Lori Parks, the woman who was wrongly charged. I wonder what the Office of Family thinks about this, the true outcome of this. You have to imagine they may have been tricked also. I mean, the grand jury was tricked, so they indicted. It seems as if they kept information, including the video, not available for a time. So they may not have known all of the details prior to everything coming out. Also, let's go to the half Black Reaper. Undoubtedly, creeps in both parties, but way more in the GOP. Yeah. All right. I got a question for everybody. What in the red state hell?
You can take a gun, shoot somebody in the face. It's not hard. Sometimes it might even be fun if they're a godless commie.
Now, what they're trying to do is sneak the COVID vaccine in your salads.
I hate math. Somebody say amen.
If you could pick a cult leader, it would be Donald Trump.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes.
So he would be your cult leader of choice.
Yeah, he would.
This is what happens when you have too much white Jesus in your life. You start saying things like, I will allow Donald Trump to be a cult leader. Now, remember, we've covered this before, this thing going around the country where people are literally praying to Trump as if he is God. Here it is.
Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please, Donald Trump, please save me. Please save me, Donald Trump, please. I'm asking you. Please save me. Please save me. Please get these people away from me. In dear God's name, please stop these people.
President Trump, if you see this, please save us. I don't even see our American flag anymore. Biden's talking with some kind of crazy flag. This is America.
Trump can't save his damn self, ma'am. He's going to the pokey. Now, here's the thing. He's going to be stripped of all of his money, reputation, power, and dignity before this is over. Guaranteed. While you all are talking about promoting a Christian evangelical point of view, you're worshiping a mere man. Understand what he has de-evolved you into. You are a cult follower, leading not a damn thing. Ricky, thoughts here?
Come unto Donald Trump. Why?
Don't give people ideas.
Have time. Will there be another?
Just one more.
That's crazy.
Is there one more?
On? Donald Trump could not hear you, sir, because the signal light was clicking too hard. I can go on and on for days, man. You got the wrong person for this segment, Dr. Continue.
That's all I had, brother. I just wanted to put that out there. It was a red state of hell moment. Thought you would get a kick out of it. Always a pleasure, dear brother, having you on the show. Tell people how they can follow you, check out all of your amazing work.
Yes, sir, man. Y'all make sure y'all follow me at Ricky Smiley Official. And I thank you, Dr. Richard, for allowing me this opportunity to grace your presence. I love you, brother.
Love you, brother.
You are one of the best little brothers on the face of the earth, man. I absolutely love you.
I absolutely love you, big brother. Thank you for all you do, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. We got more on the other side. The bullpen is next. Stick and stay.
You know what the progressive movement needs? It needs a little energy, a little pizzazz, maybe a little caffeine. Oh, coffee. But what if it was Too Strong Coffee? Yes, new, toostrongcoffee.com/TYT. Look, this helps progressive causes. It's also organic and fair trade, so you've got peace of mind that it was done right, and it happens to taste great. So check it out right now at toostrongcoffee.com/TYT.
That's 300 million. That's a pretty good number. Well, that's the size of the U.S. population. You know what our next target is? The size of the entire world.
We just crossed 5 billion views on YouTube.
I mean, imagine 10 years ago thinking one day.
We looked at you like, are you nuts?
Young Turks has just passed another milestone. 20 billion views.
Damn.
All right, lots of comments. You guys are the best.
I'm gonna read a few comments from our members.
Mr. Methuselah says on YouTube, super chat, thanks for all the important work you do for TYT for the movement.
Do you know who had the first super chat when I got back from vacation? You won't be surprised to find out. Billy B. Taylor. What do you know? Billy says, rejoice, for Dragon Daddy has returned.
This question sent to us by Izzy Sanchez Jr. Is it me or is Meghan McCain talking as fast as Ben Shapiro? Is that the way the right tries to look smart and intellectual? Well, yes.
Michael Nathan writes it on Twitter. Did Anna choose Cenk's outfit today? I'm sure it wasn't Cenk himself. Man Bun Jenkins Skinny Jeans says, so now Anna has pointed out, okay, that's his handle.
T. Joyce, 1971, saying Donald Trump is good at pulling out of things, NAFTA, the Iran deal, NATO. It's just too bad Fred Trump didn't.
Here at the Young Turks, we do our best to bring you the most essential news stories of the day. but we can't cover everything in a 2-hour show. And for the rest, I recommend Ground News. Founded by a former NASA scientist, Ground News uses a revolutionary system that analyzes where the news is coming from and gives you complete transparency on the potential biases these sources may have. That way, you can read between the lines of media bias and break free from the corporate media agenda. In arming you with the context and transparency, you'll have everything you need to think critically about the news and build responsible media literacy for yourself and others. With Ground News, you're not just mindlessly consuming the media, you're part of a movement that is working to hold them accountable and get straight to the facts. Break through the filter bubbles, the propaganda, and the bias, and subscribe to Ground News today.
Here's what we do. We go beyond the headline. We are willing to engage in transparent conversations with those who do not think like me. We also make sure that you know what's happening not only nationally, but in your local area. Make sure you tune in to Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie, Monday through Friday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Pacific Time.
Cool news, shopdyt.com now has books. There's a whole bunch of books there. You're gonna be shocked to find out that they're largely progressive. Of course! Ryan Grimm's book, We've Got People, is there. It's a fantastic story from Jesse Jackson to Bernie Sanders to AOC that explains the progressive movement probably better than any book I've ever read. Speaking of awesome books, my dad's got a book out called The Original Young Turk, where he goes from the poorest olive farmer you ever met in your life to living the
Welcome back. Okay, we have a lot of show left. Let me read some of these amazing comments. I appreciate everyone in advance. Jam says, honestly, I feel a little bad for people stupid and crazy enough to pray to Donald Trump like he's the patron saint of anything other than gifts and greed. So some people are praying to Trump. You're right. Paul Reeder. They expected her to cave and take a plea. This is what's wrong with plea deals. That's right. They wanted her to not go to trial, take a plea, get what looked to be a sweetheart deal for killing a cop, but no crime was committed. All right. The Lion True says the mind is a terrible thing to waste. Oops, my bad. You must first have a mind to waste. Marjorie Taylor Greene. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the bullpen. He's back. Actor extraordinaire, Mr. Elon Shulevich, is on the program to debate again today. Dear sir, good to have you back on the show. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you doing?
I'm doing quite well. Today we're going to chop it up about gun rights, the right to bear arms, things like that. Maybe even get into some constitutional carry dynamics because the state of Florida is very close to signing a constitutional carry bill that would make the majority of states constitutional carry states. We'll get into that during the show. I don't want to presume what you know, believe about the right to bear arms. So if you would, give us your sentiment and I will then opine.
Well, I'm a supporter of the Second Amendment, but beyond that, I feel like the United States has an illegal gun circulation problem. It's unfortunate. So part of the way to, protect yourself is obviously having a firearm. There's a lot of data to support it. The University of Pittsburgh found that 80% of gun crime was illegally obtained firearms. So obviously it's coming from illegal firearms. University of Chicago found that only 3% of gun crimes were committed with guns bought in a store. According to the 2021 National Firearms Survey, they estimated that guns are used in defensive incidents over 1.6 million times per year. And CPRC found that armed citizens stopped at least 34% of active shooters. So there's a lot of data to support the necessity, unfortunately, in our country of legal gun ownership.
Yeah, so I support the Second Amendment as well in its proper format and context. I am a supporter also of common sense statutory dynamics. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
This new thing called constitutional carry really has swept conservative states like a rocket. Now you have the state of Florida about to pass possibly a constitutional carry law as well. For the viewers, constitutional carry simply means you do not need a prerequisite to carry a firearm. No license, no permit, etc. It is a constitutional right, and because it is a constitutional right, there's no requirement for a registration, permit, etc. And that is the doctrine or the logic behind it. Do you agree with the ideology of constitutional carry?
Well, I don't think that it makes any measurable difference in the number of homicides at the end of the year. So I don't think
when
that
you say measurable difference,
yes,
what does measurable difference mean?
It means I truly don't believe more people will die at the end of the year, whether we have constitutional carry or you have to go get a permit for it.
Gotcha.
Again, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad you have a belief, but I'm talking about your actual opinion on the law of constitutional carry. Are you?
I support constitutional carry, yeah. I support background checks also for buying a firearm. But once you have a background check, the truth is if you're going to go get a background check, buy a firearm, and your plan is to hurt people with it, and you want to carry it around, and you're a criminal because you're actively willing to kill people with it, whether you have the right to legally carry that or not, you're going to carry it. So it's the purchasing of the gun that would be the initial problem, not whether you're concealing it and legally allowed to conceal it or not.
Okay, so I'm going to get back to that in just a moment. Under the constitutional carry law, law enforcement, they are barred. They are prohibited from asking anyone if they are lawfully in possession of a firearm. Constitutional carry makes it illegal for an officer to say, hey, can I see a permit for that firearm? Or, hey, do you legally have the right to possess that firearm? It makes it illegal for an officer to engage based on them seeing somebody with a gun, number one. Number two, if you
that's not true. Not seeing someone with a gun. In other words, they can't make an assumption that you are committing a crime just based on the fact that
that's not
may not have a firearm. There's no reason why a police officer should assume you have a firearm and then ask you if it's legal.
Right. I'm submitting to you the absolute truth of the statute. It prohibits, it bars, it makes illegal an officer asking a person, do you have a permit? Are you in lawful possession of the firearm? You can check out my facts statutorily.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. That's because firearms are legally allowed to be carried. So there's no assumption that you're committing a crime. A criminal who's carrying a firearm will conceal it to commit that crime. So the cop would not see it. If you're openly showing your firearm. Sorry, go ahead.
What I've said to you is not contrary to a fact. I'm just telling you what the law says.
Sure.
The law says officers cannot. It doesn't say possibly won't. It says they cannot ask this information of you, period, if they see you with a firearm. So let me move on to the constitutional dynamic of constitutional carry. I get it. It is the right to bear arms being protected. Remember, the Constitution does not give you rights. It simply protects the rights that you have. That is the sentiment of the Constitution. Mm-hmm. So if you believe that there should not be a prerequisite, there should not be a permitting process in order for you to have a gun, all right? Because you believe that it is a right, correct? Let me ask you this question. Do you believe voting is a right?
But I just said I believe there should be background checks.
No, I'm not talking about background checks, dear brother. I'm asking, do you believe voting is a right?
Sure, you should show an ID, just like you should show an ID to buy a firearm. Okay. I don't see any difference between the two.
Okay. Should you show an ID in states that are constitutional carry?
To buy a firearm, yes, you should still be obligated to show an ID and have a background check.
Why do they not do that?
They do. Good luck buying a gun without a background check. I've bought guns in numerous states, every single state. In fact, there was a study done, and I will personally send it to you because I know you're going to ask me where it came from. And they sent out agents to actually see if firearms could be purchased without a background check at gun shows where they're not required. No one was willing to sell a firearm at those. And less than 1% of gun crimes, like guns bought for gun crimes, are purchased.
So let's do this. Let me go ahead and let me do the numbers for you. So in the state of Georgia, 38%, and this is from the Sheriff's Association for the state because they keep track with these things. 38% of guns that were sold in the state of Georgia was sold by way of no background check because it was a private gun-to-gun sale. private gun owners sold to a private purchaser. 38%, damn near 40% of all the guns that were purchased in the state of Georgia did not require a background check. I do find your point of view interesting because I actually agree with it. I agree that universal background checks should be a norm. I agree with that. I also agree that the law is hypocritical when it comes to constitutional carry. If you're saying that you don't need a permit, you don't need to go to a licensing department in order to have a firearm because the right to bear arms is constitutionally protected, well, your right to vote is constitutionally protected, but you do have to register. You still have to present an ID or some other form of identification.
No,
there is a process to engage. My point is the laws are contradictory. Even if you believe in the universal background check like I do, you have to admit that the laws contradict on this matter as it relates to constitutionality.
No, because you're comparing a voting registry to a gun registry, which are two vastly different things.
No, that's not a gun registry, sir. As a matter of fact, most Americans are
we're in agreement. We're in agreement. You should show your license and you should do a background check. And that's fine. If your whole argument is that there should be background checks for when you purchase a firearm to make sure that you aren't admitted to a hospital ever for any severe mental illness and that you haven't committed a crime, we're on the same page. Yeah, 100%.
Well, and I think we're about 90% there. So I probably take it a step further. Let me tell you where I take it at. If you're going to pass laws that say constitutional carry, because this is a right, you don't need to present anything to exercise this right. But in order to exercise the right to vote, you must present A, B, and C to exercise that right. I think there's a hypocrisy in the way we look at both of these constitutionally protected rights. So that's my submission. Let me go to some of the numbers from the NRA. According to the public policy polling survey, 83% of gun owners, they support expanded background checks on the sale of all firearms. 72% of NRA members support the same. So you're in good company, dear brother. Most people who own guns, and most people who are members of the NRA agree with you and I. Also, a poll by the University of Chicago, Harris School of Public Policy, it shows that 71% of Americans say that all gun laws should actually be stricter. You also have another poll that shows 88% of everyday Americans believe that we should have a universal background check on all gun purchases. My question to you is this. If the majority of gun owners believe it, if the majority of NRA, paying NRA members believe it, and the majority of Americans believe it, both black, white, brown, male, female, Democrat, Republican, Independent, tell me why this is not a uniform policy in the United States of America. Because the only entity who doesn't want it are gun manufacturers. Those are the only entities who do not want this, even though everybody else does. Help me understand why.
Well, again, I mean, I've never been able to purchase a firearm without a background check. So if
well,
you're
that's
saying,
you, sir. That is not the statistical reality for people all across the country. My question is, why not uniform the policy if everybody says it's a good policy, including you?
I'm not a policymaker. I mean, I don't answer questions for why people do or don't do things. What I do know is, even within that, I think that the entire debate gets very convoluted because the vast majority of firearms, again, are illegally obtained handguns. That's what's being used to, unfortunately, kill the vast majority of people in our country when you look at homicides. And no one's actually looking at the solution for that. We keep debating over things that wouldn't necessarily measurably reduce homicide at the end of the year when we all agree that illegal firearms are terrible. And we should tackle that as a full solution first.
Let's talk about
right. We can move on to. I don't know why there's not universal background check.
Well, is not a universal background check statute because the gun manufacturers oppose it. So it doesn't matter that the majority of Americans are for it, the majority of gun owners are for it, the majority of NRA members are for it. As long as the gun manufacturers are against it, it won't get passed because of special interests. I hope that helps you understand the why. So let's go back to what you said about illegal guns. What makes a gun illegal?
Well, if it gets stolen, or you're right, if it gets essentially passed along into the funnel of being an illegal firearm, primarily being stolen.
Did the gun start as an illegal firearm?
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. We have hundreds of millions of illegal firearms in the country. So to start not
I'm going somewhere. I'm making a point, dear sir. Because what makes it illegal is a transaction that happened at some point in the journey of that firearm, correct? Because it started as a legal
primarily
firearm.
Being stolen. Yeah, primarily being stolen.
Right.
That's the vast majority.
But we agree, if it's a stolen firearm or classified as illegal, all firearms basically started as a legal manufactured firearm in the United States of America, correct?
Yeah, but again, that's somewhat irrelevant to the point I was making, which is that the guns are obtained illegally.
It's relevant to the point I'm making, dear sir.
Sure. Okay, so what's the point?
Okay, so my point is this. You have more guns than people in the United States of America. The United States of America has the highest per capita homicide rate. We are one of the absolute most crime-ridden places on the planet Earth as it relates to gun violence.
In the first world.
Mass shootings. We have more mass shootings than any other developed nation, except for 1 year. That was one caveat. But every other year for the last 30 years, it's been us. It's been America. We don't have the most in population. We're not the most violent on television. As a matter of fact, there are other countries that have more violent content than we do. But we are number one. We're number one in gun violence. And I submit to you, we're number one in gun violence because of the access to guns and our infatuation with gun culture in the United States of America. So when you talk about illegal guns, understand that every single illegal gun started as a legal gun in the United States of America. My point is, if we limit access to guns, if we limit access to weaponry, remember, all weapons, all categories of weapons started legal. Do you not believe it would limit or decrease some of the carnage we see through gun violence in America?
I sadly don't, because from 1993 to 2018, the homicide rate dropped by 49%, according to Pew Poll research. According to the FBI, dropped by 40%. And in that time, gun ownership went up tremendously in that time, legal gun ownership. And even within that, a lot of the laws that people are trying to pass were actually around back then. Like the assault weapon ban ended in 2004.
You brought up the assault weapon ban, dear sir. That proves my point. During the assault weapon ban, guess what went down? Murders related to assault weapons. You know that, right?
And homicide went up. It dropped after. It dropped after the ban from 2004.
When the ban was in place, you had a sharp, significant statistical decrease in the number of crimes committed using that kind of weapon.
But overall homicide from 2014 to 2018, forget 1993, just from that ban, dropped 20%. In other words, statistically speaking, since the ban of assault weapons ended, we had a 20% reduction in homicide. If assault weapons were such a threat to, let me just finish this one point. If assault weapons were such a threat to society, if they were such a threat to society, we would have seen a spike in overall homicide. Assault weapons are used in less than 1%. All rifles are used in less than 3% of homicide. So assault weapons are extremely low on the.
Let's go back, man, because I promise you, students who have been shot by assault rifles or semi-automatic weaponry, they would disagree with you, or the parents.
Don't play that game with me. That's
a very nobody playing a damn game with you. First of all, I don't play games. I'm serious about what I say and what I do.
It's the you don't care about human life because I'm not on the same page as you on this argument.
Do you understand? Nobody's playing with you. You get that, right?
You don't care. It's the same tactic used anytime people debate about gun control. It's my biggest pet peeve because it shuts down the debate and it tries to paint the people who disagree with you.
I'm not shutting down the damn thing.
I care about human life the same amount as you.
Sir. I'm 10 toes down. I'm right here. The debate is ongoing. My point to you is when there was a ban on assault weapons as it relates to crimes went down in America. There's a direct correlation. It's called cause and effect. How you don't see that, I don't quite understand. But I appreciate you being on the program. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Remember, take care of yourself, take care of each other, take care of the planet. Remember, the truth is always indisputable.
Hello and welcome to Unbossed. We are so glad you are here. And in the co-host chair today is none other than Jackson White. We are at Jackson White Mondays. Yes, Action Jackson will be with us every single Monday. Or can I say most Mondays, just in case something jumps off?
Yeah, just in case, somebody gets sick or life happens, But we were doing Wednesdays, but now we making it a little more special and we getting the week completely started off from the jump with Nina and Jackson.
There it is.
I'm feeling good about it.
From the jump, and I'm feeling good about it too. And Jackson, speaking of the jump, I was watching the Cavs last night. I was at the game.
Oh, yeah.
Did it in the land, so people may see. No, they never have seen me wear a jersey before, but baby, I got the land today. We did that. We are on our way to the play. Land. Get ready.
All right, yeah. So you got your week started off really nice then.
Really nice last night. It was really good. Got a chance to spend time with my dad. So daddy-daughter time on the court. That's a beautiful, beautiful thing. So here we are. We're gonna talk about some basketball today that ain't beautiful, but I just want to start off with the beautiful thing that the Cavs absolutely won last night, and they are on fire in the land. So Jackson and I will be talking about 3,000 employees are seeking to unionize after being referred to as inmates by managers. Yes, in the good old US of A, you got managers calling the workers who make it happen every single day, calling them inmates. Then Representative Hakeem Jeffries urges leader or Speaker McCarthy to hold a vote on common sense gun reform. Ain't got a problem with that. Glad he's urging it, but wish he was doing all that urging when the Democrats were in control during the 117th Congress. Jackson and I will talk about how both parties are failing, but this right here is definitely a WTF moment. Y'all know how I hate when people play politics just to pay politics. And later in the show, we'll discuss the double standard for black women in sports. This is that other basketball game I was telling you about. And it's not just a double standard for black women in sports. It is a double standard for black women in life. Hello, somebody. Now don't forget to share, to subscribe, to like. If you are new to tuning into Unbossed, welcome to the show. Make sure you share this love. If you are a regular viewer, we thank you so very much. Get ready to make some comments. Sachi will be collecting those comments. And I want you to share this with your friends and your frenemies. This is one of the best hours of their day. Do that for us, will you? So we're gonna start off with the unification or the unionization efforts. A transportation and shipping company is seeking to unionize. The company DHL is one of the largest air cargo airports in the world. And why are they seeking to unionize? I am so glad you asked. A former manager at one of DHL's largest facilities claims a fellow manager or fellow managers refer to workers as inmates and themselves as wardens of a prison in conversations about how to stop a union organize and drive at the site. This is coming from The Guardian. Thank you, Michael, for this reporting. Now, let me tell you something. If you're referring to the people who work for you, work with you as inmates, and you think you are a warden, you need not be in a management position. That gets it started all wrong from the beginning. It is definitely the wrong mindset to have when it comes to employees and those people who supervise the people who actually work with them. Now, here's more about what the former manager went through. Ryan Doan has worked at DHL for about 5 years and was promoted to a manager position as a ramp lead on the DHL Express ramp. He said he resigned from management at the logistics company's Super Hub and returned to an hourly position after hearing the responses and attitudes of other managers towards his coworkers once a union organized and drive ramped up at the site. And you know what, Ryan is the kind of person that we need to be a manager, but certainly we can understand why he didn't want any parts of that leadership nonsense. Kudos to him. And he went on to say, I kept hearing ill speaking of the hourly workers. or hourly employees. Then one day I overheard a conversation between two managers that they needed to take back the hub that they referred to as a prison, and that they are the wardens taking back the prison from the inmates. On that note, I did not want to be a part of management anymore because I couldn't idly sit by and allow managers to speak ill of the people I called my friends and colleagues. It didn't sit right with me as a human being. You better go ahead and say that, Ryan. Now, afterwards, he started speaking with union organizers and getting involved in the union effort. The Teamsters are unionizing for other reasons, such as DHL workers pushing for job security, representation at disciplinary hearings, improved pay and benefits, a voice on safety issues and working conditions. This is the same thing that most workers, no matter what field they're in, these are the types of things that workers are asking for, and this is not unreasonable. Now, more about the company DHL. DHL employs about 3,000 workers at the CVG Global Hub, with 900 workers currently seeking to form a union with Teamsters Local 100. And the work isn't easy either. The work is dangerous and grueling. Dangerous and grueling, with workers subjected to extreme temperatures in the summer and winter months, often without air conditioning or heating in vehicles. Now, sisters and brothers, family and friends, this is wrong and we know it. And we've heard other shipping type companies make references to those same types of working conditions, which actually no one should be facing in the 21st century in America. Now, another employee stated, as hourly employees, we've been referred to as inmates by managers. The phrase used was they are the ones taking back the ramp from the inmates. We're just not respected out there. We don't have the dignity and respect in the workplace that we deserve, and people are getting fed up with it. And that's coming from Stephen Fightmaster. What an excellent last name. When asked about the inmates' comments, a spokesperson for DHL did not directly address the allegations. So here we are, Jackson. Workers are rising up all over this country. They are realizing that they don't have to take insufficient and cruel work conditions. And really kudos to Ryan for saying, I mean, he gave up a promotion. He said, I don't want any parts of this.
Absolutely, 100%. And I think one of the things that's happening right now, well, first, we're going to continue to see more workers push for unionization across a plethora of industries. Well, one thing that's happening right now is there was a time when de-unionization wasn't as big of a deal because the economy was better. But now that's really not the case. And so people are feeling the pain a whole lot more. It's rough out here. Workers are incredibly replaceable. And to the point where, I mean, like if you, and this is coming from somebody, I don't have a college degree. So if you don't have a college education plus really a nice network who can just kind of put you in a job, you might be spending months or years looking for something decent if you don't want to work at a shoe store or at the mall somewhere. And, I mean, so much to the point where even if you're making six figures, depending on where you live, you can make $100,000+. You can make $200,000. But if you lose that job, you might instantly be broke because your bills are too much. You got to pay you got to pay for X, Y, and Z. So we're going to see more workers push for unionization because in a lot of ways, it's the only way the working class can survive moving forward. Otherwise, it's just profits for the managerial class and nothing more, to the point where they're calling them inmates. It's like, I mean, just think about the culture that is. They really don't have any regard for the workers who make everything possible.
No, they don't, Jackson. And whether or not that managerial class realizes it or not, they are part of the working class. And I say this often, I'll continue to say it, unless you got a sugar mama, sugar daddy, a sugar somebody, or
how long is that gonna last?
Right, you're part of the working class. Right. And so just because you got an extra fancy title does not mean that you're better than the people that help you with the extra fancy title, make it happen for that company. It should be unacceptable, and whoever is over those managers should be embarrassed and disgusted that anything like this is bubbling up and try to do something about it. But if they are not, it is because they don't want to see these workers unionized. Now, union support in this country is on the rise. Jackson made a very good point. When times are good, maybe people felt like they didn't need a union, but union support is on the rise in this country. And I would say that we always need unions because workers need the opportunity to come together and collectively bargain, to be able to sit across the table from management and collectively bargain for benefits, for wages, and for work conditions. So DHL, your employees, please, y'all keep the faith and keep the fight. And Jackson, now ain't nothing wrong with the mall workers now.
Oh, nothing, ain't nothing wrong with it. But I mean, just in terms of like, between that and like a career level position that's gonna come with a salary and benefits, like it can be difficult to get in a spot like that. But you're 100% right. Even people in the managerial class, they're still part of the working class. Just because you have a fancy title really doesn't mean much. So the Bill Clinton era is gone. The 90s where it was great for Democrats can be a little more corporate because everybody has savings.
Oh Lord,
those days are over. So yeah.
Yeah, no, kudos for those workers. So we're gonna keep you up to date on this story, and no employee should be called inmates, and managers who think that they are wardens, they need a new job. So DHL leadership, y'all need to go ahead and get your folks and get that place cleaned out and answer the cries and the pleas of your workers that make DHL pop every single day. WTF neoliberal. Unfortunately, this political moment is more about I got yous among politicians instead of working to get the people what they need. The case in point has me scratching my head, shaking my head, and sighing. WTF neoliberal.
We will now kneel.
Miss Cinema, no.
I have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
We haven't played it in a while. And in all honesty, though, this segment right here that Jackson and I are about to discuss with you, it could be called WTF neoliberal and WTH GOP, but we only got a bumper for WTF neoliberal. So here we are. We're gonna talk about both of them though. Let's look at this headline. Representative Jeffries urges McCarthy to hold vote on common sense gun reform after Nashville shooting. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is pressing Speaker Kevin McCarthy to hold a vote on common sense gun safety legislation following this week's deadly shooting at a Christian school in Nashville. Good on him. I'm glad that he is pushing him to do that, but he should have been pushing a long time ago. And why are they always writing a letter? Always writing a letter today. Instead of doing something today, it numbs the mind. Why Democrats had many opportunities over the last few election cycles in the Congress where Democrats were in total control, whether it was the Obama administration, beginning of the Obama administration, also the beginning of the Biden administration, that they controlled both chambers and they really could have done something about this scourge called mass shootings. And I mean in a variety of ways, not just common sense gun laws, which most Americans do agree that they want. Even most gun owners outside of the NRA are okay with common sense gun reform. But I'll come back to that. In his letter to Speaker McCarthy, Leader Jeffries wrote the following: I write today to strongly urge you to immediately bring up common sense gun safety legislation for a vote upon our return to Congress. And you know why he said upon the return? Because they gone on break. Now everybody deserves a break. I'm not hating on that, but it's so much work that this Congress needs to get done. And it always seems like to me, they always on break. And I don't have a problem with them pushing the Republicans again on this issue, push away. What I have a problem with is performative politics for the sake of performative politics without any compass towards truly, and I mean truly, getting something done in a way that says that you're gonna put it all out on the line. Now, a reminder about what happened in Nashville. 3 children and 3 adults dead in Nashville school shooting. 3 children and 3 adult staff members died from gunshot wounds in Nashville, Tennessee on Monday. Police said after an individual armed with 2 assault-style weapons and a handgun opened fire at the school. Now, the shooter was a 20-year-old white woman. This woman was eventually shot by police. And the victims of the shooting, Evelyn Haley, William, all of those were children, 9 years old. And we got Cynthia, Catherine, and Mike. All of them were in their 60s. So we got 3 babies, 3 adults. It don't matter how old any of these people are, but this is how the news put it out there, and that's fine. We want to know. But these are the people, the babies and the adults looking out for these babies who were shot during this mass shooting. Now let's watch Representative Jamal Bowman express his outrage over this tragedy.
Ask them, and then go to the Senate, ask the same questions. They're cowards. They're all cowards. They won't do anything to save the lives of our children at all. Cowards. Pressure them. Force them to respond to the question, why the hell won't you do anything to save America's children? And let them explain that all the way up until election day on 2024. Let them explain it all the way up to election day on 2024. Here, I'm talking about gun violence.
There's never been.
I'm talking about gun violence.
In a school that allows teachers to carry.
Oh my God. Carry guns? You think more guns lead to more death? More guns lead to more death. Look at the data. You're not looking at any data. You're carrying the water for the gun lobby. Look at the data. More guns lead to more deaths. States that have open carry laws have more death.
In every school
States that have open carry laws have more death. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Calm down. Children are dying. 9-year-old children. The solution is not arming teachers. Have you ever worked in a school? 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 It's a yes or no question.
There it is, Representative Bowman giving it the requisite emotion that it deserves. Now that's what I'm talking about, Jackson. That's what I want to see elected officials do. Get out there and yell and scream and do what needs to be done. Jackson, too often they too cool, calm, and collected about tragedies like this and others. And he was minding his own business before that other rep gonna come up in there and ask him what he yelling about and then start pointing at him. And then I know this is really subtle and maybe petty, but that chick that walked between them like that kind of got to me. That white chick that walked between them like that instead of walking around them. That messed with me a little bit. But here we are, Representative Bowman doing exactly and saying what exactly needs to be said about the weight of this moment. Your thoughts?
Well, it's just like
that chick right there. I'm sorry, the team played it. I think
that bothered you because you be in people's faces and you put yourself in his shoes. Like if you was in somebody's face and they walked between you, so you caught.
Yeah, I probably would have. Yeah. Hold on, brother. I come right back to you, chick. Didn't you see us talking?
Yeah, that's why I said you just have experience with that,
Oh yeah. It's called disrespect. She was disrespectful, is what she was.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
But this is just like a uniquely American problem in terms of people not really understanding more cancer is more cancer, more disease is more disease, more guns is more shooting. Like it's really not a complicated issue at all. And if we have more people like Jamal Bowman in the Democratic Party, not just making that rhetoric in people's faces, but also on the floor of Congress and how hard they push for bills, we wouldn't have this issue so greatly. Because what was it? The Oklahoma shootings? I was alive when that happened. What was that? 98 or something like that. Ever since then, it's just been an increasing problem. Yeah, it's just escalated more and more and more. There's just really no argument to be had. It kind of reminds me, the Democrats are like, when somebody's been looking, they're looking for a job. 6 months go by, they still ain't got no job. Like, how hard are you really looking? Like, you might not be able to find something great. Go work at McDonald's or Burger King in the meantime. So it's just like, that's kind of what the Democratic Party reminds me of. It's like you look up and it's like, y'all really ain't fighting just because you got a bill on the docket. Really
come on. And that's it, Jackson. That's it. And all of these smart want to know it alls. I had a tweet I was gonna put up, but I decided otherwise because I, made a tweet about, hey, Democrats, y'all should have did something. And that's not letting the Republicans off the hook. And then some smart Alec, which he shouldn't have jumped into my, like that chick that walked between them. Don't come on comment on my stuff, baby, if you ain't ready to do the dance.
Oh, yeah,
but anyway, he did, bad faith. You making a bad faith argument. No, I'm not. Yeah, Democrats did put up some bills and they did pass those bills, but they knew good and daggone well those bills wasn't gonna pass in the Senate over there. And they were lightweight on that when they had many, many opportunities. And it just galls me, Jackson, to see so many people like this person that had the nerve to get all up in my face on Twitter, because that's pretty much what they did. Not understand that defending political parties is not where we should be right now. Why the hell are you defending either one of these parties when it comes to this matter of mass shooting, especially mass shootings at schools? Both parties have not done what they should do to protect our children. Now, Jack, there have been 130 mass shootings in the United States so far. We just in April. According to the Gun Violence Archive, there were 647 mass shootings last year. We are already at 130, America. Now, the deadliest school shooting since 1999, let's put up part 1 of that. We got in 2018 in May, Santa Fe High School, February 14, 2018, Stoneman Douglas High School, November 14, 2017, Ranchero, Toma Elementary School, October 1st, 2015, Uqua Community College in Roseburg, Arizona, May 23rd, 2014, the area near the University of California, Santa Barbara campus. All right, and it keeps on going. The deadliest school shooting since 1999, part 2. You got December 14th, Sandy Hook, April 2nd, Orcos University in Oakland, California, 2007, Virginia Tech in Blacksburg, Virginia, October 2nd, 2006. West Nickel Mine School in Pennsylvania, March 21st, 2005. Red Lake Senior High School in Red Lake, Minnesota. And on April the 20th, 1999, we got Columbine High School. Now, there have been others, you all. We're just highlighting some of the deadliest ones. But America, we got a problem. And Houston, we got a problem. Hello, somebody, we have a problem. We got to address it. Now, back to the performative nature of this particular situation. The Dems had, as Jackson and I have laid out, they've had ample opportunities to go ham over mass shootings, especially mass shootings of our children in school. They failed to go hard in the paint in the 117th Congress when Joseph R. Biden, the current president of the United States of America, had control of both chambers of Congress. And the same thing happened when President Obama had control of both chambers in that Congress. Did they push the president hard to lean in on the Dems in the Senate? No. Did they push hard on the president and the Dem senators to end the filibuster? Hell no. So that tells me they weren't really serious to begin with. Now look, people always say they don't like politics. It depends on how politics is used. And at this point, family, these politicians, most of them, far too many of them, not all of them, but far too many of them are using it for performative purposes. Meanwhile, people are dying, physically, mentally, spiritually dying. So I need you to hear me and understand that. But you know who's in full control? Who doesn't lose, they don't lose anything, they don't lose sleep, they don't lose money, they lose nothing. And that's the owner donors. And the major owner donor that is in control at this time put up this headline, team, how the NRA became the most powerful special interest in Washington. Unlike corporate lobbyists, the power of the NRA comes from its massive membership and powerful activist base, as well as from millions of dollars from dues and corporate sponsors. And do y'all wanna know what they do with those dues and those corporate sponsors? They pay off politicians. They bribe politicians both on the state and federal levels of government. And while other lobbyists usually have rivals, the gun lobby's opposition doesn't have anywhere near the strength of support that the NRA has. They don't. Now, Chris points out that in 2010, the NRA spent more than $240 million, more than the Brady Center, to prevent gun violence, the biggest spender among gun control groups. That's it. They outspent the Brady Center to not have any checks on this thing. And they act as though the Second Amendment is absolute. It is not absolute. And I'm for people bearing arms. Bear your arms. But people got to bear arms responsibly. And we have to come together as a nation to say that this cannot continue to stand instead of worshiping the Second Amendment. Jackson, your thoughts?
Well, at the end of the day, again, like we pointed out since Columbine in '99, it's been getting worse. But the reason that politicians don't go hard on this issue is because it will require them to work and try. You got to consider a lot of people who are senators or in the House. That's a pretty sweet job. Like you're connected to everyone. Everyone's connected to you. You're the person everybody got to talk to. You're in a position to where if you just let the donors pay you, you really don't have to do very much at all. You have access to start whatever other business you want to. You're set. And if you want to leave office, you can do that. And you got a whole bunch of other jobs lined up for you. So it's really just a matter of being, it's really just a corporate job. Being a politician at that level is a good career, and they want to be comfortable. They don't really want to risk that. So that's why they don't fight.
Don't fight and don't care about Big Mama and Big Papa's kids being uncomfortable in their communities. And again, not all of them, but far too many of them are controlled by the owner donors, and that's why things don't happen. And this country is failing when it comes to not only protecting our children, but the whole of the country. It will take a plethora of remedies, America, plethora, not just one. One size doesn't fit all. They will take a plethora of remedies to solve the problem with these guns. Starting with electing leaders that have a spine. And on the other hand, we all have a role to play. These words from my interview on The Breakfast Club. We going back to the Wild Wild West. You want to arm teachers instead of getting to the root of the problem. You can arm every teacher in America. That's not going to get it at the root of the problem, because if somebody is really determined to be a mass shooter, they ready to die.
That's right.
On that day, I'm ready to die because I know that the chances that I may die are very high, and I'm just going in to do this. Again, you can't solve the gun problem with more guns. We got more guns than any other nation per person in this country. So it is, and parents are already armed. I know a lot of armed parents, but that is not necessarily the solution. The solution is getting at the root of the problem is mental health. And I'm not talking about diagnosed people, but we have a mental health problem in this country, an addiction to guns. That's number one. Number two, we need other types of services that wrap around a community to try to prevent this from happening. The goal is prevention. The goal is not to have people to act when it's happening. That's it. The goal is prevention, not to have people armed to the teeth, shooting up everything after it happened. We don't want things like this to happen, America. Can I get an amen on that? Can I get a hello, somebody, on that? Are you just as fed up as you saw Representative Bowman comport himself that day? Because that was the right reaction to have. Stop being cool, calm, and collected in situations where we should not be cool, calm, and collected. We should be absolutely outraged. And it's not just about mass shootings that happen in schools. That's one part of it. But in some communities, there's mass shootings on a regular basis. So we have a lot of work to do as a nation to deal with this problem. And make no mistake about it, it is a problem. And that's why I said it's not the sole solution. I'm not gonna tell parents who are responsible gun owners not to have a weapon. They can have a weapon. But again, you can't outgun the guns. You're gonna shoot up everybody dead. That's really what this comes down to, unless we as a country change course here. And when I said that people who want to do that are going to do it anyway, I know some of the people on the right say that too. I'm not saying it in the same way that they're saying. What I am saying is that we must always be ready to deal with matters of this import, but that does not mean that the solution, like that representative that got up in Representative Bowman's face, the solution is not necessarily to arm every teacher. You think those bullets got names on them? So the teachers having a shootout and everybody having a shootout. That's not it. That is not it. The solution is it's a plethora of things. Protecting the schools, making sure, as I said in that interview on The Breakfast Club, that we have wraparound services in communities, making sure that people are gainfully employed, making sure that we have Medicare for all, so that in cases where people do have mental health challenges, and let me lay this out here, because everybody want to make it like people who have diagnosed mental health, I want to be clear about this, they randomly just going out shooting, and that is not the case. Now, that's not to say that some of these people who are doing it don't They might not be diagnosed, but I'm also tired of the mental health, people with mental health challenges always being labeled in that way. It's unfair to them. Now, when I said this country has a mental health problem, I meant that. Addiction to guns is a damn mental health problem. When we so addicted that we don't want to save our babies or save our communities, something is wrong. So are you with me, America? Show the requisite emotion. Take a page out of Representative Bowman's book and start pressing these leaders, whether they Republican or Democrat, to stop playing games with the lives of our children and the lives in our community and do something. Common sense gun reform is just one thing, but we need other social services that will help undergird people in this country. And it don't matter if you rock red or rock blue. This is about humanity. All right, wrap your minds around that. We coming back after this.
Welcome to the Damage Report. I'm John Idarola. This is gonna be a big one. Meanwhile, in the Arctic, you know where this is going. You watch the Damage Report, the Arctic's on fire. Obviously, why would we be talking about the Arctic except to tell you that it's melting once again? The Republicans aren't that interested in it. I wonder why. Lift out of poverty up to 3.7 million people, including an estimated 1.3 million children. Hashtag save the children? Not if it costs money. I mean, come on.
What's happening? I'm Dr. Rashad Richey, host of Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Richey. Here's the bottom line. I play no games about policy, period. Too many people's lives are at stake. So here's what I do. I challenge conservative ideology that hinders the growth of this country. I make sure we place our facts in proper context, and I have no problem debating anyone on a position that I have. Progressives have the ideas to change the world, but when you really look at it, progressives have always change this world for the better. I want you to tune into my new show, Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Richey, right here on the TYT Network, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Pacific Time. I'll see you there.
Everything that we've accomplished over the years is because of our members who've allowed us to remain independent of corporate interests and reach 20 million followers. Now is the time to bring as many people into the progressive movement as possible. We're inviting you to be the change and help bring a community-powered progressive change machine to life. Details are at tyt.com/change. If you're a member, thank you. We need you to remain so. If you're one of the thousands of viewers out there who's not a member yet, the time has come for you to join now. We need you more than ever. tyt.com/change.
Welcome back to the show. I hope you're wrapping your minds around that. Jackson and I continue to talk about this throughout the break. This is serious, and it's not just about, what's gonna happen after the fact. Jackson was sharing that DeSanctimonious, is that who it was?
No, Rick Scott, close, almost.
Rick Scott. Well, hell, you've seen them one, you've seen them all. The rhetoric that they have, but talking about automatic death penalty. That's again, these are after the fact things. We need to do some things as a nation to try to prevent as much as we can. We know we can't prevent 100%, but if we can get to 98%, that's good. Prevent as much as we can, America, and we can do many things to try to stop this kind of stuff from happening. Oh, we're so glad to be back. Now, don't forget to listen to Unbossed wherever you get your podcast, baby. Listen to us, and you can watch your favorite TYT shows on Pluto TV, Samsung TV Plus, Roku, YouTube TV, and much, much more by searching for TYT or the Young Turks. And remember to add our channel to your favorites. And do not forget, after this show, you can catch JR Jackson on the Watchlist right after this, so please watch his show. All right, coming to our comments, my favorite part of the show, TYT members first, Speed Racer. Hey, Speed Racer, you've been missing in action. So glad you're back in the comments today. Nina, congrats to your Cavs. I know that's right, Speed Racers in the land, baby. They beat my Pacers real good. Oh, Speed Racer, thank you. What sportsmanship to congratulate me. And your Pacers played a good game, though. I was in the place. They were handling their own. but thank you for the congratulations. And Danny Houdini Dragon, Merry Monday. I love that. Nina, lovely as always. And Jackson joining the ranks of Unbossed regulars. Yes, he is. Much love to you both from Sweden. Thank you, Danny.
From Sweden.
From Sweden.
We're trying to be more like Sweden over here. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, we do.
We strive to be like y'all.
Danny, help us out on that. But thank you, darling, so much. And on Twitch, Adam. Hey, Adam, Nina, and Jackson, here we go. Yes, here we go, baby. And on YouTube,
I need this right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm dealing with a whole bunch of stuff. I'm 31. I'm like, okay, what am I doing with my life now? Which direction am I headed? So it's good to hear this type of feedback. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely is much needed. So thank you.
Well, you are appreciated, Jackson, and you're good at what you do.
Thank you.
And on YouTube Super Chat, Christina, I love Nina and Jackson so much. Nina for president. Thank you for that, Christina.
Yes.
They ain't ready for this type of black girl magic.
Yeah, 2028. You know what I'm saying? We gotta let Biden and Trump get out the way. You know what I'm saying? And then we gonna keep on building until it's time.
We're gonna keep on building. I would be gassing up the jet. Look, hey Jackson, I need me 10 Air Force Ones, all lined up and ready to go, baby.
Yep. I'm gonna be on your campaign going hard for you. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, so I appreciate that. We gonna let. I would not waste the power of the presidency. You can believe that. I would be out here working like I'm only gonna get one term. So we're gonna get it all done as much as we can. And then Donald, I'm starting to get fired up. I need your spark, Senator. Thank you, Donald, so much. We appreciate you and each and every one of you, our viewers and our subscribers and our members. We cannot do what we do, boo, without each and every one of you. Thank you so very much. All right, now I am about to go from happy to perturbed. Yeah. DeVos throws money into the Chicago mayor race. Chicago's mayoral runoff is tomorrow, and it's a tight race between progressive Brandon Johnson and conservative Democrat, you got it right, Paul Vallis. First, a quick recap of what's happening and about the candidates. The two candidates to emerge from February's nonpartisan primary, Brandon Johnson and Paul Vallis, are both Democrats, but offer a genuine, if not necessary, salubrious choice. Hope I pronounced that damn word right. Y'all know sometimes, maybe I didn't, but forgive us, sister. Mr. Vallis, 69, is an educational bureaucrat who has run school systems in Chicago and elsewhere. Mr. Johnson, 47, is a former public school teacher who has been one of 17 members of the Cook County Board of Commissioners. Mr. Vallis has positioned himself as intensely practical. Ooh, Lord, when y'all start hearing these damn Democrats talking about practical over having a vision that provides provision for the people, we in trouble. That's your sign right there that ain't the right person. Mr. Johnson has positioned himself as an unflinching progressive. If elected, Mr. Vallis pledges to increase the police presence in crime-ridden communities. I hope he has some plans to do other things than increase the police presence. Lead that up, team, because police presence is one thing, but trying to get the police to be the social worker and all those other things that need to happen in the community to make it whole. This ain't about having more police and more guns, all right? Because if that was the solution, then hell, we should be flying mighty fine, mighty high in America, but that ain't the damn solution. But that's it. He has the support of the police union. Of course he does. Mr. Johnson claims that his major investment won't be in cops, but in people, by which he means programs. He has the support of the teachers union. Johnson has the backing of many prominent Democratic politicians, including Senator Bernie Sanders. Right now is literally a nail-biting race. It's a statistical dead heat. Latest polls show Chicago mayoral race in a dead heat as candidates make final pitches. Meanwhile, Paul Vallis is getting some financial help from a certain former education secretary. DeVos, her Tide PAC sends $60,000 in support of Chicago school privateer Paul Vallis. The Illinois Federation of Children PAC, which is bankrolled by the DeVos-backed American Federation for Children Action Fund, recently spent almost $60,000 on digital media supporting Vallis, according to new campaign finance disclosures. Thank you, Common Dreams. Thank you, Jake Johnson. The American Federation for Children board includes infamous political figures such as former Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker and former Senator Joe Lieberman, both of whom are outspoken supporters of school privatization. The Illinois Families for Public Schools were quick to recognize the dangers of DeVos' influence in the race, and it is, in fact, dangerous. If she's on the other guy's side, you gotta look twice, maybe 3 times at this fella. DeVos has not endorsed Vallas. Vallas' education plans for Chicago school systems are directly aligned with the DeVos agenda of school privatization. One she supported as Secretary of Education, shouldn't have never been a Secretary of Education. But I digress. And promotes through her national network of advocacy organizations and PACs, defunding and dismantling public school systems and redirecting public funds via programs like vouchers to private schools. What's going on in Chicago is really another example of big corrupt money thrown into politics. Trust me, I've understood it, both personally and also for candidates that I've supported over the years. Jackson, your thoughts?
It's just really amazing how, like, with the wealth gap, the people who got money to do stuff like this, like, it really is not a big deal to them. Like, they just throw tens of thousands, millions of dollars at X, Y, and Z to reshape the country in ways that they really won't feel. Like, it's really goofy that Betsy DeVos, like, why did you really want to be education secretary? And why are you even in this space? Like, she just kind of comes off like a bored rich woman who just wants to have some kind of purpose in her life and, never worked in a public school, never had any experience in that area whatsoever, but she's so passionate about charter schools. And it's like, why? You know what I'm saying? Like, where's all this conviction coming from? Money. Right. Just other than that. Yeah. So it's really just, and again, unfortunately, the wealthiest people in this country who could just bankroll the government, they're just bored. And everything that they're giving themselves more of, they don't need more of it. They're not becoming more happy or more fulfilled by taking less away from everybody else. But yeah, I mean, just Betsy DeVos, the fact that she was the education secretary is really just an indictment on how corrupt our system is.
It really, really is. Her and so many others. It's not just her. We can look at a whole bunch of cabinet secretaries, even some, right now in the Biden cabinet too. It's the same absolute thing. So you guys, tomorrow is the day. We will see if the progressive beats over the corporate dim tomorrow. Chi-Town, get out there to vote. If you all have family members in Chi-Town, please encourage them to get out there to vote. Now we move on to another basketball story that, there was a win there. But what happened to one of the players is nothing to celebrate about. The final NCAA women's basketball game was yesterday, and LSU, Louisiana State, dominated and took home the championship. They was playing like my Cavs out there. But of course, some anti-black racist folks had to open their mouths. The situation comes as LSU's Angel Reese made a gesture before the end of the game, which her team was set to win. And here's the gesture that she made. She's pointing at her ring finger, y'all. Basically saying, we about to clinch this baby. The ring is ours. I mean, that's what that pretty much means. Now, many pointed out that Angel Reese, who is black, because Angel Reese did it, now there was all kinds of problems. So many pointed out that Angel Reese, who was black, was simply repeating a gesture that Caitlin Clark, who is white, had made earlier in the tournament during a game against Louisville. Clark told an opponent, quote, "You're down by 15 points, shut up." First, she was often praised on social media for her spirit and her swagger. All right, fine. You can get away with that. Let's put up the screen grab of those two. So Caitlin had did this to another team at another game, and then Angel did it last night. And nobody said anything about Caitlin, but now all of a sudden, what Reese did is a problem. It's a 911. 911, what's your emergency? Angel Reese did something that Caitlin did, and it's an emergency because she is a Black woman. And players talk all kinds of trash. Put me up, y'all. Players talk all kinds of trash on the court all the time. Now you might not like it, but this is what they do. They try to intimidate the players that they're playing against by getting in their head. Now whoever Caitlin told to shut up, I hope they told her to shut up back. The hell she thinks she is? She ain't nobody's mama. I'm sorry, y'all, I digress. I wish somebody would tell me to shut up. All right, here we go. Both players are really skilled at what they do, but there is a double standard at play here. which Reese called out. Watch this.
Here, but when other people do it, y'all don't say nothing. So this is for the girls that look like me, that's gonna speak up on what they believe in. It's unapologetically you, and that's what I did it for tonight. This was for it was bigger than me tonight.
She is so right about this. This is for the girls who look like me. You better say that, Caitlin. I understand, because I get it too all the damn time. This is for the girls that look like me. Now, former ESPN host Keith Olbermann, he had to jump into this. He shouldn't have jumped into this because he wasn't invited. But oh yeah, he had to jump in. Put up his tweet, please. What a effing idiot, he said. He said the F word. It wasn't freaking. All right, it wasn't flim flam. Y'all know what he said. Now he's calling Angel Reese an idiot on top of her putting up the gesture of the hands. Angel Reese to Caitlin Clark. But then, because he got it, your thoughts on this so far?
I mean, just in general, like if no one would have even noticed this, you know what I'm saying? Like if they didn't make a fuss about it, no one would have even paid attention or zeroed in on the fact that Reese had her hand up like this. Like who would have even picked up on that? And like you said, trash talking and getting in people's heads is just a part of sports, whether it's basketball, football, boxing, baseball. It don't matter what it is. It's a part of the game. Yeah, it's a part of competition. You know what I'm saying? And in a lot of ways, it's what makes games enjoyable, depending on, like how intense it is. So I personally, I mean, other than like, racist people just looking for something to complain about, who cares? Like, like no one would, again, like if no one raised a fuss about this, no one would be talking about it whatsoever. So I don't really see what the big deal is at all, other than I know, we're talking about it to show the disparity. But it's like, and then Keith Olbermann, like you said, like,
I know.
Where did you come from?
Who invited him to this
right.
party?
And are you really that offended? Like, are you really that upset?
He just had to have something to say, Jackson. Thank you, Jackson. I was pretty much really all choked up over this. So
it's all good. It's like they acting like, what's the dude name who had the guns? The NBA dude, he was flashing his guns and stuff like that. They acting like she did something like that, like to where but this just competition on the court.
Just competition on the court. And men do this kind of stuff all the time.
And
but
much
here we go. Man, much worse. You're right. Messing with. So now Olbermann got handed. He got handled, right? Because he didn't know little Caitlin had done the same thing. So let's go on though before he gets handled. So he also put up, doesn't matter the gender, the sport, the background, you're seconds away from a championship and you do something like this and overshadow all the good, mindless, classless, and what kind of coach does this team have? Keith Olbermann, you got some damn nerve, dude. You shouldn't have, this wasn't none of your business, but you jumped in. But you didn't know what you were jumping into. Now here we go. Then he realized he got it twisted and then he tried to walk it back. Here it is. I apologize for being uninformed last night about the backstory. He should have said, I apologize for being uninformed last night about the black story on this. I don't follow hoops, college or pro, men or women. I had no idea about Clark, both are wrong. Hey, if you don't follow it, then why the hell you commenting?
Right.
This is what I said today in today's Countdown podcast, second segment, about 24 minutes. You know what, Jackson? He should have kept his mouth shut.
Yeah, he really should have kept his mouth shut. It's too many people looking at him. You know what I'm saying? Like even recently, like I've stopped talking as much on social media because too many people look at me. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's just like if you aren't sure about something or something doesn't really need to be said, don't say it. Especially when you're Keith Olbermann, somebody who I won't say most, but enough people in the United States who pay attention to sports and politics, because I was first introduced to Keith Olbermann when he did his daily Trump takedowns and stuff like that. So for him to come out and say, oh, I mean, I don't even watch any of it at all. So it's like, well, why was your opinion so strong about it then? Like,
oh yeah,
he was just on a bandwagon. That's all it was.
That's it. I mean, you don't have to comment about everything. It's resist the urge.
Right.
Y'all, can we get some impulse control?
And again, take it from me, somebody who's very impulsive. You know what I'm saying? Like it gets you in trouble, and he's learned this. You know what I'm saying?
He learned. He learned. I mean, they got his behind. And then ESPN's Holly Rowell defended both players, and this is what she tweeted out. People hating on Angel Reese or Caitlin Clark, stop. Unapologetically confident young women should be celebrated, not hated. Get used to it. And so, as Jackson and I was just saying, family, this is sports. It gets heated. People say things. They do things out there. This was happening in the heat of the moment. There's a however here. I want us to just step back for a moment because this is a teachable moment. And you know how I love teachable moments on Unbossed. The anti-blackness to what Keith Olbermann did is real. And it wasn't just Keith Olbermann. A whole bunch of folks decided they wanted to jump in because it was Angel. See, they didn't know little Caitlin had did the thing before, but they thought it was just Angel, the black young lady. So treating black women differently in all aspects of society is absolutely nothing new, especially in public spaces. We are often stereotyped in various ways, especially being called angry. Let me raise my hand. I can tell you, I would be a multi-millionaire if I could let you know if I got paid for every time somebody called me an angry black woman. And you know what? Sometimes I am mad as hell because when stuff is happening and going wrong and people are being hurt, I'm not gonna sit back cool, calm, and collected. But it is a stereotype and it's meant as a negative. And unfortunately, some black folks absorb that as well. So treating black women differently. Now, Angel Reese stood up for herself. And we heard her interview, but this is also something that was tweeted out. I'm too hood, I'm too ghetto. Y'all told me that all year. But when other people do it, and she means white people, let me just go and fill that in for her. Y'all don't say nothing. So this is for the girls that look like me. Angel Reese is unapologetically herself, and amen to that, Angel Reese. I'm feeling some vibes right here too, because I'm always fighting to be unapologetically who I am. And what Reese endured is rooted in historical anti-blackness and sexism. In the article, Breaking Down Stereotypes and Celebrating Black Women, Rowena writes the following. For centuries, the image of the loud, harsh, subservient, and angry black woman has been grossly imposed onto black women and perpetuated throughout the media. Historically, black women stereotypes are rooted in slavery and the Jim Crow era. Minstrel shows harmfully portray black women as loud, masculine, aggressive, naive, subserviently caring, and obnoxious. She goes on to say the sapphire and the mammy stereotypes have had dire traces on the present lens in which society views black women today. Reinforced through daily media consumption, the modern black woman constantly fights the persistent undermining of her opinions and personality as the traits of the angry black woman. Whether it be in the workplace, school, or related social settings, this trope follows the black woman's every action and serves to invalidate her every emotional reaction. You better go on, Rowena, and lay that out. And to this important point right here, put Jackson up beside me. I know we only got a few more minutes left in the show, so we might as well go on right on to it. These stereotypes silence the black woman and are subconsciously internalized by many. And it is subconsciously internalized, not just by white folks, but by other folks as well, including black folks. Let me just go and throw that in there. This leads to a fear of expressing themselves freely and often brings disadvantages when seeking new opportunities or positions. A collective and conscious effort must be made to first understand the historical context the stereotypes arise from. We must then educate ourselves about our implicit beliefs and strive to create change in how we understand, treat, and accept the black woman in modern society. Rowena did that damn thing. That is it, folks, and that is all mic drop. And Jackson, I can tell you from personal experience, me personally and other black women that are in my lives, we go through this all the time. And we're gonna talk about this on another, and when you put colorism in there, because don't be a chocolate sister. The stereotype is extra. They use that stereotype. I mean, it's been used against me most of my life, especially in the realm of politics. I don't play games. I show the requisite emotion. And when I'm mad as hell, damn it, I'm mad as hell. Look, there are angry black women. Y'all can join the club. We taking applications. Join the club if you mad as hell. Go on and join the Angry Black Woman Club. Taking applications, but they used that trope against me in my last congressional race because the person I was running against was lighter skinned than me, and people came in from different culture, use the angry black woman trope against me.
And like you pointed out too, I know we only got a minute or so, but colorism goes deep even in the black community. I mean, speaking as somebody who's very, very, very light-skinned black man, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, my mama was very light-skinned too, so but go ahead.
But no, I mean, like those types of tropes and ways of thinking infest the black community as well and causes just a lot of division that's really unnecessary among men and women and people who are just of different shades. So it's not just how the outside world treats black women or the black community, but again, this goes deep into the black community as a whole and keeps us
how we treat each other. Yeah, absolutely. And we picked up that bad habit from, as Rowena laid out. It comes back, from slavery and the hatred that was poured into us generationally about our nose, our hair, our lips, our hips, everything about us. And then now you got folks buying it, trying to buy the stuff that we were born with. For the most part, it always looks better on somebody else and not necessarily on us. Well, Angel, we just want you to know you are the stuff, woman, and you continue to be unapologetically who you are. This is for all the girls, baby, who look like you. I want you to know you gave me so much encouragement too, because I'm on the court as well. It's called the court of politics. We sending you love. Well, that's our time for today. We are glad to have Action Jackson here on Monday. We did the daggone thing today, and we must say so ourselves. And to each and every one of you who tuned in with us today, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Now, you know what we want you to do about this time. We want you to keep the faith. Always, always, always keep the faith. But you got to connect that faith with the fight. Until next time, go Cleveland.
There it is. Welcome, friends. Welcome, family. What's up, Ma? Welcome to a new week of the watch list, you guys. Glad you could join me. Hope your weekend was fabulous. I had a bit of a roller coaster. I'll tell you guys about it maybe at one point, but I will tell you this. Roman Reigns is still the undisputed, universal, and WWE champion of the world. That's what I discovered over the weekend because I was there with young Wyatt, my child. It was a fun time over the weekend. We experienced and we witnessed. So therefore, it leads us right into the first day of the work week, which only means this. I'm going to prove it to you. Jessica Burbank joins me on the program today. She's a TYT contributor and an analyst, and apparently is not all over the Roman Reigns and WWE experience. What's going on, Burbank? How you feeling?
No, not aware of what happened in the wrestling, but it was opening weekend for the first season of minor league baseball, the first unionized season, so that's beautiful.
The first unionized season, I'm glad you brought it up because there's a little bit of hope when it comes to things going on with Major League Baseball and, of course, their workings with minor leaguers, which is a disaster. I got to be honest, it was one of the first stories we did on the watch list and during our first year. It's pretty bad, and hopefully things are getting better as things shift. Burbank's all over everything. You guys should follow her, check her out. TikToks and contributors and all that good stuff. Matter of fact, we're going to keep proving it to you guys as we go into some of these stories. Last week was a bit of a depressing one for me because of the constant school shootings that we keep seeing, but more so the response from it. So I figured people would be stopped talking about it, especially politicians that want nothing to do with it. Dan Crenshaw did not get that memo, and he went on State of the Union on CNN, and he decided to talk about it.
You're not going to get rid of guns. And I'm not going to say that people can no longer, that law-abiding citizens cannot defend themselves anymore and exercise their Second Amendment rights and think that's going to stop mass violence. People will figure out other ways to commit mass violence once they've unfortunately reached that point in their life. It's tragic and it's sad, and a lot of people, we don't understand what's happening, what's inside their heads, and so we look to these other solutions that I think aren't viable.
We're not going to do anything about guns. Dan Crenshaw joins the chorus of Mike Rounds, Tim Burchett, both representative and senator, to talk about how they have absolutely no interest in it. Remember that? I'm going to show you guys. It's these two guys. Watch.
It's a horrible, horrible situation, and we're not going to fix it. Criminals are going to be criminals.
When we start talking about bans or challenging on the Second Amendment, I think the things that have already been done have gone about as far as we're going to with gun control.
It's gone about as far as we're going to go on gun control. We're not going to do anything about it. We're not going to do anything about this gun problem. So before we start lumping them with these other folks who said absolutely nothing, or actually they said a lot, how much they're not going to do, let's let Dan talk about his actual plan. He did give us one.
The truth of the matter is, if we had a minimum of 2 armed guards or police officers at every single school in America, you'd probably prevent these from here on out.
Well, shouldn't helping save the lives of children be a top priority for you as a member of the House majority?
No, it absolutely should be, which is why I say I would look to the thing that would absolutely stop this, which is putting armed police officers at every school. I visit a lot of schools. I do talks at various schools. It's very rare that I go into a school, especially the newer ones, and they don't have some kind of armed police presence there at all times. So that's a preventive measure. That I know will stop this. And there was nothing like that in these last few mass shootings. There's no armed guards there.
Dan Crenshaw visits schools and has speeches at them, and what he noticed is some of these new schools, they got armed guards at every location, and that has eliminated the problem completely. Absolutely means nothing to do with our schools because there's tons of schools in the nation that don't have armed guards, and they haven't had a school shooting either. So it doesn't really match up for what you're saying is, I'm going to guarantee and let you know that that's the problem, and that's actually what's going to change things. So, by the way, before we dismantle more of this ridiculous argument, he had more ridiculousness, though. Listen.
So the answer is more guns.
No, the answer is armed guards. No, the answer is armed guards, right? Armed guard, yes, more guns. The kind of guns that protect the president, that protect you all at CNN. Is it easy to get into your headquarters at CNN? Absolutely not. There's armed guards there. Yeah. There's single points of entry. I think we should look at our schools as a place that is precious and have the same kind of security that your corporate offices do. that we do in Congress. You know, if we consider a place to be important where our children go to learn every day, it should have the same level of security as every other place, whether it's a shopping mall or a corporate office that's hard to get into. You're not going to get rid of guns.
This is a rambling response. What it is that he just said about shopping malls being somehow locked down with armed security, what are you talking about? That's another place where a lot of these shootings happen, is shopping centers. So there's armed guards at all these shopping centers that it doesn't happen. It's made up. It's not reality. This is what he's doing. Either he has no idea what's going on, or he's absolutely, either he has no idea what is going on, or he does, and he just wants to push this and kick it down the road until people stop talking about it. And we have another school shooting. He collects more checks. He thinks he can promote himself based off of this and get reelected. That's the plan. The plan is definitely not to stop kids from being shot in schools. And outside of kids, how about adults? How about other folks? How about elderly people that don't want to be shot in the chest because they've made it to 85 years old? How about that? We don't want to protect anybody in this country. We're just going to go to letting it keep happening. Now, by the way, let's address this ridiculous plan of 2 armed guards at every school in America. The same schools that don't have much to pay for teachers and their salaries to actually accommodate for the amounts that they're having to pay for general life. How about supplies? How about transportation? All these things that schools are suffering from. We're not paying for any of that, but we're going to pay for armed guards at every school. Let's look at this, because Fred Wellman went on Twitter and dispelled this ridiculous point for one aspect of it, because there's multiple. He tweeted this: armed guards, single points of entry. Instead of even the most popular gun reforms, his answer is turning thousands of schools into armed compounds. This is the part that sticks. There are 116,000 schools. That's 232,000 armed guards at minimum. He said minimum 2 guards at each school. And at $50,000 salary apiece, that's like $116 billion alone. What an asinine idea. I did the math. It's actually $11.6 billion. So not 116 billion, 11.6 billion. How much money has a Republican congressman set aside for this armed guards at every school and reinforcing and changing the doors and putting no windows in the damn places? How much are they looking to allocate for this? 11.6 billion a year, by the way, minimum, at schools that they couldn't give a hot damn about in any other aspect. And by the way, Burbank, I know I've been rambling and going at this for a very long time, but one more part here, because if outside of paying for all these school personnel and SROs at every school, how about what some of these schools that do have SROs there available that sometimes happens? How about this? Watch.
All right, don't move. You spit on me, I'll put a hood on you.
In a North Carolina elementary school, a student with autism, handcuffed with his hands behind his back, pinned on the floor for 38 minutes. At one point, court records say, the officer puts his knee in the child's back.
You ever been charged with a crime before? You ever been charged before? Okay, well, you're fixing to.
That child was just 7 years old.
It was horrifying. When I arrived there and I picked my son up off the floor, he was limp, completely limp.
In case after case across the country, we see the same scene played out. Federal data from the most recent school year available shows 715 students 5th grade or younger arrested at school. And our analysis found Black and disabled elementary students were disproportionately more likely to be arrested than white students or those with no disability.
Kids that actually wouldn't be affected, which Dan Crenshaw has no problem with, because that doesn't affect him, Jessica. It's a pretty ridiculous argument.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous argument, and he's arguing against something that wasn't even a case made on the other side. No one said we need a full ban of all guns in the United States and to take every single person's gun away. That's just like not legislation that is on the floor that's going to pass. That's not what's popular in the United States. What's being considered is common sense gun reform to ensure that, as the Second Amendment says, we have a well-regulated militia, right? The right to bear arms is so we have a well-regulated militia. And so if the purpose of this amendment is that, oh, well, government can sometimes be, tyrannical, like we can have tyranny and they get carried away and they have too much power. And so his solution is, let's just live in a militarized police state. Let's just put armed guards. Let's go through TSA if we want to go shopping in the mall. Let's make the kids go through TSA to go to school. And then, of course, what are the consequences? Kids are getting arrested. It's absolutely absurd. It doesn't make any sense. I don't want to have to go through TSA just to go shopping. And it's weird that he says, we want Americans to be able to have guns to protect themselves, which goes to show, what do you think the solution is here? When you give someone a gun or when there's a gun sale, you say, do you promise to only use this, for hunting and to protect yourself? Like, do you promise to not shoot anybody? Like, it doesn't make sense the way they're talking about this. And then, of course, you have Burkett, who says criminals are going to be criminals. And I would just love for us to cut that soundbite and just put it with, I don't know, Donald Trump getting indicted, put it against when they're talking about being tough on crime. Criminals are going to be criminals. That's really your answer to this problem. It's bad policy.
Well, because it's illustrative of what their policy is, which is do absolutely nothing. They've run out of the thoughts and prayers because people have dispelled that so much. Now they have to be direct and open about what is it they're about, which is more money from the folks who pay them to say this type of stuff. By the way, the comparison that Crenshaw made in the because there's lots of points he made, and we could break down all of them. It could take a little bit too long. But one more I want to point out. He says when Dana Bash asked him, so the answer to you is more guns, and he kind of wanted to say no, but he had to. No, I mean more guards. Okay, yeah, more guns. Who does that benefit more guns from buying from the gun lobby, who's pushing them to say these types of things so more guns can be purchased? Well, by the way, he also said, who's run up into CNN, Dana, because you guys have armed security at the bottom. Who's run up into Congress because we got armed security there too. So the comparison you're making, think about it, people who supported this guy. The comparison he's making is that our schools, the 116,000 of them based off of this that tweet that I was talking about from Fred Wellman, if there's 116,000 schools in the country, it's the same thing as a CNN, which probably has several bureaus across the country, and then also Congress, which is one of them. And how much did that work when they ran up in there and tried to murder Mike Pence and kill all you guys for not backing this guy who wanted to say that the election was stolen from him? How did that work out for you guys? But it's going to be every school in the country. Please, it's not a serious solution. They know it's not a serious solution because they have no serious solution. Those serious solutions would lose them their donor money. Let's go to this next story.
If you're doing well because all of the things that I've done have brought you wealth and prosperity, or at least you're extremely comfortable, it would be really great if you could contribute to our campaign. You know how to do it. No president in the history of our country has been subjected to such vicious and disgusting attacks. But they only attack me because I fight for you. It's very simple. They can't buy me and they can't control me, and that scares them beyond belief. Since the very beginning, I've shunned the globalist special interest donors who have made a fortune off of destroying our country. Instead, our presidential campaign has always been funded by grassroots patriots like you. Your contribution today will show the left that nothing can destroy the greatest political movement in history.
There's Donald Trump looking for some more money from his supporters based off of his legal issues. So he shot that video, apparently needs to open the blinds, or maybe he does need money because he can't afford no damn lights for that entire shot. It's in the dark, bro. But still, you can, this isn't really the most surprising thing when it comes to Trump as he's facing this indictment and I guess on Tuesday, his arraignment, he's looking for some more cash. But he's not the only one, because this memo apparently went around to all kinds of Republican grifters that are close to Donald Trump, one being Rudy Giuliani, who went on his radio show and he said this. He said the supporters should not come out to protest when Trump is arrested on Tuesday, even if the former president asked them to. Do not protest, he insisted. I'm telling you, Tuesday, Trump people, particularly the Trump people, you know. But even if you're not a Trump person, please don't protest. Don't. Frankly, I don't care if he asks you to or not. For a second, you guys pause. So he's telling Trump people not to protest. Don't protest, you guys. Don't come out and get violent, because he knows that they have the propensity to get violent, especially since Donald Trump keeps telling them to get violent. But still, that's why he had to insert the second line of, well, I mean, if you do come out and you're not violent anyway, still don't do it. Because he has to try and dispel what he just said was, we're all violent. And when we come out, we get violent in the name of this guy who's getting indicted. Problem. Because they keep saying how they're not the violent ones. So he had to cover his ass. Here's a little bit more. Here's where the grift comes in. Send him a buck if you can't afford anything else. Send him a buck. That's all. He'll take that. I mean, he'll love it. You'll send him a buck. Do you realize how terrific it is for his morale to know that his fundraising is going to go through the roof? So his morale needs to be up for his potential these charges and potential conviction over this crime. So the way to help him out is to give him some money. It always comes back to the exact same thing, which, by the way, as we saw last week, there's another lackey who was on this even harder than Donald Trump or Rudy Giuliani. Remember this guy?
Hi, DonaldJTrump.com. Go tonight, give the president some money to fight this bullshit. This is going to destroy America. We're going to fight back at the ballot box. We're not going to give in. How does this end, Sean? Trump wins in court and he wins the election. That's how this ends.
It's how this ends, wins, it ends. Now, we saw him pushing there for Donald Trump to get some more money. And I was thinking, and then we put this whole thing together last week, and I asked our great producer, Emily, I said, there must be other moments. And what she told me was there's too many other moments.
They have treated him like crap, his family. Stand by Herschel tonight. If you can give, give. If you know somebody that can give, ask them to do it.
Help me. You did last week. Help me again.
Well, Rosie should be able.
LindseyGraham.com. Help me.
Well,
go to LindseyGraham.com. $5 or $10 from half your audience would fill in the gap. I'm getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, go ahead.
LindseyGraham.com. Help me. They're killing me money-wise.
I'm being killed financially. This money is because they hate my guts.
Much. For being with us tonight. We really
Help me
appreciate
if you
it.
can. LindseyGraham.com.
All right, with 1 week.
All right, Lindsey, we get it. Jeez, calm down. Help me again. Please help me the third, fourth time. Please, $5. Please, I need lunch. Come on, help me out, Jessica. Jesus, it's all about the money, and they haven't seen it.
I love that clip of Lindsey Graham where he's like, I am being killed financially. They want this money because they hate my guts. That's me every time rents due. I feel about landlords. I never thought I'd say I relate to Lindsey Graham, but I do right there. Listen, Trump's hilarious because I don't know if everyone is making this connection, but when he's like, listen, if you're doing well, I'm why you're doing well. Just give me money because I'm the reason you're doing well. Is he talking about PPP loans? He's like, listen, we were just giving out money. Like, just give me a little bit back. Because he's not talking about most Americans when he says that. 64% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, which is more than ever before. And so I'm not sure Trump's talking about the majority of the country when he says that. He's probably talking about the type of people who receive those PPP loans. And I just love the richness of someone like Donald Trump sitting in front of the camera, very clearly reading from a teleprompter, reading the words, they can't control me. It's like, so you wrote those words on that teleprompter? Because I'm not buying it. I'm really not. It doesn't seem like how he naturally speaks. And then he's like, we've always been funded by grassroots patriots. It's like, yeah, but they weren't the majority of the funding like ever before. He's really good at begging for money though. And it's just funny to watch. But maybe Stormy Daniels is better at actually getting that money. We'll see.
The grassroots patriots have always funded Donald Trump. Yes, their funding went right into his back pocket, and he continued walking off and laughing at their faces and going like, this gravy train will never end. They're that stupid. I'm not saying it. They're saying it. Because how much have you gotten for it? Is your life better? Are you still upset? You still blaming everyone else and then you're becoming violent over it? I don't think he's done much for you. Let's take this first break, you guys. I'm looking forward to your first few comments here. I'm going to try and pump the brakes and slow down. I feel like I've been going at breakneck speed. We've got a lot more happening, but there's one sheriff down in Florida who continues to get the same type of person threatening his life. This is uncanny, the type of person that shows up and threatens this particular sheriff's life. And I can't wait to show you how they keep falling into this same trap that, honestly, they're setting up for themselves. Also, we've got other white supremacists that are looking to firebomb churches because of Drag Queen Story Hour. But no, the violence isn't really coming from the right. We'll do that when we come back.
Welcome to Happy Half Hour.
everybody. After a week of soul-crushing news, we break out the good stuff. Good news, good videos, good people, and, of course, drink good alcohol. That's the worst thing I've ever had.
This is the best show.
Full disclosure, we did do a shot right before the show began. It says, let's flamingo.
Flamingo.
The reason you had trouble with that word is it's not a word. Okay. This is the one of everything.
I've got a rash. Could I just put it on that to see if it'll take it off?
What did you used to think this was?
Bull.
Drink it. Swallow it.
No.
Spit it. Oh, that's needed after a day like this. Cheers to Brett Ehrlich. Climax. Uranus smells like farts. Because of course it does. This is the worst sketch ever of a perp. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? They found the guy! This is Sophie's super happy dog story of the week.
This dog is so precious and deserves the world. I'm just not drinking that beer.
Here's my dog. This is Onyx.
Yeah, I would just say that he's exotic because he's not your traditional dog. Yeah. Still 12 out of 10, because they're all good.
Well, if that made you happy, just wait till you see the best thing ever of the week. There is a woman who moves like a horse.
Why do I want to go home and like try this?
We're actually going to show you the running butthole challenge right now. What's happening? No, that's just wrong. Every way. And we'll see you next time.
Hey, Dave. As you can probably see, Skype froze. Frozen crashed.
You know, I'm watching that documentary on the Vietnam War, and there was a TV journalist in the middle of some tiny little village in Vietnam doing live TV as the soldiers were burning the Vietnamese huts, and it didn't crash. And that was 1965, and he was in Vietnam.
Stop messing around. It's the watch list. Let's see what you guys have to say. TYT members Pendulous Dragon says it's the new and improved J&J Power Hour. What did we change? Jessica's hair changed. That's one. That's one of the things. Maybe that's the improvement. I don't know. Any look works. I got to be honest. Mountain Dragon Seaman Assassin 420 says, hell yeah, Jessica and JR make Mondays great. One person at a time, Burbank. One person at a time. We're convincing. We're changing hearts and minds. It's the rebranding of the Monday. Jessa says, why take money from companies when you can take it from suckers? I mean, your cult or your devoted fans. 100%. Donald Trump continues to grift from his people. That's the only reason why he's trying to promote himself over this whole thing with his legal issues. Over on Twitch, Woody Invincible. Paul Blart would have gone very differently had he been armed. Talking about these mall security that apparently Dan Crenshaw thinks are all over the country and no shootings happen at shopping centers at all. Let's see, one more. Yeah, down on YouTube, you guys. Bernie the Kiwi Dragon, thank you for the super chat, says basically these conservatives are saying mass shooters will get guns somehow, so don't bother making it harder to get guns. I have a few choice words for them, but they aren't allowed on the super chat. I can imagine a few of them. Christina Elisa Brown says, love JR's non-BS take, and Jess is great. So much love. So much love right back at you, Christina. Let's get to some more of this in the show. This sheriff down in Florida is seeing a continuing problem. Let's watch.
Help. Richard, they're here. I don't know who they are.
South Brunswick Police.
South Brunswick Police.
Just so you know, we're audio-visually recording. Richard,
They're recording.
Can you step down here, please? We'll talk. Yeah, come in. We'll talk to you down here. What's up, bud? Come on down this way. How are you? How you doing? Go ahead. Okay, all right. Perfect. Come here real quick. This is a copy of the search warrant.
Yeah.
It's for his room. We're gonna get computer devices, phones, whatnot, and that'll come with us. I'll write you a receipt so you have everything that we took. Okay.
Kind of smells like a gin locker in here. Sorry.
It's okay.
No, it's not okay.
No, it's not okay. And ew. By the way, that is the body cam footage of officers going to arrest Richard Golden, I believe it was in New Jersey, after he made threats towards this Florida sheriff named Mike Chitwood. They have a problem with Mike Chitwood because he's openly against Nazis. And, you know, when Nazis are nudged, then they have to respond with the only way that they know how to respond, like terrorists all over the world, with violence and threats of that violence. But you know what? We talked about Richard Golden, but that's the first. That was from a few weeks ago. There's a new one towards the same sheriff. This guy's name is Tyler Meyer, and he's 30 years old. And he was arrested on Friday by the San Diego Police Department for threatening to kill that same sheriff in Florida again. So we got Jersey and we got San Diego. So according to the Volusia Sheriff's Office, here's a picture of Meyer there. They said his anonymous post in the politically incorrect board on 4chan stated, "It's too bad Mike Chitwood isn't safe now that I'm planning to kill him. I'm going to shoot Mike Chitwood. I'm going to kill him by shooting him to death." Did he really write that, or is this like some random AI that pointed out, hey, here's a really easy way to get arrested for threatening to kill an official? Just say these 3 sentences straight and over and over and over again. Well, it worked out for him. And actually, Mike Chitwood is very direct about how he can't wait to visit, or at least have a visit from Meyer here. Here's what he tweeted out. "See you in sunny Florida," with big happy smiley faces. And there's Meyer. Now, Tyler Meyer didn't pay any attention to what happened before because, again, I was pointing out how that guy got arrested in his house, and his mother talked about the stinky gym locker type of room that he lived in. But Chitwood held a press conference about that first guy and was pointing out how much he really wanted to see these guys, and he can't wait. Watch this.
On February 23rd, CFIX notifies us about a death threat to put a bullet in my head on it was called 4chan chat. Once he's extradited, he will be housed at the happiest place on earth, the Volusia County Branch Jail. How you doing, Sheriff?
I am doing well. How are you doing?
All right.
I'm Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood. Anything, hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome to Florida.
Why was it so important for you to be here in person?
I wanted him to look in my eye and say, "You're the guy I want to put a bullet in your head. You're the guy I want to shut up because of what you're doing, standing up for the Jewish community." So be a man. I mean, he came down the escalator. He could have said something. He didn't say a word. Look at that coming down that escalator. That's what we need to be afraid of. That's what the keyboard commandos are. They're these warriors spending 20 hours a day on a keyboard in these extremist chat rooms, and then they want to threaten to put bullets in people's heads and don't think they're going to be held accountable. Well, we're going to hold you.
They're going to hold him accountable. I want you guys to see one more similarity because Tyler Meyer was also arrested in his mom's house. That's the second similarity. They're both making these threats, and they're both arrested in their mom's house. But you see what Richard Golden looked like coming down that escalator, and also as they're talking about him, it's just the look. And then also compared to that image, let's put up the image again of Tyler Meyer after he was then arrested. It's like the same type of person. What is it about this? Living at home, being upset, thinking you're some superior race, and then threatening folks that are looking to end this type of hateful commentary. Because, by the way, what they're upset about is some of this. This is what he recently posted on Facebook. This is Mike Chitwood, that sheriff that they're mad at. "These master race white supremacist morons keep dropping flyers off of the cross-dressing sheriff like it's going to hurt my feelings or turn people against me. He says, hey, losers, here are a few more photos you can use. I know you're new to following me, but I've been proudly supporting and participating in the Daytona Beach Realtors Brattini fundraiser as one of their, quote, celebrity models for years." And he shows these pictures of him wearing brassieres and showing out and having some fun. And that's what they're partially upset about. The other part is that he posts things like this, or at least he's selling merch with this on it. "Scumbag eradication team, not in our country," as he's flushing Nazis and all these white supremacists down the toilet. That's what they're mad about, Jessica. That's what's got them in prison.
Very interesting. What's good about this is that this sheriff is uniquely the target of these 4chan Nazis, right? That's pretty weird. Why don't we hear about other sheriffs being the target of 4chan Nazis? Is that because not all sheriffs in the United States of America are against fascism? that couldn't be, but I think we'll get to the bottom of it eventually, JR.
You think?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about all of that. I think it's like a story, a fairy tale, really. Anti-fascist sheriff arrests Nazi in these United States of America. It's not a sentence you hear frequently, and it's because we know that the police department in the United States of America is oftentimes intertwined with white supremacist groups, right? The Proud Boys get a NYPD guided tour through the subway system. They don't have to pay their fare, right? We always find out that these members of white supremacist groups actually during their day job are cops and police officers. So this sheriff is a great exemption of that, but just an interesting story, isn't it?
They keep it. I'm not sure if this is part of the memo. You're supposed to have long, filthy, dirty hair, and you're supposed to live in your mother's house, and you're supposed to make threats and then say you can go kill a sheriff. I'm not even sure if any of them had those plans for it, but they definitely had weapons. Since we keep talking about guns and how, we need more of them in order to stop the bad guys with the guns, here's a couple more of them, and they seem to espouse the views of the folks who want more guns in the hands of bad guys. Odd how that works. I hope I don't have to look up Mike Chitwood and find some more standard police things that maybe he's been condoning. I really hope I don't find that. In fact, I won't look. I'm sure you guys will tell me. Let's go to this next story since we're talking about neo-Nazis and their love for trying to kill folks. Here's some terrorists.
In school, they teach us that they burn books in Germany, yet they never tell us what books they burned. The books they burned included transgender ideas, sex changes on little children who were unwilling. The main Jewish professor who organized these such events was Jewish, and he had his own little kid that he had as a sex slave. Weimar conditions! Weimar solution! Right now.
Oh, there we go.
There you go, boy. Right now. Yeah. Yeah.
Fascism shuts you mother down!
Fascism over Fascism over Do you think umbrellas cover up your degeneracy, you
That piece of garbage Nazi there with the tween-age voice, as his voice finally begins to change. His name is Ayman Penny. He's a terrorist, as a matter of fact, and he's pushing all these Nazi talking points. That was a list last month that an Ohio drag reading hour that, of course, a bunch of white supremacists showed up to throw Nazi salutes around and curse folks out at, because that's what their life entails. Here's a couple of images of this pictures of what he then did afterward when he firebombed a church. He firebombed a church because they were going to put forward a drag reading hour as well. So his life should pretty much be over. Here's some images from that, some of the charred images that happened inside that church from his attempts at firebombing it. Which on that little poster there, it also points out how it's a community preschool. So as they're looking to protect children, they decide to firebomb the places that children go, because that makes sense. So here's some more details of what it is he was about and what it is he was trying to do there. Ohio resident Ayman Penny, he's only 20 years old, faces up to 30 years of prison if convicted on these 2 charges of malicious use of explosive materials and possession of a destructive device from March 25th on this attack. The FBI reported finding a Nazi flag, a White Lives Matter of Ohio t-shirt, and other hateful memorabilia in his house, along with a gas mask, multiple rolls of blue painter's tape, and gas cans, all to put things together for this firebombing that he did. Now, that wasn't the only thing it's about. Police probably had this guy on their radar, which is going to go to my final point. Months earlier, on October 11th of last year, the Alliance Police Department saw him distributing hateful flyers, too. This is what he was saying to them and what was going on. Penny told the police that the flyers were in an effort to spread the word. In his opinion, African Americans were the problem. Further, he wanted to educate everyone about their violence toward white Americans. Penny stated that he believed African Americans were solely responsible for the high crime rate across the country. Sounds like Fox News. Penny further made it clear that he believes and looks forward to the civil war coming between the races. They heard him say this. He also expressed his belief that the United States will not prosper until all the other races, or weaknesses, as he called them, are gone. These are things where he's espousing all this hate violence, civil war, wants to eradicate certain particular people in the country, firebombs a church for planning a drag reading hour, goes to a drag reading hour in Ohio and starts threatening folks. Of course, they all have guns on their hips, and they're taunting and challenging folks because that's what they do with their lives. So it's pretty obvious to me, maybe you guys can disagree with me on this, that Penny is a proud terrorist. He's a terrorist. He's in a terrorist organization. These white supremacist groups that go around firebombing places so people are afraid to go into them sounds like terrorist activities. And if he was a Muslim terrorist, go around bombing people and saying, I'm going to kill certain people in the country, you think they wouldn't call that terrorism? I'll have to ask that question because if you look at this NBC News headline that I just saw from today, is a U.S. citizen. He's been sentenced to 20 years in prison for joining an Islamic State group. He's 55 years old. He's a U.S. citizen. He was born in Trinidad and Tobago, and he's sentenced Tuesday for joining this ISIS group overseas, and he's providing material support. He was getting trained up on how to shoot. He was doing all these different things. What I'm trying to figure out, Jessica, and this is just the back end of it. So there's so much more you can respond to. But one thing, maybe I'm wrong here. There's a guy who joined a terror group overseas, and he's been sentenced to 20 years for joining it. How come we're not sentencing these terrorists for joining terror cells where they're obviously pointing out to authorities, we are a terrorist group. We bomb churches. We look to kill certain people. And I've joined this group. This is my life. This is what I do. I'm a violent person. Why aren't they being arrested for joining terror groups?
That's a good question, JR. I would say it's because they're more aligned with the police than I think the police would like us to know. I think that's why it's so shocking when we have folks like that one sheriff who happens to be an anti-fascist getting death threats. It's because people expect the police to be on their side when they're espousing, right-wing extremist rhetoric. And that's exactly what's happening here. When they say that African Americans are committing acts of violence against white Americans, I can't help but cringe. Because you have to know this country's history. You have to know we're 3 generations away from literal chattel slavery. That accusation is absolutely insane when you consider, especially what the police do on a day-to-day basis in the United States of America, just disgusting. And then you have him say that who burned books during the Holocaust was actually Jewish professors burning books, and that the Jewish professor also happened to have a child slave. Here's an idea. If your problem is with pedophilia, why don't you protest the child marriage laws that we have in the United States that allow people to marry children as early as the age of 14, 16? Maybe that would be a better use of your time and energy than showing up to drag brunches, drag story hour. It doesn't make sense. If you don't like violence, maybe be a pacifist, maybe advocate for peace. It's because that's not what any of this is about. We know very well that Jewish people did not burn books during the Holocaust. The Nazis were burning the books, and they were burning books by Jewish authors. They were burning books about communism and about socialism and about ideas that were antithetical to living in a fascist police state. They burned books by Karl Marx. They burned books about liberalism and about anarchism. They burned books that were a threat to their power in Germany. And now the books that we are banning in the United States are very similar to those books. They're not banning books about transgenderism that are in public school libraries. They're talking about banning very basic curriculum, but it's these ideas like in Animal Farm that make you think critically about what's going on politically that they want banned. It couldn't be more obvious, and they're totally fine with just completely lying and having that be the basis of their argument and platform.
It's almost like they should have gone to some history classes that apparently aren't going to be taught much more in the country, especially if they find themselves down in Ron DeSantis's area of the country. So terrorists everywhere, but they have white skin, so they're not really terrorists. Again, look up the stats. Department of Homeland Security pointed out the #1 terror in our country is from white, homegrown, white supremacist Nazi terrorism. It happens all the time. #1. You don't have to believe it. I guess you don't really want to. We got some, I guess, generally local news. This is California, at least. Specifically Los Angeles and the housing issues. And some rich folks aren't feeling this new rule. Let's watch this.
The mansion tax in LA goes into effect this weekend, and sellers of luxury properties are scrambling to sell their homes. The seller of this famous house just dropped his price to $38 million. But here's what's crazy. That's $10 million less than what he was originally listed at, and $6 million less than this guy paid for the house. The seller of this house updated their cover photo to show these 4 supercars. Here's why. They're saying that if you buy their house prior to April 1st, they'll give you one of those 4 cars for free.
Oh, for free, the drama that's going down around rich folks in Los Angeles now scurrying to sell their houses. If it's $5 million, at least. They're upset about this new wealth tax, or at least this tax for what they're calling a mansion tax. So anyone selling their homes, they could get this higher tax rate. But by the way, where that money will go is to affordable housing. That's a problem. Let's watch more.
Tax called Measure ULA imposes an added fee for sellers of homes over $5 million in LA, Shauna.
Well, there's a tax of 4% for those properties that are selling for $5 to $10 million, and a 5.5% tax on homes over $10 million. Well, that tax money, that's going to fund affordable housing projects and also provide resources to tenants at risk of homelessness. This is an additional tax on top of a base rate, and all LA residents right now who are selling homes, they pay a base tax rate of nearly 0.5%. So if you sell a $10 million home in LA after April 1st, you are going to have to cough up nearly $600,000 in taxes.
And to avoid that, people are trying to get their houses that are worth $1.5 million sold. They're even changing prices and all that. Josh Altman of $1 Million Listing went on Fox News to complain about it because, you know, this is part of his business. And he also complained, people talking about this mansion tax. He goes, $5 million in LA, that's like nothing, bro. I think that's a different problem. If that means $5 million for a house in LA is nothing, that means we have a housing price problem here. This is what he said. People who voted who said, oh, I don't have a $5 million house, which, by the way, is not a mansion in LA. We're talking about a 4-bedroom, 4,000 square foot house in Los Angeles. He said it's $5 million. So this can't be a mansion tax. He says this isn't a $30, $40, $50 million house tax. These are regular people that work bill to bill. I'm going to say it again. He says these are regular people that work bill to bill and have to pay their mortgage just like everybody else. And now they're being penalized here. So you know what I did, Burbank? I looked up what these folks that live bill to bill, paycheck to paycheck, that have a $5 million house that just maybe might be paying. This is just a general thing I looked up on Redfin, a $5 million house, home in Los Angeles, which, by the way, depending on where it is, I think this one I saw was in Palos Verdes, very nice part of town. It wasn't a huge house, but it's big enough. This was the monthly cost for that mortgage, $32,611. So all you folks out there living paycheck to paycheck, I know you're scrounging to get your $32,611 together every month before you pay your mortgage. Because according to this guy and everyone else who's complaining about this tax, that's just regular folks living paycheck to paycheck just to get by on McDonald's salary to have your $5 million
home. Let's think for a second about what someone who has a house worth this, like, has in wealth, not just their income, their salary, because a lot of these people have a ton of money saved up. We know that 1 in 4 of the dollars in the United States is in the hands of someone with a net worth of $30 million or more. Like, they got off easy with a 4 to 6% tax on their property in California. We could be taxing these people's wealth and use that revenue to have better schools, better bridges, transition to renewable energy. We could use it to build affordable housing and provide for people who are getting gentrified out of California cities, you know, a rent-to-own situation, or help people actually have real mortgages and own something and not be throwing their money to these investors who are landlords. It just doesn't make any sense that they're complaining about a policy that is the bare minimum and calling someone living in a $5 million home a regular person. Do you think a regular person in the United States makes the kind of money to support that kind of a purchase? If you ask any banker, would you give someone working minimum wage in California a loan, a mortgage for a $5 million home? The bankers will look at you like you are insane. But should a regular person in America be able to live in a 4-bedroom house and raise their kids in it? Absolutely. And that's not the America we live in. And that is why we have to redistribute the wealth that some people are hoarding terribly. So the fact that he's upset about this is hilarious and shows how disconnected he is.
Anyone that's upset about the redistribution of wealth should be upset for the past however many decades, because it has been getting redistributed very effectively. And the folks that have been redistributed to, they've got all this cash. By the way, if you can unload a $5 million home as soon as possible before this tax kicks in, that means you probably don't live in it all the time. I mean, if you have a home and you got to hurry up and sell it, you probably got to move somewhere else. But if you're just thinking, oh, we'll take 10 million off just so I can sell this place, or 5 million, however off you're trying to sell it for, it probably means that you're okay losing it because you have multiple homes. Oh, but you know, you're living paycheck to paycheck for that $32,000 mortgage. I'm going to say it again, $32,000. Let's go to some ridiculousness. This is the back end of the show. This obviously happened in Florida. Watch.
Yo, this fucking guy is insane, yo. What?
Not a cop in sight, man.
You're not a cop in sight. Yo, this is actually nuts. Like, who the do you think you are?
I mean, I'm sure he didn't do it on purpose.
I know, but dude, like, holy shit.
Absolutely. How do you make this mistake?
Yo.
I mean, I think he was just trying to cross the bridge.
Bro, this is like, that is some of the scariest shit. He was holding on for dear life. Let's go! Is he fucking fist bumping? Is he fucking fist bumping? Let's go! What a fucking legend! Let's fucking go! Yo, we need to go.
As you can see from that video, someone was stuck on a bridge in Miami, the Brickell Bridge, last week, and as it raised up to allow, I guess, these ships through or boats through, someone got stuck. Or, according to the guy that was giving us the play-by-play, he was upset at him at first. This guy took me on a bit of a roller coaster. I was against him, and I was for his very high friend that said, yo, bro, maybe he just got stuck. That was my first thought. Maybe he just got stuck and didn't realize what was about to happen, or he's a legend. This guy hated him, loved him, and hated him and loved him again. Either way it goes, the bridge did lower, and the guy did scamper off. Let's watch the back end.
This man is just walking that shit off like it didn't just happen. The fuck? Yo. Hey, yo, somebody come get this man, bro. He needs some help. And he's walking back. He's gonna bust his fucking ass. Oh, he think he's the Matrix and shit. He got it. He's smooth. Hey, yo, go ahead, cuz. Oh, now he gets hit by a bike. Nah, son. Nah, son. You keep going. Yo, that's some real Spartan shit.
The Spider-Man figure apparently was not identified and scampered away when police showed up Burbank. But I still don't know whether or not the guy who was filming was for or against him. He's a legend, he's a dumbass, and he's everything else. But he finally got away. I don't know.
It's bandwagoning, JR. In America, we really like picking winners. When he was about to fall off and potentially get very hurt, it was, I can't support this guy. He's an idiot. What is he doing? And then it's like, oh, I think he's going to make it. And he's fist bumping. This guy is a legend. I'm on his side. What do you mean I was against him? I always knew he would make it. Then when he's about to get hit by the bike, oh no, this might end bad for him. This guy is an idiot now again. And then, oh, he doesn't get hit by the bike? Legend. I mean, in Miami, if you do something very, very silly, very dumb, you could get yourself hurt. But you do it while fist bumping. It's in a completely different category of activity. Now, you know what you're talking about. You know what you're doing. You're just a legend. You're committed to the bit. And so just add a little fist bump if you're in Miami and you feel like doing something risky.
Maybe if the positive vibes were a little higher, this guy will come forward and identify himself. If he hasn't already, call him the Miami Spider-Man or something. I still don't know what he was holding on to when the bridge was damn near at a 90-degree angle and he's about to slide down or whatever would have happened to him. That'd have been disastrous too. But the push-ups and the fist bumps and the jogging away, all's well that ends well, I suppose. I still think he had, I think he probably mistakenly found himself in a very bad position. Maybe he crossed some kind of a barrier or warning that said, hey, the bridge is about to go up. I'm sure there's something like that, but legend is what they call him here. He is legend. Some more dangerous things that people got themselves involved in. This one's surrounding the tornadoes. Let's go here. I guess it's tornado season. One thing that people didn't understand, at least in this video, was that you don't stand next to doors, especially windows that are doors that are made of windows. Let's keep it real, to film such a thing. This one down in Little Rock, Arkansas, and the woman that was filming said, I think I learned my lesson, because before we saw what happened, she said, are you filming? Someone asked, and she said, oh, yeah, I'm standing right here, I'm gonna film. This is what she said afterwards. Yesterday changed my life. We were in Little Rock when the tornado hit. It was a direct hit to where we were. It sucked me out of the door. Thank God for my husband, who grabbed me and tried to pull me back in. We're both injured, but okay. Here's the video as she posted there, which we saw, that almost took my life. And she says, stop recording tornadoes and get in shelter instead. I've learned this the hard way. I mean, I guess if you got to learn it, you got to learn it. It's one of those things that I guess we would have figured out. But it's not the only time this person got very, I guess, harrowing footage of them surviving these tornadoes that are all over the place now. This was a pest control vehicle that was also right in the path, and he was faced the wrong way. Watch.
Holy. Holy. Holy.
It's scary stuff, and I believe he just kind of got himself caught up. And he did explain what was going on to ABC News, but apparently he was facing what he thought was the tornado, and the tornado came from behind him. Let's see what he had to say.
Yeah, 100% did think I was going to die. Once I saw the winds pick up the way they did, my first thing that made me bring out my phone was the clouds in front of me were actually picking up some debris. So I saw little chunks of wood and roofing just being flung around in front of me. So I knew at that point it had to be nearby. I was just trying to see if it would come close enough to where I could record it. I did not think it was going to come from directly behind me. Luckily, my van was parked the way it was. The back of it is completely enclosed with metal cabinets. So the back of it is really safe. But if I had been facing the other way, it would have went right through the windshield. Yeah, the wind was just absolutely howling. It was constantly making almost like screaming noises. I didn't have as much equipment in that van, and it didn't have the bulkhead and some of the other stuff just kind of attached to the van to make it a little bit heavier. I'm pretty sure it would have been flown away.
So he kind of got lucky. There's lots of scenarios that happened for him that allowed him to get through that. You've been all over the country, Burbank. How close have you been to something like this, or if at all?
I got so lucky with tornadoes. I saw, in the desert, they have the, I don't know what they're called, dust devils.
Oh, yeah.
My fair share of dust devils. And I was like, wow, it's a tornado. But it's not really a tornado. But here in North Carolina, we're starting to get more and more tornado warnings, tornado watches. And that's just a consequence of climate change, right? It's not just temperatures getting higher. It's storms that are more intense, more frequent tornadoes, bigger tornadoes. And now I'm on tornado talk because whenever there's a tornado warning, I get kind of like obsessive and I'm always watching out the window. Like, are we going to see it? Is it going to come? One time I was driving home from Charlotte to my parents' house and there was a tornado watch and my mom's like, you better get home. And the whole time I'm just looking like, am I going to see one? Which is not very smart. But that kid he's thinking he's facing where the tornado's coming from, but it's coming from behind him. totally something that would happen to me. Because people these days, we don't know our cardinal directions because we're using that damn GPS all the time.
All the time. He thought he was on it. Once he's filming, he's like, I'm gonna film this. Watch, I'm gonna get this all on video. Bro, it's coming from behind you. Which again, I think, you never know the path of a tornado. Sometimes you can tell, but other times, who knows, right?
Yeah.
I've seen some in the distance. I grew up in the Midwest, but never this close. And then once you see it, I mean, who knows, right? Which way is this going? Well, how are we going to prepare for this? But again, there's a couple things you can do, like not stand next to windows. But as this guy got lucky with his own thing, he got away from it too. So you talked about climate change and the way these are getting stronger and bigger. And actually, we saw a few in Los Angeles when we had all the rainstorms that we had the past month. And it just is kind of unpredictable. But you know what? I do kind of get wanting to see it. It's just your curiosity has to battle with your desire to live. Keep it that way. You guys said a couple of things. As we wrap up and get out of here, I just want to ask you guys, what are you thinking? Oh, the Progressive Carpenter over on Twitch. Love you guys on Twitch. Says, did Jess just say she's in North Carolina? Yes. You show up every Monday, don't you? She's been there. I mean, don't try and find out, but just, she's in the state.
It's true.
Over on Twitch as well, Ghost Dog TV says, when the tornado flirts back, if you're flirting with it, it's going to come kiss you. Toolman Tim 51 says, an Amazon driver would have no issues and still make his deliveries. I think this is in reference last week we did a story of an Amazon driver who walked through a taped off hostage situation with a bunch of officers with someone inside of a house. And he said, you know what, bro, this guy needs his, I don't know, who was he delivering? Microwave or something, blender from Amazon. Thank you guys for joining me on the Watch List. You know what, Burbank? Thank you for joining me on the Watch List. Another great damn Monday. Enjoy the rest of the week. Thank you for being here with us. Up next, you guys, we have the Young Turks. Go check them out. We'll catch you guys tomorrow for another Watch List. See you. Get some!
Welcome to TYT. I'm your host, Anna Kasparian. Cenk Uygur is off for the week, but Francesca Fiorentini is here to host the first hour with me. Franny Fio, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm glad to be here. Glad to fill in for Cenk. He deserves some time off. And yeah, looking forward to kicking off another very exciting week of news with you, Anna.
There's a lot to get to. Believe it or not, Trump's indictment didn't make it on the show today.
Yes.
I'm sure there's going to be endless coverage of that later. But I do want to just quickly start off by announcing a new TYT podcast that is dedicated to the Trump indictment. During a recent episode of the Young Turks, we talked about Trump's indictment and how, what the ramifications of that could be. But if you go to wherever you get your podcast, you will find some info on this TYT podcast, which I'm looking for the name of. In fact, give me a minute. I'm gonna look for more details on this, but we are dedicating a podcast specifically to this Trump indictment and what follows that story. So there will be plenty of coverage, just not on today's show. But we do have a lot of really great stories for you, including an update on the East Palestine train derailment. Apparently there were some details that were kept out of the public from the CDC and the EPA that I wanted to talk about. We'll also discuss a lawsuit that a first grade teacher has now filed against a school district after getting shot by one of her 6-year-old students. So that's another update. And then we're gonna fill you in on what the latest is in regard to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis's struggle against Disney World in Orlando, Florida. But before we get to any of that, just want to encourage you to like and share the stream if you haven't already. It's an easy way to get the message out, let people know about the show. And you can also become a member by going to tyt.com/join, where Wozni Lombre will be joining me for a special members only bonus episode. Why don't we get started with the update to East Palestine? This one is quite a doozy and gives you a sense of why the public seems to lack trust toward our institutions. While residents of East Palestine, Ohio were told repeatedly that their air and water quality was completely fine after a train derailed in their town and essentially released toxic chemicals into their environment, turns out that some of the individuals doing the testing actually fell ill, and it wasn't widely reported that they had fallen ill. So this was an exclusive report by CNN, one of the examples of good reporting from CNN. And before we get to who got sick, why they got sick, and what the excuse is in terms of why the public didn't know about it, let's just do a quick refresher and give you context into what happened during this train derailment. So 11 cars carrying more than 1 million pounds of hazardous chemicals ended up derailing in East Palestine, a small town in Ohio. Now, the chemicals spilled into the soil and air and into 2 small creeks that run through the town. A car carrying flammable vinyl chloride became unstable, sparking fears of a massive explosion. So they decided to do what was referred to as a controlled burn, although there are some conflicting reports as to whether they needed to do a controlled burn. There could have been safer ways of doing this. Nearby residents were evacuated while small holes were punched in the rail cars so vinyl chloride could be channeled into a trench where it was burned. A black mushroom cloud rose over the town and left ash and soot on cars and buildings for miles around. Afterwards, the CDC's Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry sent 15 people to the area to conduct an assessment of chemical exposures. And one of the things that the investigators do is they go to households near the derailment site to ask them if they're experiencing any symptoms related to exposure to these toxic chemicals. And I'll give you the results of their study in just a moment. But before we do, the investigators, some of them got real sick. Now remember, they sent 15 CDC employees to do this investigation. 7 US government investigators briefly fell ill in early March while studying the possible health impacts of a toxic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. The US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention confirmed to CNN. So Francesca, 7 out of the 15, nearly half of them got ill, and they suffered from symptoms like sore throat, headaches, coughing, nausea, basically the same symptoms that the East Palestine, Ohio residents were experiencing, but were told repeatedly, everything's gonna be okay, you're gonna be fine, everything is safe.
Absolutely. I mean, if only this were in Cuba, and then we could call it, the East Palestine syndrome, and do 60 Minutes, which we're going to talk about, reports all about the syndrome that must be related to Fidel or something. No, and I'm making that joke because obviously this is why TYT and your coverage is so important, is because this is a story that a lot of mainstream news outlets have left, like a toy that they're done playing with. It's done, it's over. We're not gonna follow up, and because it's not follow, it's corporate malfeasance. It fingers both the Biden administration and Republicans. We don't wanna touch it. No, this is exactly why we have to talk about this. And of course there were people who are gonna get sick, and of course the residents are gonna be like, see what happens? This is, mind you, after the head of the EPA goes and drinks the water performatively. I think there's like 2 or 3 moments where different officials are drinking the water, just a total slap in the face. And so, yeah, and I think the CDC workers, yes, it's a little bit delicious, sort of, hypocrisy and justice maybe, but they didn't want to necessarily be there cleaning up the mess of, essentially a massive, railroad barons malfeasance. Yeah, they didn't want to be the ones to be the guinea pigs, and yet here they are, as if they hadn't been through enough in these last, 3 years of the pandemic.
Yeah, and it's just so frustrating because it's important to have institutions, government institutions that you can rely on to tell you the truth, that you can, take their reporting, take their investigation, and figure out whether or not it's safe to go back to your home in East Palestine. And in this case, I mean, the argument was, well, we decided that the public didn't really need to know about the 7 CDC investigators who experienced these symptoms, because when they were told to go home and rest, their symptoms were alleviated and they were able to get back to work and do their thing. No, but you don't get to make that decision. The local community there deserves to know about the reality of the situation. They deserve to know every moment of that investigation, what the outcome was, whether or not the CDC employees fell ill as they were doing their investigation, because they need to make decisions about how to move forward. Do they go back to their homes? Is it safe for their kids? But there's more to this that's pretty incredible. So again, all of the symptoms that they experienced were consistent with what the residents were experiencing. And by the way, apparently continue to experience, but they keep getting told that everything is safe, everything is fine. So early results of the Ohio ACE survey, so that's the survey that the CDC did, show that more than half of the 514 residents who have taken it so far have experienced symptoms after the derailment. So what are the top symptoms? Well, 74% of the residents said that they are experiencing headaches, 61% said anxiety, 53% say coughing, 53% say fatigue, 50% reported that they were experiencing pain, irritation, or burning of the skin, and another 50% say, or 50% of them also say that they experienced stuffy nose and sinus congestion. Now, the CDC spokesperson said in a statement to CNN, quote, symptoms resolved for most team members later the same afternoon, and everyone resumed work on survey data collection within 24 hours. Impacted team members have not reported ongoing health effects. So in their minds, everything's okay. I mean, they got better. They were able to go back to work within 24 hours. So that's the reason why we just didn't really feel the need to report this widely. And why are we finding out about this now? Because the investigators' symptoms improved soon after they left the area. The incident was not reported to the public, a CDC official said, noting that reports of illnesses experienced by CDC personnel on the job wouldn't ordinarily be disclosed. Why not? Why wouldn't they ordinarily be disclosed, especially if they're investigating something, a chemical release into the environment that could impact the local community's health? It absolutely should be ordinarily disclosed. And then not only did the CDC experience this, apparently there were workers for the Environmental Protection Agency who also reported similar symptoms. They got sick, but since their symptoms got better within 24 hours, apparently they went back to work and didn't feel the need to widely report this or widely report the illnesses to both the press or the local community. Any final thoughts, Francesca?
No, the biggest thing is they get to go home, right? They get to leave East Palestine. The residents do not have that option. And all of this is to save money for everyone to keep passing the buck back and forth between, corporate greed and government. And when you hollow out places like the CDC or the EPA or FEMA and you gouge them, they're not equipped. And so I understand being like, we should put these residents up in hotels, which is what they should do for months and months and months until they know it is safe to move back. But again, we don't really have that infrastructure. We don't have that infrastructure when it comes to climate change. We don't have that infrastructure when it comes to corporations who are gonna do late stage capitalism all over us and make us clean up their messes time and time again. Look, you can't have it both ways. If you want the free market to be able to use us as their little garbage bin, then you better help and assist people. So when these things inevitably do go wrong, people aren't stranded.
Absolutely, the local community absolutely deserves to be paid damages. They deserve to be put up in hotels where they and their children are safe from any of the environmental impact here. But more importantly, just taking a step back and looking at the bigger picture, I just don't really want to hear much from the Biden administration about what the Trump administration was able to do unilaterally in rolling back regulations pertaining to these rail companies. The Biden administration can undo what the Trump administration did. They can do the same thing unilaterally, but have chosen not to. So why haven't they re-implemented the very regulations pertaining to the braking systems that the Trump administration had repealed from the Obama administration? I would like some answers on that. So while it is absolutely true that the Trump administration deregulated these trains and made them less safe, the Biden administration could have reversed what the Trump administration did, and they have chosen not to, at least so far. And that is a big problem in my eyes. And if you're gonna criticize the previous administration, you have to take ownership for your failures as well. Buttigieg has not done enough in response to this, and we keep hearing more and more stories about these train derailments. They will continue happening as long as these rail companies know that they can operate the way that they've been operating with impunity. All right, let's move on to another update to a story we covered a while ago, and it has to do with a school shooting. Let's talk about it.
You know, there's some things that I'll never forget, and I just will never forget the look on his face that he gave me while he pointed the gun directly at me. That's something that I will never forget. It's changed me, it's changed my life.
That's first grade teacher Abigail Zwerner, and the shooter that she is referencing in that interview was one of her 6-year-old students. That's right, a 6-year-old student opened fire at Rich Neck Elementary School in Virginia and attempted to essentially kill this teacher. Now, luckily she survived, as you can see from the interview. She was shot through her hand and basically the bullet hit her chest and she suffered from a collapsed lung as a result, but she is recovering. The big story now, though, is that she has filed a lawsuit against the school administrators, the school board, and other officials within the school district. She says that she had warned administrators and officials about how violent the student was, and her concerns allegedly went ignored. So the lawsuit alleges that concerned teachers and school employees warned assistant principal Ebony Parker 3 different times on January 6th that the first grade student had a gun on him at school. Zwerner claims she also told assistant principal Parker in the hours before the shooting that the boy had threatened to beat up a kindergartner and was in a violent mood. There are more accusations in this lawsuit. Before I get to those details, I just want to open it up to you, Francesca. Keep in mind that the 6-year-old is too young to be prosecuted, which I think makes sense. And so the teacher here is looking for justice, and I think this lawsuit is an interesting way to get it.
It's such a bigger story, right? Because it goes to the heart of why we need basic gun control in this country. But let's start with what she said, which was the look on his face. And now maybe there's clarification, but I can only imagine that that look was not a look of like, what am I doing? Oopsies, but it was, I'm mad, I'm a 6-year-old, I'm throwing a tantrum, and I wanna hurt you. And that is terrifying, like on some like Chucky level, child pointing gun at you. Like that's what that sounded like, that it was bone chilling. The problem is so many Republicans, instead of course, because they can't talk about gun control because the NRA gives them too much money. So they have to be like, well, that child was, it's a demon. Demon child, and we should lower the age to be held legally liable for something like that. Like that truly is their answer. It's like, anti-choice, have your baby. But if you get a bad one, I don't know, put it in jail.
Well, the other statement that you might get from some Republicans is that, well, I mean, these schools would be much safer if you just armed the teachers. So think about what that would mean. That would mean that in this particular case, a first grade teacher would have to shoot a 6-year-old who is posing a threat to her life and the lives of others. I would say maybe we need to rethink some of the policies that allowed for the situation to get to the point that it got in. That's just my thought on it.
Maybe you don't get to claim moral high ground ever again if that's your stance and that's your argument. Are you kidding me?
I know, it's crazy. I mean, I can't even imagine, like the amount of stress teachers are already dealing with, especially with the fact that they have historically been underpaid, underappreciated. They're also dealing with ridiculous accusations of grooming children from the right wing as we speak, but that same right wing wants to arm those teachers to then do what? In this case, in this very specific case, shoot and possibly kill a 6-year-old kid. Now look, I think this lawsuit is also really interesting because it implies that there were warning signs that administrators and school officials decided to ignore or neglect. And it's a lawsuit, it has to go through court and we'll figure out what there needs to be evidence presented. Right now, these are just accusations, but I think the accusations, if proven true, are pretty damning. The suit also alleges, upon hearing that information, Assistant Principal Parker had no response, refusing to even look up at plaintiff when she expressed her concerns. The suit also alleges that the assistant principal also repeatedly failed to act on warnings the boy had a weapon that day of the shooting. So apparently Zwerner, the first grade teacher who got shot, claims the boy had a history of random violence and had strangled a teacher in kindergarten. 2 days before the shooting, the lawsuit alleges the boy smashed Zwerner's phone and called her and others an inappropriate name. On the day of the shooting, during recess on January 6th, Zwerner had informed another teacher that she suspected that the 6-year-old had a weapon after seeing him remove something from his backpack. Now, the other teacher decides to search the boy's backpack, but did not find a weapon, according to the lawsuit. Now, the other teacher did decide to relay that information to Parker. Again, that is the assistant principal, telling her that the boy may have put the gun in his pocket before the search and taken it outside for recess. Parker replied the boy had small pockets, insinuating that he couldn't possibly have a gun on him, according to the lawsuit. But guess what? He had a gun on him because that was the same gun he used to open fire within a first grade classroom, shooting this first grade teacher. So I don't know if this is proven to be true. I don't know why it would be so difficult to just check and see. Like, why would the teachers make this up? Obviously, they're concerned. How about we cover all our bases, especially knowing that the student has a history of violence within this campus?
You know what's so sick about this story, and forget, like, my mind goes to like who's going to be paying out this lawsuit. You know, is it just the principal, the assistant principal, people who might have known?
The taxpayers,
you know, like
$40 million.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. That should be going to helping this school, to getting, you know, mental health workers to work a case with this kid, you know, to help him, to take him out, whatever it is. But you know, you see the ways in Florida, and I believe in Texas and other states, and we've covered this before, the ways that because of teachers leaving the profession for a million reasons that you listed earlier, that they're going now to veterans and former police officers to stand in for teachers. Again, further militarizing our schools.
Yep.
And yeah, leading to what? Crossfire, more violence. Oh, how is a former cop? And look, this is not a statement on all former cops, but what do you think their approach is going to be with a kid who is violent? Probably violence. Do we think that that's what that kid needs? No.
Yeah, I mean, the idea of there is a very serious teacher shortage all across the nation, and the idea of filling the gap with veterans who might be suffering from PTSD or from former cops who have certain training that is not conducive to a safe learning environment. It's just a terrible, terrible idea. In reality, you know, there needs to be a real discussion about what to do to support these teachers, and more importantly, provide services for kids who might be going, I mean, this is a 6-year-old, okay? I don't believe that people are born evil. Obviously, the 6-year-old is experiencing something and needs help. At the same time, when the educators and other students are going to the administrators to warn about this student having a gun, the administrators should probably take it seriously, because it wasn't just the educators in this case. After recess, a student told a teacher that the 6-year-old had shown him a gun while they were on the playground, threatening to shoot him if he told anyone, according to the lawsuit. That teacher relayed the information to the assistant principal through an intermediary, the suit alleges. A guidance counselor also warned the assistant principal about the boy possibly having a weapon. About 45 minutes before the shooting, the counselor asked to search the boy, but was rebuffed by the assistant principal, Parker. And then final thing that I want to say is the mother should be investigated, the 6-year-old's mother, okay? Look, if all of this that's been, all of these accusations against the assistant principal and other officials are proven true, yes, they should be held accountable. But also, let's talk about the mom for a second, because how did the 6-year-old obtain the weapon in the first place? Well, the mom claims that she kept the gun secure, very secure, with a trigger lock on the top shelf of a closet. On the top shelf of a closet, Francesca. That is what the mom is saying. So this isn't, you know, oh, maybe we're gonna speculate that the parent isn't keeping the gun safe. No, she is admitting that she keeps it on the top shelf of a closet, as if the 6-year-old can't put a chair right where the shelf is and try to get up there and obtain the weapon. And so since the boy is not going to be prosecuted, and I don't think he should be prosecuted under Virginia law, maybe there needs to be an investigation into the mother, and maybe there should be potential prosecution into how she has unsafely stored the weapon, which was then used by her 6-year-old to shoot a first-grade teacher.
I mean, I agree with that. I just think, I totally agree. I think there's a little bit of a slippery slope into what I feel like is yet again this excuse to not have basic gun control, because the other part of gun control is, in my opinion, you can have a weapon, you just can't have it at your house. Like, and I know Second Amendment, you know, freaks are gonna like go crazy on me, but it's like, what if you had it safely stored in like a community facility, right? It's around the corner.
No, I disagree with that.
This is my.
I am not a Second Amendment nut. I do think law-abiding citizens should be able to have a weapon in their home, but there should be regulations.
But who's checking it? But who's like who?
Well, I mean,
you want people coming door to
in
door?
cases like this,
No.
I mean, I think it's a gun control policy to pass legislation that ensures that you're keeping your gun safe and away from children if you have children in the house. In cases
listen,
like this, if it's proven that the mom is not doing that, she should be prosecuted. That's how you enforce it.
I agree with that, but I feel like that's like too little too late. This is retroactive. I passed to California like gun safety, like, you have to pass like some sort of safety test, right? When you want to buy a gun here. I just did it to see if I could do it and didn't study it all, of course. And it's like, where do you put gun? Do you put it in the fruit basket? Do you put it, like in the crib? And it's like, no, you put it in a drawer and you lock it. And I answered that because obviously I can put, my synapses are firing, sort of. Any idiot can pass it, but who's actually storing their gun safely? I hear what you're saying, Anna, but we have prosecuted parents in the past. It hasn't led to anything. Kids are still gonna get it, and usually they kill themselves or their parents.
But what would the point of having a gun in a community center be if you're purchasing the gun specifically as a form of self-defense should someone break into your home?
That's a good point. My opinion on that is around like hunting. If you're like, I do this for sport, I like it for hunting, etc. If you want to argue that it's for personal safety, there could be like, specific lock boxes, right? That you get with your gun. Maybe it's support. Maybe it's funded. Hey, it's taxpayer funded. Sure, I do not like that idea, but why not? Taxpayer funded. It's like a newfangled lock box. It can only be, opened with your fingerprint. Whatever. Give that with the gun. That should be included. We're also not gonna do that because it sounds expensive as hell, and guns are cheap, and paying people off is even cheaper. Buying politicians is cheaper.
Well, I wanted to end on one final note, because is the school district putting up any type of defense? Are they looking to settle? They're not looking to settle. They plan on fighting this lawsuit, and they apparently do have a defense. Here's the lawyer representing the first grade teachers, Werner, explaining what the defense is.
What's the defense?
Well, they're going to try to argue that this was a workers' comp, that a person can't sue their own employer in Virginia. But Virginia has very special laws and very interesting Supreme Court cases, and this is an exception. No 6-year-old student is really going to be a risk of shooting a teacher. It's not a part of their job. It's not a night 7-Eleven worker. And so I think the workers' comp defense will fail.
I mean, that is an insane defense. And also by putting up that defense, it seems to be an admission of guilt here. I don't know, am I reading it correctly, Francesca? What do you think?
Workers, just like what is pulling its trust? She was shot in the workplace. I don't, it's all, they're gonna defend it, of course. They're gonna say whatever they need to say. But I think you're right, ultimately, that if this bears out and she can get some kind of compensation, or if she wins this, it should be a lesson to schools also to push back on the narrative that they need to be more militarized and more armed, right? And I think their students, as we've seen in just this last week in Tennessee, students are fired up and they're mad about how much they are being put at risk and their own lives are being played with.
We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we'll fill you in on the latest with Ron DeSantis's battle against Disney. It's really, really interesting story. He was outmaneuvered by Disney in a pretty incredible way. But if you're on the left, you shouldn't be celebrating it because there's a pretty terrible message there. And later we'll also talk about Marjorie Greene being asked some pretty tough questions during her interview on 60 Minutes. All that and more coming right up. We'll see you in a few.
Florida's ground zero for God's waiting room. Can't let that happen.
I'm an idiot, I will admit it. So I read the headline in our live reads doc that says, new podcast, the Young Turks Trump indictment. And I was like, oh, cool, we have a new podcast specifically dedicated to the Trump indictment. No, we don't actually. That was a lie because I didn't bother to read this carefully before talking about it. It turns out that our episode last week where we covered the indictment on the day that news broke of the indictment, that did really well. It actually topped the Apple Podcast charts under government. was the top episode. So it was just a way of us tooting our own horn, which I probably wouldn't have talked about at all had I actually carefully read this ahead of time. So anyway, let's move on. Just wanted to do that clarification.
No, you should toot your own horn. Yay, yay, TYT podcast. And hey, the Bituation Room, which is my podcast, is a little bit of fun. It's also on the TYT network. So I just say yay, all TYT podcast.
Hell yeah, I love it. By the way, Francesca is on like every show across the TYT network. Damage Report, you go on Nina's show, you've gone on JR's show, so you can check out her work at the Bituation Room and also pretty much every show on the network, so check that out.
Yeah.
Mountain Dragon writes in and says, double dose of Frantifa. We're so lucky. Were you on Damage Report today?
I was.
Love it.
It's Monday, baby.
So good. We're so lucky, so great to see both of you. Two of the strongest and most beautiful souls to help us start the week. Also, definitely liking the array of sweaters, Anna. Thank you. It's been so cold in LA, right, Francesca?
I know, it's so cold. It's just now getting warm, but it's cold in the studio no matter what.
I know, because of Cenk. Except for when he's not here, that's when I get my way. Yeah. The thing is, sometimes I get my way when he is here because I'll like look at Edwin and I'll just be like, and he knows that means increase the temperature, but then I look over at Jake and he's just like sweating. I was like, I feel bad. All right, Burrito Bandito says, Franana Casparini. That sounds like a delicious cocktail. Thank you.
That really does.
The Throat Goat Dragon says, this is exactly why rural voters have been leaving the Democratic Party in droves. This was a perfect opportunity for the Biden administration to stand up for the little guys against greedy plutocrats, but he totally whiffled. Yeah, or whiffed. Yeah, whiffed. Yeah, that's a really, really great point. I mean, I think the East Palestine story is just one case study for why there's been an increasing amount of distrust toward government institutions, but also it's another example of the Democrats bungling an opportunity to show that they actually care about the little guy. So just failure all around on that issue. John Bogino says, knowing how severely underfunded public schools are, teachers would probably be expected to pay for their guns and training out of their own pockets. That is such a good point. I wish I would have thought about that, but you're absolutely right. I have no doubt that they would expect teachers to buy their own guns. And it would be pricey, especially for teachers who make very little in salaries. Let's get back to the show.
Florida's ground zero for God's waiting room.
Welcome back to TYT. Anna Kasparian and Francesca Fiorentini with you. Check out Francesca's podcast and show, The Bituation Room. Where can everyone find it, subscribe to it, and support you, Francesca?
Oh, hell yeah. On all podcast platforms, The Bituation Room, spell it out, and then follow me at Franny Fio. You can watch it live every Tuesday at Franny Fio on YouTube and Twitch.
Love it. Well, I love it, but I gotta say, this next story comes close when it comes to like my affection, because man, this debacle between Ron DeSantis and Disney is really fascinating. And I think that it's a teachable moment for anyone who has legitimate concerns about corporations having too much power in this country. So let's talk about it. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is currently losing his culture war battle against Walt Disney World after the executives for the theme park outmaneuvered him. Now, in order to understand this story, you kind of have to back up and try to figure out why Ron DeSantis is going after Disney, which employs 75,000 people in the state of Florida in the first place. Now, weeks before Ron DeSantis's hand-picked board was supposed to take control of the land that Disney World is located in, they actually moved to legally limit the board's power unbeknownst to the governor or the board itself. So let's rewind. Let's try to figure out what the root of this whole debacle is in the first place, and then I'll tell you what Disney did exactly.
Republican Governor Ron DeSantis escalating his fight against the house that Mickey built, pressuring state lawmakers to repeal Disney World's unique self-governing authority, the little-known Reedy Creek Improvement District that dates back to the late 60s.
They will be considering the congressional map, but they also will be considering termination of all special districts that were enacted in Florida prior to 1968, and that includes the Reedy Creek Improvement District.
Political insiders say the battle is really over Florida's new parental rights and education law, which opponents, including some vocal Disney employees, call the Don't Say Gay law. Disney's CEO Bob Chapek, initially non-committal, saying after the governor signed the bill into law, our goal as a company is for this law to be repealed by the legislature or struck down in the courts.
So DeSantis's feelings were so hurt over Disney sharing its views on the so-called Don't Say Gay bill that he decided to do away with its self-governing authority in Orlando. Now, Disney has a board that makes decisions about that land called the Reedy Creek Improvement Board. DeSantis wants to replace that board with what is referred to as the Central Florida Tourism Board of Supervisors. Now, before that Tourism Board of Supervisors came into power, Disney decided to do something, or at least the Reedy Creek Improvement Board decided to do something. Ahead of an expected state takeover, the Walt Disney Co. quietly pushed through the pact and restrictive covenants that would tie the hands of future board members for decades, according to a legal presentation by the district's lawyers. One of DeSantis's appointed board members describes the reality of the Disney move by saying, "This essentially makes Disney the government. This board loses, for practical purposes, the majority of its ability to do anything beyond maintain the roads and maintain basic infrastructure." That is insane, Francesca. I mean, while I see a lot of MSNBC liberals dunking on Ron DeSantis over this, and I totally understand the temptation to do so because Ron DeSantis is, especially the fact that he's retaliating against Disney over their views on his legislation. I gotta say, it is not a good look to cheer on a corporation having this kind of power, especially when we're talking about power that's more, I guess, powerful than elected lawmakers in the state.
For sure, and in 1967, it was so, discussing why they wanted this board, is basically because they wanted to make sure that the neighborhood wouldn't be full of like working class people. Like they wanted to make sure the neighborhood like looked pristine and manicured and looked like Disney World. Apparently they didn't like the way Anaheim and the way Disneyland looked. Anaheim is fairly middle class. Yeah, and it's nice, but like they wanted, that was the move. It was like, we don't want this to be real, even though we employ all of these people who we underpay. So for sure, no love for the Disney Corporation. That being said, if you're gonna show me two powerful POSs and be like, choose one, I'm gonna choose the one that is seemingly not homophobic. Like that's just what I'm gonna do. I don't care if they're in government. I don't care if they're head of a corporation. I don't care if they're doing this for the wrong reasons. I'm gonna go with the person who is standing with LGBTQ people, even if it is just a ploy to make money because they realize it's not profitable to be hateful.
Right.
Sure, that's fine. But it's a power grab, Anna. I mean, you're totally right. No matter where and how you look at it, it's power grab. Neither of these people are representing the actual community.
What's incredible is that the Reedy Creek Improvement District, basically they approved that agreement on February 8th, which was the day before the Florida House voted to put the governor in charge. And this is all happening under Ron DeSantis's nose, but he doesn't realize it. The declaration, this is the best part, this is amazing. The declaration is valid until 21 years after the death of the last survivor of the descendants of King Charles III, King of England, living as of the date of this declaration, if it is deemed to violate rules against perpetuity, according to the document. I mean, that line is incredible and also seems to be trolling DeSantis to some extent. A development agreement allows Disney to build projects at the highest density and the right to sell or assign those development rights to other district landowners without the board having any say, according to the presentation by the district's new special legal counsel. So in response to this, DeSantis is of course freaking out. The right wing in the state of Florida is freaking out. They have employed some high-powered DC attorneys that have defended Ron DeSantis when it comes to some of his other culture war related stunts. DeSantis placed those Disney allied board members with 5 Republicans on February 27th, who discovered the binding agreement the previous board approved. So they are irrelevant now as it stands at this moment. The handpicked Ron DeSantis board has no power based on this outmaneuvering by Disney. And Disney says, good luck with your fancy lawyers, bro. Good luck with your fancy lawyers. They say all agreements signed between Disney and the district were appropriate and were discussed and approved in open, noticed public forums in compliance with Florida's government in the Sunshine Law. That's pretty incredible. I don't know how DeSantis and his cronies missed this. Maybe he was too busy crafting his next culture war bigoted legislation to distract from the fact that he does nothing to improve the lives of Floridians at all. But any final thoughts on this, Francesca?
I mean, that last point, just like the improving the lives of Floridians, right? How is Disney doing that? I would argue not much, right? I mean, and the, in terms of like give your workers a raise or your cast members a raise, we know they've been underpaid. DeSantis is trash. And then finally, I'm just waiting for a corporation in Florida to actually take a stand. Like, I like that this is a stand. It's very funny. I love that line. But I kind of want to be like, move your money, move the money. If you truly have a problem, I do think divestment is a good strategy. We should be divesting from places that have draconian laws, whether it's around, education or whether it's around abortion rights. I do want to see companies putting their money where their mouth is.
That's such a great point, because I got to be honest with you. Like, I don't care about some like shallow statement from any corporation on any political issue. Why do we seek statements from them knowing that they're just gonna say whatever they need to say to placate the individuals asking for a statement? You're right. I mean, talk is cheap. Actions actually communicate to the public that they stand firm on what they're saying. And of course, Disney's not gonna do that. Disney, and in fact, Bob Iger, who is now again the head of Disney, made clear in a recent call with investors, I believe, that they love operating in Florida because there's all sorts of tax benefits that come along with it. There's no way that they're gonna move their business to another state. And DeSantis is saying, don't worry, I'm gonna keep fighting against them. I'm gonna keep fighting against Disney. He claims that Disney did not provide adequate notice, lack of consideration, improper delegation of authority, ethical violations. We'll see how that all plays out. But also keep in mind that when lawmakers allow for corporations to have more power than elected lawmakers do, sometimes the chickens come home to roost. And I think DeSantis is starting to realize that right now. All right, we gotta take a break. When we come back, a pretty off the rails interview featuring Marjorie Greene and Leslie Stahl on 60 Minutes. The part of that interview that I wanted to talk about was Marjorie Greene having to answer some pretty difficult questions about who she is as a person. She failed in the context of this interview. We'll give you that and more coming up in the next segment.
Run for Congress every 2 years.
Dumbass.
Got a lot of opinionated individuals in our comments section. Why don't we go over to our Twitch community where the Progressive Carpenter says, Progressive Carpenter, are you Jesus? Jesus is watching the show, everybody.
Reveal yourself.
I'm waiting at my mechanic shop for a ride and they just gave me a beer. They always give me a beer while I wait. First of all, thanks for sharing that. That's awesome. I never get that when I go to the mechanic. I usually get claims that I need to do all sorts of things to my car that I know I don't need to do to my car, but they're trying to upsell me and think I'm dumb because they think women don't know what they're doing. I usually don't take kindly to that, Francesca. Do you ever deal with that when you get an oil change or something? Where they're like, yeah, it turns out you need to actually replace your whole engine.
Yeah, it's like, just because I don't know how this works doesn't mean you can cheat me. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know. Give me a few YouTube videos, give me a few hours, and then I'll come back with a quote. But just, yeah.
My favorite is like when they'll be like, oh, you really need to change your cabin filter. That'll be an extra $60. And I started doing this thing where I just buy the $12 filter myself. And I'm like, oh, you need to change the filter? Here you go. Can you put that in for me?
Put it in.
Yeah. The electrician says, to be honest, it's kind of nice to hear some news that isn't just about Trump. Thanks for the update about East Palestine. My pleasure, and thanks to Kate Bettino, our producer, for pitching that story. It's a story that I want to stay on. I don't want to just forget about it because, look, there's so much news happening that oftentimes you just kind of, for better or worse, you move on to what the big news story is. But that East Palestine story is just a microcosm of so much of our governmental dysfunction. I want to stay on that and see how it develops. You Can Tell Me, Jess says, by the way, thank you for resubbing for 33 months. Been watching TYT since 2015 and every day I learn something new. I'm super proud of our TYT family. Let's keep on growing and learning together. Hashtag TYT strong. It's a super sweet comment and I love that kind of thinking. So thank you for that. Yeetwood Max says, yes, anyone who doesn't secure a weapon needs to be held accountable when that weapon gets into inappropriate hands and causes harm. Totally agree with you on that. Rye himself says there's a teacher shortage. There's a mental health provider shortage. There's a shortage of helping people. You know, the one other thing that I want to say is my best friend, she's like a sister to me. She's a social worker, a licensed clinical therapist. There's a real crisis happening in social work as well. I mean, at least in LA. She's having difficulty with holding on to employees. They're burnt out. They're also underpaid and underappreciated. When we talk about the importance of social workers, again, talk is cheap. They deserve to be compensated appropriately for the incredibly difficult work they do and important work they do. Let's go to Agnostic Sister who says, there are no kids in my household and my gun is still in a locked safe, unloaded. Solo Flight 1 says, Ron Debacle. Yes, new nickname. Zachary Stark says, Ron is stupid for thinking he could take down Disney that easy. And Killa says, what does King Charles have to do with this? Yeah, the King Charles thing seems like trolling. Let's get back to the show. Welcome back to the show, everyone. Anna Kasparian, Francesca Fiorentini, and How Blair You with you. How Blair You writes in and says, I think Francesca and I agree that Anna's hubby needs to take her to salsa lessons again. We need those dancing videos in our lives. Do you agree with that, Francesca? I doubt you've ever thought about it.
I've thought of, I mean, you guys are great dancers. I mean, I don't want to tell you what or your husband what to do, however.
Why I do
it. Yeah, that's your job.
Yeah, no, but I get the sentiment. We can all use a little more fun and lightness in our lives, especially with how terrible the news cycle is every single day. But with that said, why don't we move on to Marjorie Greene being fact-checked in real time, which is nice to see, and how she immediately deflected after dealing with that fact check. Congresswoman Marjorie Greene was recently experiencing a little bit of discomfort, just a little bit, as she was being interviewed by Leslie Stahl on 60 Minutes. And to be frank, the interview was combative to say the least, but there was one portion of it that I thought was interesting. So the topic of Marjorie Taylor Marjorie Taylor Greene's belief in outlandish conspiracy theories came up, namely the idea that the Parkland shooting was really just a false flag in order to pass gun control legislation, which, let's pause for a second. Francesca, I want to bring you in right away. There's endless mass shootings that lead to nothing. No legislation, no proposals, no nothing, okay? Why would we have to even consider that these shootings are false flags to pass gun control legislation when the gun control legislation never happens?
Exactly. It's because, and you know what the best part about it is? It's an admission that we should have gun control. It's an admission. It's like, oh man, that's pretty persuasive. I mean, remember after the Vegas shooting, that was also another thing, right? It was like, well, there were so many people killed at once from a high rise, from a hotel. This was clearly an op. You're like, I don't know. Have we done anything? Has anyone had their guns taken away? No. Have we gotten any stricter? Maybe minimally, I don't know. Biden he waved a wand, he did something, kind of. But I like how Marjorie also is taking after Alex Jones and is like, everyone has a false flag. I need mine. I'm gonna do Parkland. That'll be my
She went
thing,
with Parkland,
you know?
she did. Now, let's give you the details of the interview, which unfortunately, due to copyright issues, we cannot show you, but I can give you the transcript. So Leslie Stahl asks her, did you apologize for your position on Parkland, Florida? Marjorie Greene responds, what was my position on Parkland, Florida? Stahl responds that it was a false flag. At that point, Greene says, I don't know if you actually have my, no, I never said Parkland was a false flag. No, I've never said that. School shootings are horrible. I don't think it's anything to joke about. Well, at that point, Leslie Stahl decides to show the receipts. As she was speaking, 60 Minutes showed a screen grab of Greene's now deleted 2018 Facebook comment. We fact checked, Stahl replied, before I got to this interview. So I wanted to show you all the screen grab of the now deleted comments from Marjorie Greene. So someone on her Facebook page commented in response to the shooting, or I'm sorry, in response to the Broward County Sheriff's Deputy Scott Peterson receiving a retirement pension after the shooting. So they write, it's called a payoff to keep his mouth shut since it was a false flag planned shooting. And Marjorie Greene says, exactly. So she, along with this commenter, Francesca, believe that the now disgraced Broward County Sheriff's Deputy Scott Peterson received the retirement pension so he keeps his mouth shut about this shooting really just being a false flag. That is what they believe. That is what she posted.
But I was just doing that because, I just wanted to yes and, I just want to be a team player. And, it really helps engagement on the Facebook. So it doesn't mean I believe in it. Right? Like they feel, that's what they do. Like it's the same, they support conspiracies with the same energy that you and I would support one another's selfies on Instagram, being like, yes, girl, you look good, like fire emoji. They do that, but for hey, Parkland was an inside job from Hunter Biden. You're like, yes, girl, go off. You're right. Like what?
It's also really strange to me that you would have that take, that you would float the notion that a school shooting was an inside job. And then when you're asked about it, just be as infuriated by the fact check, infuriated that it even comes up, right? Like they never want to take ownership of what they believe and what they say they believe. So it all really depends on the context. If it's in the context of this Facebook conversation, if it's in the context of conversing with other like-minded right-wingers, oh yeah, we're all false flag, right? Am I right? But then once they're challenged on that, no, I never said that. I take school shootings very seriously. Do you though? Do you? And if she does take school shootings very seriously, like the one, like the Parkland shooting, which she had referred to as a false flag, then why did she feel the need to harass students like David Hogg after the shooting occurred? Remember, David Hogg experienced his classmates getting slaughtered right before his eyes. And after that, this is what Marjorie Greene did. Let's watch.
David, why are you supporting the red flag laws? If Scott Peterson, the resource officer at Parkland, had done his job, then Nicholas Cruz wouldn't have killed anybody in your high school, or at least protected them. Why are you supporting red flag gun laws that attack our Second Amendment rights? And why are you using kids as a barrier? And you have nothing to say. No words. So I'm walking. He's got nothing to say. Sad. He has nothing to say because there really isn't anything to say, you guys. He has nothing to say because he's paid to do this. And he's a coward. He can't say one word because he can't defend his stance.
Speaking of the inability to defend your stance, after Marjorie Greene was fact-checked by Leslie Stahl, she responded with deflection and word salad nonsense. So here you go. This is what she said. Have you fact-checked all my statements from kindergarten through 12th grade and in college? And as I've paid my taxes and never broken a law, and I got a few speeding tickets, do we need to talk about those too? Because I think where you're going down is the same attacks that people have attacked me with over and over. Well, they might have attacked you with it over and over because you alleged that a school shooting was a false flag in order to pass gun legislation. So why don't you defend what your views are? This isn't an attack. This is asking you whether you apologize for that claim or whether you want to defend that claim. So go ahead. But she's unable to do it, right?
Reality is not an attack. Using your own words, the things you said, the video evidence of you telling David Hogg that he is paid, right? That, like, what do they expect us to do? And this is why ultimately zooming out on this entire story and the back and forth, and we could debate it. But I ultimately, look, I watched the 60 Minutes interview, and I do not think that Leslie Stahl actually did that great of a job. I think more broadly, I don't think 60 Minutes should have done this interview. The entire segment opens with like a 6-minute explanation of who Marjorie Greene is and where she came from and how she's a little bit divisive, like her thoughts on a national divorce. The thing we haven't tried to do since the Civil War. Like, it's all with this same sort of blasé, monotone, like centrist media where, hey, all these things are equal. People who want healthcare and a Green New Deal and not to die in a flood, that's the same thing as wanting to do over the Civil War. Anyway, it is driving me insane, Anna, because it's like you're known for being kind of an attack dog. You're really fiery about what? Say it. Because what you showed us just there is that she's an attack dog for believing that students are faking their own mass shootings. Just say that and stop giving it so much gas. Look, 20 minutes ago, Marjorie Greene just tweeted out a video with the headline, "Democrats are pedophiles," y'all. Like, this is the kind of green light, like a normalization that mainstream news often does with far-right white nationalists.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that, she's an elected lawmaker, whether we like it or not. And I think it is important to do these interviews. And my takeaway was a little different from yours. I think that what Leslie Stahl did in fact checking her in real time and then watching Marjorie Greene flail the way she did in response to those questions was important for a broader non-Newsmax audience to see. And whether it makes any difference in terms of the voting base that seems to be very supportive of Marjorie Greene, whether that makes any difference for them, I don't know, and I don't think it will. But Marjorie Greene very rarely, if ever, does any type of interview where she gets challenged. And it was kind of nice to see her in a context outside of Fox News or Newsmax or OAN. And watching her flail was important for at least people like me. I don't know, I enjoyed seeing it.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
But Anna, it wasn't flailing, was it? It wasn't flailing.
She flailed. It's pretty clear
but it was
she couldn't handle. Yeah, that anger is fantastic, right? The anger in response to a fact check where she got caught because she couldn't explain herself. And I think those moments are important. Now, with the rest of I hear what people are saying, you shouldn't platform her. Again, she's an elected lawmaker, so ignoring her and pretending like she doesn't exist also doesn't help the problem. So, it's an ongoing debate. I think the interview was important to do, but I hear what you're saying. It's a different perspective, and I respect that.
Yeah. It's just it's like a Kellyanne Conway conundrum, right? That's definitely a TM, the Kellyanne Conway conundrum, which is how many times can you invite someone on when they just lie to your face? Will you still give them airtime? Because clearly she was about ready to walk. I mean, if Leslie had pushed it even further, she was like, what are you gonna do? You got a parking ticket, and like she freaked out. And yes, you could call it flailing. I call it sort of a bitter partisan, like honestly, like an ultimatum, right? It was a little bit of a like, I'm gonna walk away from this interview if you keep on going down that road.
Yeah. All right, there was one more story left that I really wanted to do with you, Francesca, but we're gonna have to hold off on it. Thank you for doing the show with me today. Francesca Fiorentini has a fantastic podcast you should check out, The Bituation Room. Also watch her on all of the shows. She was on Damage Report earlier today, so make sure you check that out. Francesca.
And tomorrow.
And tomorrow.
With you.
Love it. Always a pleasure. Have a great night.
Yes.
We'll see you soon. All right, everyone, we're gonna take a
The concept of the Young Turks means the audience, they are the Young Turks. They are the go-getters. They are the ones making the emphatic change happen in their local community. The reality is that we've always, young and the not so young, we've always cared about news. But when you do not see the messengers of the news look like you, when they do not share your experiences, exposures, and environment, and there's a disconnect between you and the news. I lecture in mass communications. One thing I tell all of my students, there is no such thing as non-biased news. It never has been. Non-biased news has always been an illusion. Let's go back to the 60s and 70s, where people would say that was the purity of non-biased news. News has a segment. That segment has a time. That time, you must do your story and be finished. That means the producer, the writer, the orator has to take out what they don't think is important and only leave in what they believe is important. They have a limited time to tell the story. They do not have time to tell everybody's version or everybody's side. And they get to choose the facts that they bring to you, as well as the nuance, which really is a word for opinion, that they bring to you, the context they bring to you. So we've always had a level of bias in news. Here's the issue. The issue is to not deceive individuals as if you don't have some level of opinion with your news commentary. And that's what TYT has never done. They've always been authentic in their approach to progressive ideology and their news analysis and political breakdown. And I think that's how you actually win the heart and soul of individuals who are consuming information from you, because now they see themselves in you.
All right, well, the Young Turks special election day coverage dropping.
An amazing power panel.
Look at this panel. You want to talk about power?
Like a smart Destiny's Child. We're all too strong.
We start a revolution. Yes, another one.
Aren't you excited?
Wow. And then Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, everybody. Yay!
You know, this is where it started in a lot of ways.
Why is he lying? Because these are acts that you can commit with impunity.
Most of us are usually in boxer shorts underneath.
I went with the pants today.
This is the first ever power panel with Donald Trump as president.
We have elected the top Twitter troll in the country.
We have to stop pretending that race is not an issue in this country.
Now keep in mind, racism had gone away until Barack Obama brought it back.
That's right. They want to protect life so much that they want to ensure that insurance companies don't cover your maternity care.
There is so much heinous news out there. That's why we've got to laugh, not to cry. So join me, Francesca Fiorentini, and some of my progressive friends, comedians, actors, experts, and activists, as we deliver an hour of laughter and analysis every week on my podcast, The Bituation Room. The Bituation Room is an invitation for all of us to take ourselves a little bit less seriously while still giving you some concrete ideas for action. New episodes are available every single week. So join the Frantifa and listen to The Bituation Room on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your TYT Network podcasts. And make sure to subscribe and give the show 5 stars, because I like stars.
Welcome back to the show. Anna Kasparian and Wosny Lambre with you. Woz, it has been a while. How you doing?
I'm good. Happy to be back on with you. Yeah, we got to do this a lot more often.
We do. But you're a busy man, okay? Woz is the host of many shows. So why don't you tell the audience where to find your work?
Ringer.com, Ringer NBA show, wherever you get your podcasts. Of course, Woke Bros with Nando Vila. That's my political project, if you will, wherever you get your podcasts. And of course, I try to come up here on TYT whenever the bat signal goes out.
Love it. Well, you are gonna stick around for our members only bonus episode, which is gonna be great today. And our new YouTube members get to watch it because they're members. So special thanks to our new members, DP Justice 8983, Kashmir Ketterman also became a member. We've got Anna Crichton, who became a member, James Thompson, who gifted a membership. Thank you for that. Donna Benson, who also became a member. All of you guys are wonderful. Thank you for supporting the show. I saved this story for you, Woz, because I know how passionate you are on labor-related issues, so let's do it.
Do you understand that in America, workers have a fundamental right to join a union and collectively bargain to improve wages, benefits, and working conditions? Do you understand that?
I understand, and we respect the right of every partner who wears a green apron, whether they choose to join a union or not.
Last week, Senator Bernie Sanders grilled former Starbucks interim CEO Howard Schultz for the company's union-busting tactics. Unfortunately, following that hearing, Starbucks was undeterred and continued to possibly break more labor laws by firing more employees for attempting to organize their workplace. Now, the employee who was fired after that hearing, Alexis Rizzo, believes that she was in fact fired in retaliation for the hearing itself. Here's what happened and why Rizzo is so important. Now, she worked at one of the first 2 Starbucks stores that ended up unionizing in Buffalo, New York. Now, she led the union campaign at her store. Those 2 stores inspired the massive Starbucks union wave, which has now won elections in almost 300 locations across the country. As for why she was fired, Rizzo claims that she was fired for being late just 4 times over the, get this, 7 years of working as a shift supervisor. She says that on 2 of those occasions, she was only 1 minute late. Rizzo told the Buffalo News, quote, "My store manager was sobbing when she fired me about how much she didn't want to do it. I think it was out of her hands. I think she was forced to do this by higher up management." So that is what Rizzo believes is transpiring across or behind the scenes. Now, meanwhile, a spokesperson for Starbucks told CNBC that Rizzo had missed over 4 hours of work over those 4 occasions, and that she was repeatedly given write-ups for being late. Now, you should take the company's statement at face value if you are dumb. You should not take the company's statement at face value. In fact, you should be skeptical of it considering all of the other labor violations that the National Labor Relations Board has found Starbucks guilty of, okay? According to Starbucks Workers United, more than 200 Starbucks workers have been fired in retaliation for organizing. The National Labor Relations Board has alleged that Starbucks has fired over 60 union leaders across the country. Just last month, an NLRB judge ordered Starbucks to reinstate 7 Buffalo area workers who were illegally fired. And by the way, that's in addition to other labor violations. In total, the union has made more than 500 complaints of unfair labor practices related to Starbucks with the Federal Labor Board. Judges have found that the company has broken federal labor laws 130 times. More details on this in just a moment, but Waz, I want to bring you in because I'm really curious what you thought about the hearing itself and just thoughts on Rizzo's firing as well.
The hearing I found to be quite interesting because it forced the Democrats to actually take a side against the corporate overlords, which is not something that they ever want to do unilaterally. Bernie's gonna always be out there, a mass against these guys, right? Every now and again, you'll get a Liz Warren to come out and go against him. Joe Biden rhetorically every now and again will feign some support for the working man, but we know where he ultimately stands. So I found that to be quite interesting, where all the Democrats, people like Chris Murphy, had to come out and be like, this is crap, this is BS. You guys are breaking the law and you guys are hurting the little guy. I found that to be interesting because the Dems rarely, as a unit, go against corporate. Can
I just pause for a second because I think you make such a great point, and I hadn't thought about that. So I love that Bernie held this hearing because it's one of the rare instances where a corporation is being held accountable for the right reasons. Far too often these hearings are just meant to provide theater and make it seem like the big tech hearings, they never amount to anything. It's just a bunch of lawmakers looking for their soundbite. But the point that you make about forcing the Democratic Party to take a stand when really they try to skirt that in any way possible is incredible, right? Because the party has increasingly just kind of dug its heels into culture war related stuff in lieu of policy that would materially improve people's lives. And so holding their feet to the fire on an issue like this, I think is incredibly important. Just wanted to share my thoughts on that, but continue.
Of course, and just to piggyback off of what you just said, we can use a different example of the Silicon Valley Bank, where it's just like, Donald Trump got this through, and the Republican Congress got this through, and they magically, Anna, found 10 Democratic votes to support it. They needed 9, they found 10 miraculously, because if it was 13, they wouldn't have found 14, Anna.
Right.
Or if it was 15, they wouldn't have found 16. They just miraculously, they just found these 10 Democrats, because the Democrats would never want to side with, the banking sector. It's absurd. They do this time and time again. This is how they operate. And the second thing was these people have been found in violation of labor law 130 times. I'm sorry, if I got 130 speeding tickets or assault charges or drug dealing, panhandling, you name the charge, if they found me to be guilty 130 times, I couldn't credibly go anywhere and be like, no, we maintain our innocence. Like, these people have no credibility. They're blatantly flouting federal labor law.
Right.
And I will never get tired of bringing this up. Where the hell is the Justice Department? Where the hell is Joe Biden? They're stepping in on behalf of the railroad companies when the union organizes itself at the most opportune time to withhold their labor and try to win a fight for themselves. They have no problem jumping in front of that train. literally and metaphorically. Where the hell are they right now with Starbucks workers when these guys are blatantly breaking the law? Where are these fools?
Yeah, look, to be fair, the redeeming aspect of the Biden administration is his National Labor Relations Board. Under the Trump administration, he specifically appointed members of the National Labor Relations Board that would just actively rule against workers. And to be sure, that is exactly what happened. A former Google employee that the right wing was backing because they felt that he was unfairly fired after putting out a memo regarding why the tech industry doesn't bring in more female coders. Like he wrote some stuff in that memo that was deemed offensive, right? So Google ends up firing him. And James Damore, that was his name, he decides, this is during the Trump administration, Trump backed him, all the right wingers backed him. He's like, you know what? I got wrongfully fired in the state of California. I'm gonna file a complaint with the National Labor Relations Board. Well, the NLRB had a bunch of Trump appointees who were against labor, and they ruled against him, ruled against Damore, right? Which, talk is cheap. The right wing might pretend like they're these free speech warriors who want to back this poor employee, but when push comes to shove and they have to make a decision between a worker or a corporation, they're going to go with the corporation every time. And that story perfectly
100%.
showed that.
And you're right. He does deserve credit for appointing actual people who want to uphold laws that are already in existence, by the way. They're not making new rules to protect workers. They're just like, can we just uphold the actual labor laws that are already on the books? And like, yes, kudos to that. But we know, man, when these folks want to rally around something, it's not hard to gin up the support. Wherever you want to feel about the Ukraine-Russia war, you can feel however you want about it. When they want to go sell some weapons and they want to be like, look, we got a 50 billion under the couch cushion. They rally the troops. They'll go on TV. They will defend the hell out of these initiatives when workers are getting screwed by. And this is not some rinky-dink company. This is Starbucks. Like, this is major. These guys employ a bunch of people. I would like to see more people step up that aren't just, the Bernie Sanders of the world. The Democrats claim to care about this kind of stuff. Step up for these folks.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. Now, why don't they step up for these folks? Their campaign donors might be one reason. But I did want to just quickly mention two other employees who were fired just last week. They were fired last Friday, again, after the hearings took place. One was fired for also allegedly being late. The other was fired for closing the blinds after sunset, which according to management made it seem like the store was closed. The employee was present at Schultz's Senate hearing, by the way, and had a verbal altercation with the former CEO. So that might have played a role in why this employee was actually fired. But fact of the matter is, the only not governing, but the only entity, agency, government agency I see actually looking out for these workers is the NLRB as it stands today. Who knows what could happen in the future if you have a new administration, certainly a Republican administration. I would venture to say that they would not have a labor-friendly NLRB, much like Trump's administration. And so it is important for them to fight back as hard as they can now, knowing that they have an NLRB that's actually looking out for the best interests of the workers here. But one thing that really stands out to me is Starbucks is undeterred. The hearing didn't shake them. The decisions by federal judges showing that they had violated federal labor laws does not deter them. They continue violating these labor laws because they think they can without any real consequences. So the next question is, what's the enforcement and what will the consequences be should Starbucks continue violating labor laws? And we'll see how that plays out. Any final words on this, Waz?
I mean, I don't know that these folks can count on the executive branch, and obviously, as well as anybody, the judiciary, Supreme Court, this thing will get, they will tear these labor laws in shreds.
That's such a good point.
In that damn court. So yeah, let's hope that something can shake out for these folks.
For now, why don't we move on to how Americans, including the majority of Republicans, feel about the culture war lodged against their preferred politicians, by the way. This is an incredible survey that was done by Data for Progress. Apparently, Republican lawmakers are at odds with their own voters when it comes to the culture wars on the LGBTQ community, and that's according to a new survey that was done by Data for Progress. Here's what they found. Let's take a look at this graph, which will give you a sense of where American voters stand. It's broken up by political ideology, and it shows that 72% of Democrats, 72% of Democrats, 65% of independents, and 55% of Republican voters think that there is too much legislation aimed at limiting the rights of transgender and gay people in America. Voters are also seeing through Republicans' idea of so-called woke identities. So the poll also found that 57% of likely voters overall agree that transgender identities occur naturally when free societies permit individuals to identify outside of societal norms, whereas only 33% view transgender identities as a woke invention. So I want to go back to the first part of this poll was, because I was actually a little surprised to see that 55% of Republican voters are like, yeah, this is just culture war nonsense and it's unnecessary. Because it seems like they love it if you watch corporate mainstream media, but it turns out, no, Republican voters are just like everyone else. They see the culture war as a big distraction. They also want lawmakers to improve their quality of life and their material conditions. But there really aren't many politicians who are willing to do that. So in lieu of political representation that benefits and improves their lives, they just go along with the right wingers who own the libs. That's the way I read this. I'm curious what you think.
I can't say that I'm that shocked by it, in the sense that even if you are some rabid right winger foaming at the mouth and wanting to, hurt and be, cruel to trans people, in real life they don't interact with trans people. At their school, there are no trans kids. This is a very small segment of the population. This is not the same as vaccines and COVID shutdowns, where everybody can't send their kid to school, where everybody can't go to the mall or a bar or a restaurant. Like this is just not something that's occurring in their lives. It's just not, and you just see the amount of oxygen that this stuff gets on TV and from their politicians as compared to what they're actually interfacing with every single day. I'm not surprised that people can see that this seems like a freaking, it's theater. Like they don't see it out in their lives. So that's why I think they can see this clearly and just like, this is crap.
No, absolutely. And look, obviously the percentages of people seeing this as a culture war issue that's like unnecessary changes significantly from Democrats to Republicans. So with Democrats, it's 72% of them say that the amount of anti-LGBTQ legislation is excessive. The number goes down to 55% for Republicans, but it's still a majority of Republican voters who feel this way, which is, I think, good news. Especially with the way that the right wing is kind of painted in left-wing corporate media. I'm thinking about MSNBC, let's just keep it real. But to your point, Waz, it is taking up a lot of the energy, both in newscasts and also with what Republican lawmakers on a state level are up to. For instance, there have been nearly 430 separate bills that have moved or are moving through the state legislature this year pertaining to restricting or limiting the rights of LGBTQ individuals. At least 10 states have banned gender affirming care for minors, and another 21 have introduced bills. 19 states have also banned transgender students from participating in school sports matching their gender identity. 16 states have offered bills that would restrict or ban drag performances in public spaces. And if the calculation here is that the Republican candidates in future elections will do well by running on these issues, I think the midterms will show you not necessarily. So just a quick refresher, the 2022 midterms really delved into these issues heavily. Republicans in midterm races are embracing anti-trans rhetoric like never before. And that is a headline on November 3rd of 2022. But it seems to have backfired to some extent. Let's go to graphic 5, analysis. Voters repudiate attacks on trans youth in midterms. And survey showed midterm voters cared strongly about abortion access and trans rights while disapproving of Trump brand election denialism, as younger people and independents broke for Democrats despite widespread disapproval of President Joe Biden and concern about the economy and high inflation. So final word on this, I'll give to you, Waz. What do you think really happened there? Do you think that the anti-trans rhetoric and policy coming from Republicans really did persuade young voters who otherwise hate Joe Biden and the Democratic Party to vote, to get active?
No, I think it's the contempt for right-wing voters by right-wing politicians that have kind of doomed them here. Like, you can have the first part, but you have to translate it into something that actually affects these folks' lives. Like, for instance, the affirmative action thing, right? Like, where you can say to voters of all races, by the way, who aren't black specifically, like, yo, these left wingers, they're so crazy. They want to help the black people at all costs, even at the expense of you, person who wants their kid to go to a good college. So many Americans on both sides of the spectrum are trying to get their kids into college. So you can make that connection. Like like, all right, we're willing to follow you. And then, okay, yeah, this is somehow screwing me on the other end. I understand that. With the trans thing, it's like, there's no trans kids at my kid's school. I don't have any trans parents in my neighborhood. I don't see trans stuff ever. And all these people ever want to do is talk about trans stuff. All right, cool, but when does it actually start to affect my own life? And I think it's that miscalculation. Like, these people have a very high level of contempt for their voting base. And it shows with stuff like this trans stuff that doesn't compute and doesn't translate. People are not that stupid, even right wingers, guys.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think you're right about that. All right, we gotta take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about incredibly important policy proposals coming from the great state of North Carolina. The heavy topic of banning participation trophies. Don't miss it. We've got that and more coming right up. Someone from Flint in our Twitch community says, Anna and Waz, post-game is about to get raunchy, because for some reason, it's only when I do the show with Waz that like the post-game does unfortunately get a little less family friendly, let's just put it that way. But I don't think that's gonna be the case today. I don't think, we'll see. No, it is. We're doing that New York Times story about the new dinner parties. Okay, sorry, Waz. That's never intentional, by the way. All right, let's go to our super chat section. Lots of comments that I haven't read yet. So Christina writes in and says, Franny, I adore you. Anna, you inspire me every day. Thank you. Thank you for that comment. I wish I had read it earlier when Francesca was on the show. Moondragon says, Jim Jordan should investigate this corruption, but I feel he won't. Jim Jordan investigating anything, including possible sexual misconduct by a wrestling coach, is just inconceivable. Matt Gates on a white Ford Bronco writes in and says, can you imagine teachers having a school issued Glock but still having to purchase school supplies for their classrooms? Yes, I can imagine that, unfortunately. Ezra Graves says, a history of violence at 6 years old. He's a child. Violence didn't come downloaded in his brain. If she'd been killed, would he get life in prison? So the state of Virginia has laws in regard to children who are too young to be prosecuted. So if a child is younger than 7 years old, based on state law, he or she cannot be prosecuted. So I wouldn't worry about the 6-year-old, but when the teacher was referencing history of violence, she was referencing basically he had tried to strangle someone. There are instances that she pointed to, but does that mean that the child was born evil? No, I don't think so. Obviously there's something happening with the kid, some trauma that's unresolved that he needs help with, right? So that needs to be dealt with for sure. It's just that we don't have a country that really values things like treatment and mental health care. So the problem will probably be compounded in some way because we live in America. Okay, Chaplain Fred writes in and says, I read that already, I think. Frantifa and oligarchy talk about Salty Monday. What's next? Jenk's bicep of fury. Well, Jenk's on leave for now. He's on vacation, so probably not. We've got Mikey who says, if they want to arm teachers, are they also going to give teachers qualified immunity? Does that mean parents couldn't sue them for teaching CRT? It's a really good question. It almost seems as though Republican lawmakers haven't thought it through. We've got Michael who says, Australian gun control, weapon must at all times be locked in a secure heavy duty gun safe. I think that is a common sense law that we should implement here in the United States. I agree with that law completely. Special thanks to Dan Cruz for the super chat. Jason Ray writes in and says, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a loudmouth bully who can't take a punch. Agreed. CJ Jones also, thank you for your super chat as well. Let's get back to the show. Welcome back to the show, everyone. Anna Kasparian and Wosny Lambre with you. Let's get to the serious story about participation trophies and what these brave Republican lawmakers in North Carolina plan to do about it. Good news, everyone. Good news coming from North Carolina specifically. Apparently, the government there has solved all of the problems their residents are facing. Their lives have been made whole. Their material conditions have improved. They don't have to worry about poverty or financial instability or any of that because now the Republican lawmakers in that state have focused on really important stuff, important matters like banning participation trophies for children. The idea that this would even be on the minds of any lawmaker in any state really does boggle my mind because of course North Carolina's economic conditions are not great. There are a lot of people struggling in that state, but nonetheless, this is the policy that Republican lawmakers in North Carolina have decided to champion. Let's get to the details. The GOP-backed bill would bar local government-operated youth, sports, or recreation groups from giving awards for participants based solely on their participation and restricts awards to those based on identified performance achievements. So you only get a trophy if you won the game or if you're the MVP, whatever, right? Something very specific. Now, the bill is sponsored by North Carolina State Senators Timothy Moffitt, Eddie Settle, and Bobby Hanig. In fact, Bobby Hanig told a local news outlet this, it's past the sports. What we're not teaching our children is to be prepared for life, be prepared for failure. I mean, he might know a thing or two about failure. When kids are growing up, they're being taught it's okay to just be okay. You don't have to be the best. I mean, as someone who opines on sporting events and athletics, I'm sure you have strong feelings about this. Participation trophies for children, just serious stuff, really serious stuff.
Look, Here's the funny thing about it. I actually am opposed to participation trophies. I actually do think there's something to winners and losers and setting goals and setting out to achieve them and being able to like sort of have a yard marker for your goals. It's like, oh, I wanted to make the team. I made it. Next year I want to start. We want to win, or we want to win this many games or whatever. Like, it's good to like have a metric for goals.
No, I totally, by the way, I agree with you on that. I was a student not too long ago, right? Like, I'm in my mid-30s now, pushing 40. I get it. But I remember what it was like to be a kid. And if everyone in the class, or if everyone in my dance troupe, or whatever it is, if we all got the same, like, thanks for participating award, we would all know that it's like nothing to write home about, right? Like, kids aren't stupid. So like, what's really going on here, right? Like, is there something happening where there aren't specific awards given to people who, or students who really excel? Is everyone just getting the same award no matter what? Like, what's really going on?
No, I think this is part of the save the children narrative. Like, it's anytime something has to do with the kids, we have to pretend that they're in this insanely grave peril where, kids can't even kick a ball on their freaking streets anymore. I think this is part of that culture. And more importantly, Anna, this is what counts for mass politics now. Okay, there is nothing you can do democratically, no matter who you vote for, who you get in office. Nothing is going to change for you and your loved ones except for something like this. And that's what I think this is emblematic of. Like, even politically, nothing's gonna change. Doesn't matter who you vote in there.
Yep.
Nothing is gonna change because the powers that be are broadly aligned on the important issues.
Yes.
And they don't include making your life better.
Yes.
So when they can feign something like, look at how I'm improving the life of little Johnny by depriving him and his cohort of participation trophies, of course they're gonna, play trumpets for this kind of crap. They're not doing anything else. They're not.
That's so true. I mean, look, that's exactly right. That's really the only valuable point to this story, or valuable analysis, right? They're just distracting with this nonsense, okay? Because fact of the matter is, the biggest problems in society don't root. Like, the root isn't participation trophies for children. But I gotta get to this one other quote because I thought it was hilarious. Because there's this guy named Dominique Brewer. He oversees a footage program? I don't know what a footage program is, but nonetheless, a footage program for children ages 5 to 13. I'm gonna guess that's football program. Maybe it's a typo. Anyway, doesn't matter. Dominique Brewer was asked for comment for this story. And Brewer said that he was for certificates that acknowledge the child has competed in the league, but said it was not acknowledging their participation. Okay, so what? Because I played in softball when I was in high school. Not because I like softball, not because I wanted to play softball, but because I thought, the one thing that's really missing from my college applications is like a sport, because I don't like sports, I don't play sports, I don't even want to watch sports, right? That's just not me. No offense, Waz, no offense.
Hey, listen, I completely love that for you.
Thank you. I love it for me too.
It's a lot more stressful and time consuming than is necessary, to be honest. So you're lucky to be free from the shackles of caring about this stuff.
If there's one thing I want to be known for, it's being free of stress. But anyway, no, I did it. I participated in it to get the participation trophy for my college admissions, right? I didn't excel at all. In fact, I wasn't allowed to play a single game because of how bad I was. I was benched the entire season. And I didn't complain about it, I loved it. So but I still participated. I went to every practice. I ran from the ball as it was barreling toward my face because I was terrified of it. Like, did that make me a bad person that I got that?
No, and I think what they're trying to acknowledge, Anna, is something like a varsity Letterman jacket is a participation trophy. It's a way to signify to everybody, like, I played on this team, not necessarily that we won anything significant or that we were exceptional or whatever. No, I get to wear this jacket because I participated in this sport. That's a participation trophy. And they recognize that we should have these type of things. It's just, they're slowly realizing, like, what are we doing here? We can't just, eliminate the the recognition, any recognition at all that somebody played in a game or a sport just because they didn't necessarily win. Like, even that's just them acknowledging the flaws in their absurd, argument.
Listen, I'm all in favor of doing away with participation trophies as long as we do so with lawmakers as well. You don't get a participation trophy, including the title of representative or senator, if you're actually doing nothing. You're, taking recess incessantly. You're spending all your time fundraising. You're not actually writing or passing legislation. I want to do away with those participation trophies, and then we're having a conversation. And then finally, to your point, and it's a really important point to drive home, Waz. The state of North Carolina is not doing well based on various metrics, okay? And the fact that these Republican lawmakers in that state are focusing on this issue tells you everything you need to know. They are deflecting and they are distracting from their failure to represent the best interests of the people in North Carolina. A recent study by Wallet Hub, for instance, ranked all 50 states across 51 key indicators to determine the best states to raise a family. And North Carolina was ranked 39th out of 50 states with a total score of 43.11. North Carolina also ranks 30th in the country for healthcare, but hey, no time to address that. They have important matters like banning participation trophies for literal children. So the bill to ban participation trophies has yet to be voted on. It needs to pass both chambers of the General Assembly and will be signed by Governor Roy Cooper in order to become law. None of that has happened yet. We'll see how it plays out. But my guess is no one, including the very lawmakers who wrote this legislation, genuinely care about it, genuinely see this as a big issue that needs to be legislated against. I think, again, that this is just a distraction. They should be frying bigger fish here.
And this same North Carolina legislator, which, by the way, we used to think of North Carolina as the good Carolina. I don't know that we have any good Carolinas anymore. These guys were on the cutting edge of the trans stuff, where they were trying to ban trans people from bathrooms and trans kids from, participating in certain school activities. So it's not surprising that they go culture war immediately. Instead of actually dealing with the failures of the state's government to serve its people. It's, we gotta look back at the recent history as well and know that this is what they've been doing up there for a few years now.
Absolutely. All right, when we come back from the break, a story that I'm gonna try really, really hard not to bungle. It's one of the most controversial stories in the headlines today. Having to do with two NCAA women's basketball players and some unsavory gesturing that they engaged in. That and more coming right up. You know, Marshall Ghetto, that's the handle on Twitch, says, I love WAS. Just simple message there. And you know what? I agree. We both get participation trophies for agreement, for participating in an argument we both agree on. Late Bloomer 66 has an important point to make, and what you write here is 100% true just based on social workers I've talked to in the state of California. The crisis with social workers is happening all over the state of California. Up here in San Francisco, we are so understaffed in the social services where social workers are involved. It is hard because there are children and families that are being underserved due to the lack of social workers. That's exactly right. Just to give you a little more of what I've learned. So the work that my best friend does, she also like oversees other therapists within this nonprofit. And like a few weeks ago, 3 of them just quit with no notice, by the way, because they're like, we just can't do this anymore. Again, underpaid, underappreciated, undervalued. These are the most important jobs. These are essential jobs, and the workers go through a lot. Think about what it means to be a social worker, to have like an endless flow of clients who are dealing with all sorts of serious issues, mental health problems, all sorts of issues. And the fact that they also get like volunteered to do police work as well without anyone weighing in or like talking to them about it ahead of time is also a problem, and that's happening in California as well. They have no problem being part of that, criminal justice reform system, but they want to be part of the conversation rather than have a bunch of politicians volunteer them on their behalf without them being able to actually weigh in on any of it. All right, let's move on to some more comments. Avenger Dragon says there's a mental health provider shortage, a teacher shortage, and a social worker shortage because they are underfunded and underpaid, and education is underfunded, causing more shortage, leading to more burnout, which worsens the shortage. Exactly, you're right about that. Have the 701 Dragon says the biggest joke is when Starbucks calls their baristas partners. I know. I mean, it's like, we don't want to allow them to unionize. In fact, we will fire them immediately if we find out they're organizing their workplace, but we do call them partners. So I'm sure those platitudes will make up for the way we treat them. It's just ridiculous. Occam's Taser says, I wiped with the Starbucks statement. Was I supposed to read it? That's hilarious. Listen, obviously read it, know what they're saying, but take what they say with a grain of salt, considering all the labor violations they've committed. Not a Dragon says, management will always find a legal excuse to fire employees they don't want. You're right about that. And we are out of time. I'll see you in the show coming up. Welcome back to the show. Anna Kasparian and Wosny Lombre with you. Just want to read a comment about our last story having to do with the participation trophies potentially getting banned in North Carolina. Brad writes in and says, how about a compromise? Get rid of participation trophies and give them a free lunch so they don't have to go hungry. If I was an elected Democrat, I'd be proposing an amendment for every bill that even mentions children. That is a really great point, and I love your strategy there. You have thought about strategy approximately 100% more than most Democratic politicians have, which is depressing to say the least. Woz, any thoughts?
I mean, that's beautiful and that's perfect. And I say that as a free lunch kid. I was somebody who always ate the free lunch when I was both in public school and Catholic middle school and elementary school, because they had a free lunch program at my Catholic school. Unfortunately, by the time I got to high school, St. Francis Prep was like, pay up, kid.
Yep. There are more and more states that are, I mean, obviously blue states that are considering or have already passed universal free school lunch policy. I think that's the way to go. I mean, just go for it. What are we doing? It's $4 for the lunch, and the idea that we're gonna keep playing this school lunch game in perpetuity is ridiculous. But anyway, let's move on to a story that I typically would not cover, and I wouldn't cover it because I just don't understand sports, and I always bungle sports related stories, but this one's an interesting one, and I'm curious what you think, Waz. So let's talk about it. A player's hand gesture toward her opponent during the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship has sparked a massive, and in my opinion, ridiculously out of control controversy online. So let's give you some context on what happened. So LSU beat Iowa 102-85 in Sunday's championship game, okay? Now 20-year-old Angel Reese helped lead her team to victory over Iowa and their star, Caitlin Clark, okay? So Caitlin Clark is the star of the Iowa team, and the Iowa team lost. Now with under a minute remaining, Reese began celebrating by doing wrestler John Cena's "you can't see me" gesture. It looks like this, okay? Which she directed toward Clark, okay, the opposing team star player. Now, we can't show you the video for copyright reasons, but here you just saw the image of the gesture in question. She then pointed her finger, or pointed to her ring finger, as you see in that image, alluding to the championship ring she'd soon be getting. Okay, so for that gesture, Reese has received a ton of ridiculous backlash. And I say ridiculous, before we get to the backlash, I say ridiculous because even though I am ignorant when it comes to sports, even though I'm not really into sports, one thing that I do know without a shadow of a doubt is that male basketball players say the worst things to each other on the court. I know that, I've heard it, I've seen it. The NBA, like the players crap talk one another like crazy. And it's not a big story, it's not a big controversy, but for some reason this story is. So let's get to the details on what the backlash was. Dave Portnoy, who is the Barstool Sports president, said or called her a classless piece of, and then used an expletive there. Even Keith Olbermann weighed in on this, saying, "What an effing idiot." Just let them fight. Like what? And by the way, not physically fight, but who cares? Why is this even a story? Who cares?
It's a story because of the subtext, right? If Keith Olbermann and Dave Portnoy just got their tweets off and everybody called them idiots, we would be able to move on with our lives. But there is a subtext sort of happening below the surface that, for whatever reason, responsible people in media just refuse to sort of attack head on. And we can do that here because this is TYT, right? The Caitlin Clark young lady, right? She has been breaking records, viewership records this entire year and this entire tournament. They played a sold out arenas. She's gotten a lot of attention for her game. This has been going on for a couple of years now. And the reason for this is, yes, she's a cutesy little white woman doing it in a predominantly black sport, but her style of play, which is flashy ball handling and long range shooting, is legitimately exciting. It's legitimately new to the sport of women's basketball, the way that she's doing it. She's legitimately a Steph Curry type of player. And so she's gotten a lot of attention from it, right? A lot of positive press. And yes, her games have been very well viewed. And I think the other players and even coaches of other teams have been a little resentful and jealous of it because, quite frankly, there might be a racial component to the adulation that she's getting. So like the vinegar and the acidity that people are seeing from the LSU player Reese is palpable and real. And it is coming from somewhere of just like, they've been sweating this little white girl for years now. We just beat her and we don't get half the praise, half the attention. And again, yes, we gotta, this is America. Some of it might have to do with the fact that she's white. But we have to admit that she's legitimately a special player. And if you're in media, if you are an adult, we can recognize that like the self-aggrandizement, you don't yourself have to actually feed into. You don't have to turn Keith Olbermann and Dave Portnoy, who is a known troll, into the culture war. We can be like, you know what? The women's college basketball tournament just outdrew the NBA on ESPN this year.
What?
This is a legitimate phenomenon. Yes,
that's a big deal.
And you haven't even heard this because we're too busy adjudicating the culture war. Like these women have broken viewership records. This is incredibly positive for the sport.
Hell yeah.
Yes. The black women can be mad and feel kind of resentful about Caitlin Clark, the attention that she's gotten, and there's something real there. There's a there.
Hold on. So I don't doubt what you're saying, but there is another element that I want to bring up. First off, later Keith Olbermann apologized because he claimed that he was uninformed before he put out that tweet. But there's a backstory, right? So you shared a little bit of the backstory, actually what I think is some of the most important context to it. But then there was also accusations toward Caitlin Clark because prior to this game, apparently Caitlin Clark did the same gesture. Yes, there you go, and didn't get.
This part of it is undisputable. There's nothing wrong in the sports sense with what happened. A white guy who's old as hell, like Keith Olbermann, who is of this sort of puritanical past culture in sports, where you quote unquote act like you've been there, show class to your opponent, don't be a boastful winner. This is all stuff from the past that the culture war is over on that front. We all acknowledge that that's nonsense and it's less fun when people behave that way. Nobody actually thinks that.
So let me jump in on that because you're so right about that. In fact, Major League Baseball, and I only know about this because of my husband Christian, he used to play professional baseball, but he told me back in the day when he was playing, it was considered unsportsmanlike behavior to celebrate a home run. Let's say you hit a home run, you get to the base, you finish it, and let's say you're excited, you just doing this, like it was like frowned upon. But that culture war's over, right? Because the culture has changed. I remember Puig, Yasiel Puig, was not into that whole like norm of no, don't celebrate. So he started celebrating and he would get negative headlines for it. But he's like, no, I'm gonna celebrate, I don't care. And I think that was what kind of pushed Major League Baseball to this like new culture of, no, go ahead and celebrate your wins, that's okay.
Yeah, it's over. So when the people on the other side try to act like there's actually some culture or institution or power that's allied against the LSU women's basketball team, it's not true. There's some idiot individuals online who hold no sway, no power, cannot hold these women back from achieving their goals professionally and personally that we can ignore. And again, the stuff about the women who participated, who may have lost to Iowa and beat Iowa and feel like Iowa has gotten all of this adulation in a way that feels disproportionate, there's something to that. However, We need to concentrate on the overwhelming success that was this women's tournament and what it means for the sport going forward, that they could put a product out there that was this popular. We don't gotta culture war this to death, please, for the life of God.
I like your take. I think your take is actually pretty unique, just based on what I've heard others say about this whole incident. I like that positive message that you have, and I didn't even know. I had no idea that these games were bringing in or drawing more of an audience than the actual NBA. That is insane.
Dude, they did. I think they did a peak of 12.5 million viewers.
That's insane.
The average NBA game on ESPN right now is getting like 4 or 5 or 6 million. This is a sport that used to draw in the 100,000s. WNBA regularly in the hundreds of thousands of viewers for their games. These people, these women did 12.5 million. That should be the headline coming out of this instead, because again, don't think there's not these race warriors, culture warriors on quote unquote our side, Anna, who are blowing that part of it up to an extent that I think is unnecessary.
I mean, believe me, I know. I know. But I do want to just close on this, because Angel Reese did release a statement about Caitlin Clark, saying Caitlin Clark is a hell of a player for sure, but I don't take disrespect lightly. I kind of love her, by the way. And she disrespected Alexis and my girls. South Carolina, they still my SEC girls too. You're not gonna disrespect them either. I had a moment at the end of the game. I was in my bag. I was in the moment. And you know what? Let her go. Let her go.
We don't need anything else. No more explanation.
Yeah.
That is perfectly said by her.
Totally agree. All right, our bonus episode is gonna be incredible. We're gonna talk about Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher dealing with a lot of backlash because they plan on leaving no money to their children. Is that a good or bad thing? We will discuss. And then we have a story about new dinner parties in New York that Waz is going to give us some insight into. tyt.com/join. We'll see you there.
Every day, the Young Turks delivers 2 hours of solid, fact-based, timely news and progressive commentary on all the day's most important stories. We keep our viewers informed while also providing perspective and insight on the news we cover, so you understand not only what's happening, but also what's happening behind the scenes, the stories behind the stories.
We play musical chairs and put these children in one awful detention facility to the next. That's what's happening at the border.
The things that got him banned, he's still spreading. So presumably, I think it's reasonable to say that if you allow him back on the website, he's going to do it again.
Any legal voter that we deem not willing to vote for my side shouldn't vote because it'll replace me that's supposed to vote for my side. That's not how voting works. That's not how democracy works.
And while many people following today's political news can get discouraged about the direction of the nation and the world, that's not us. At TYT, we're genuinely optimistic about the future, and with good reason. Today, wide majorities of Americans agree with our progressive stances on issues ranging from healthcare and education to climate, immigration, and wages. The rising generation of young people are also overwhelmingly progressive in their political beliefs and policy objectives, and they're increasingly flexing their muscle as voters and activists to demand change from our elected officials. The traditional mainstream media is mostly AWOL. They, along with the government and many other cherished institutions, have been captured by corporate interests. Audiences sense that they're not getting the whole story or even the truth from once trusted outlets, whether broadcast and cable TV news networks or national newspapers and magazines. The antidote is the Young Turks. Unlike mainstream corporate outlets, we're not beholden to corporate advertisers, to defense contractors, to Wall Street, or to Big Pharma, and we don't carry water for the Republican or Democratic parties. So watch us Monday to Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific, and join the thousands of progressives around the globe who tune in every day for TYT's unmatched, award-winning content and see what it's like to experience a news organization that only answers to you.
I don't care if you're Christian. In fact, I will fight for you to have your religious liberty and practice your Christianity. I believe in that. I don't believe in Christianity, which means that you do not get to dictate the way I live my life based on your religion. I don't care what what the Bible says. You have every right in the world. All those women who identify with your religion have every right in the world to not get an abortion, to not take birth control, but they do not have the right to dictate my life and what I decide to do with my body. I don't care about your goddamn religion. I'm so tired of having nonstop conversations about what the Bible says. You live your life in the way that you interpret the Bible. Again, I don't care, but you don't get to take the Bible and tell me, well, the Bible says this in this chapter, in this verse. I don't care. I don't care, I don't believe in it, and I have the right, based on our Constitution, to not believe in it.
Here at the Young Turks, we do our best to bring you the most essential news stories of the day, but we can't cover everything in a 2-hour show. And for the rest, I recommend Ground News. Founded by a former NASA scientist, Ground News uses a revolutionary system that analyzes where the news is coming from and gives you complete transparency on the potential biases these sources may have. That way, you can read between the lines of media bias and break free from the corporate media agenda. In arming you with the context and transparency, you'll have everything you need to think critically about the news and build responsible media literacy for yourself and others. With Ground News, you're not just mindlessly consuming the media, you're part of a movement that is working to hold them accountable and get straight to the facts. Break through the filter bubbles, the propaganda, and the bias, and subscribe to Ground News today.
Welcome to our members only bonus episode. Anna Kasparian and Wosny Lambre with you. I always feel good during the bonus episode, Woz, because I feel like we can lay back a little bit and
decompress. Yes,
exactly. And usually we have lighter stories, fun stories in the bonus episode. Although this next one, I'm really curious what you think, because it has to do with inheriting money and whether incredibly wealthy individuals should leave a ton of money to their children after they die. So let's talk about Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis.
My kids are not getting like big. I'm not setting up a trust for them. We'll end up giving our money away to charity and to various things and Dax.
My off-road fund.
And so our kids, if my kids want to start a business and they have a good business plan, I'll invest in it.
Yeah.
But they're not getting trust. They're not going to get. So hopefully they'll be motivated to have what they had or some version of what they had.
That 2018 statement from actor Ashton Kutcher is being reevaluated again today as the whole Nepo baby debate rages online. And there have been some mixed reactions to what Kutcher says in that clip. Before I get to those mixed reactions, I'm just gonna jump right to you, Woz, because I'm curious what you think. Do you think this is the right way to go?
First, let me just say one thing first. Stop taking celebrities at their word. These people are trained to lie to us. They are always lying to us in public. Rarely are they telling the truth to us. At any point, I don't care if they're selling a movie, I don't care what they're doing. In the movies themselves, they're acting, they're lying. These people are not who they claim to be. They're not sharing their innermost thoughts with us. It would be insane for them to do so. They're lying. That's one. Let's just get that out the way.
Very important
just as
point.
A matter of fact and principle, celebrities are lying to us 95% of the time, okay? So let's just get that out the way.
There's been in-depth studies on it. 95% is the accurate percentage of time they lie to us.
Accurate, I promise you. Number two, here's why I don't care about how much money Ashton Kutcher leaves for his kid, is that no matter what happens, their kid is gonna be so well connected, so well educated into upper crust and elite society, so well acculturated to elite culture and norms, there is no path for them to have bad lives. They're going to be good. With or without the millions, they're already on a path to be in that sort of part of our society. So whether they get left 250 million or just 10 or whatever the case may be, they're going to be fine. These are elite kids. He's not, if Ashton Kutcher told me he was gonna send his kids to the rinky-dink public school in his neighborhood, and he's not gonna like intervene in his kids' lives and have them sort of not have the guardrails that what being a rich person is, then I'd be like, okay, that's kind of radical. Ashton Kutcher claiming that when he dies, 30 years from now, whatever, he's just, this money's going to charity. Yeah. If that was the case, Anna, why is he going to charity right now? What are we waiting for? Okay. Why does he have to die first?
Just real quick, to your point about how their children are gonna be fine and they're gonna be well connected, you make a great point. In fact, they'll probably be millionaires on their own, in their own right, before Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis pass, right? They'll be actors and they'll be doing real well before they pass. The other thing I wanna just quickly mention is, look, you brought up the fact that actors lie because you're speculating that in this case, Ashton Kutcher's statements in 2018 were probably not true, right? He probably just said it to what? To placate people, right? Like that, I think that part of the story is more interesting, okay? Because why does he, as a powerful and wealthy actor, feel the need to placate whoever he thinks he's placating? I'm gonna go ahead and guess it's people on Twitter, because that's the thing. For some reason, regardless of how wealthy, powerful, influential politicians, actors, or public figures are, they somehow think they need to concede to an angry mob of people on Twitter, when in reality, you don't need to concede to shit. Okay, so here, I'll tell you, I'm not rich, okay? But let's say I somehow accumulate a nice little nest egg, and then one day I pass away, I don't have children. If I had children, 100% of that nest egg would go to my kids. Go ahead and get mad, I don't give a shit, okay? I don't have kids, so 100% of my nest egg is gonna go to my nieces and nephews. Not a single dollar will go to charity. I don't trust charities, okay? I just don't. So what? Go ahead and cry about it. Stop placating moms online. That's my point. Stop placating them. It's so annoying. I can't take it anymore. Like, it's ridiculous.
I will say this though, Anna, at least there's an instinct to understand that the plebes are repulsed by some of the aspects of your decadence and wealth. And I think that it takes at least some level of self-awareness to do this. I cover a sport like the NBA, where LeBron goes on his TV show and he's like, yeah, I wanna own a team one day. And it's supposed to be seen as this revolutionary act that one guy who's a billionaire will get to own a team and exploit the labor force of the NBA someday. And normal black people are supposed to see that as freedom and some revolutionary act, right? There's a certain lack of self-awareness in that, right? Like the things that are supposed to be seen as amazing for a rich person and revolutionary for the rich people in his cohort, the regular masses are supposed to see as great. I think Ashton Kutcher is tapping into like, no, people know it's disgusting that my potentially loser and good for nothing kids would just have all this money at their disposal for having done absolutely nothing in this world, that you allegedly supposed to work your ass off for everything that you get. I at least appreciate that self-awareness.
Right, but there is, let me just say, there is a difference between, let's say, a family consisting of parents who actually, like, they worked to earn the money. And look, they're wealthy because actors and actresses can get incredibly wealthy if they're cast in the right movies and all of that stuff. They had successful careers, but they're working for other people, right? These are not, corporate executives. These aren't like Wall Street bankers. These aren't people who stole money through all sorts of like weird financial instruments and whatever. Like, they earn the money and they should be able to do whatever the hell they want to do with the money. If they want to leave it to their children, great. I think there's an interesting question about the impact it has on a child's development if they know that they've got that silver spoon permanently affixed in their mouth, right? And so what do you do to kind of mitigate that? So if I were in their position, first of all, I wouldn't feel the need to placate anybody or any group, right? I would do what I think is right for me and my family. So I would tell my kids, I'm gonna leave you nothing. You gotta work hard, you need to earn your own money. And then when I die, I would leave everything to them. Like I would lie to them because you want your kids to work hard, right? You don't want them to be spoiled. You don't want them to feel entitled. I totally understand that. And so if that's the motivating factor for Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis, I totally get it and I respect it. They should do whatever they want with their money. I don't care. But I do care when like you're saying things specifically to placate folks. And we don't even know if what Ashton Kutcher said there is the truth, right? Because to your point, he might just be saying it and then behind the scenes, everything goes to his kids.
Absolutely no way. Maybe he won't set up a trust where, I've known a couple of trust fund kids in my life where it's like, my one homie turned 18 and $50,000 appeared in his checking account. And then, when he turned 21, another crazy sum of money. And then, there are these like life markers where the trust just pays you just for being in the trust. Maybe he won't set up his trust like that, but his kids are going to get his money.
They will, they will.
There's no reality where anything else happens, folks.
Let's go to graphic 5 here because I think this is a perfect explanation of what could happen. So one tweeter says, this is PR BS. Let me explain why. You're rich, you create a charity foundation, you donate all your assets to the charity, tax write-off. The charity earns income from assets, the charity pays little to no taxes. You name your children directors of the charity, voila. So that could very well happen. And if it does, I don't care and you shouldn't care because it's their money. They didn't earn it by stealing from people. And if they want to leave it to their kids, they should be able to leave it to their kids. That money should be taxed with an appropriate estate tax, to be clear. But other than that, everyone get out of other people's personal lives. How about that?
Also, Anna, people might not know this about Ashton Kutcher, but he's like a VC guy.
Oh, really?
He's invested in businesses and all of that. That's like one of his things that he does. And we know Bill Gates obviously is a titan in that world, Microsoft being what Microsoft has become. He was the first loser to do this. Oh, I'm gonna leave all my money to charity, blah, blah, blah. So he's just stealing this line from Bill Gates.
That's hilarious.
And it's nonsense. We know it's crap.
All right, okay, then you know what? I retract my statements. Turns out that Ashton Kutcher is in fact a thief. Maybe he didn't steal his money, but he stole this idea, this PR strategy idea.
Yes. Yes, no thought is original from these folks. Never forget that.
I won't, Wosny Lambre. Well, I swear this wasn't planned. Every time we do the show together, something X-rated comes up.
Yes, we are the horny twins. We're the horn dog experts of TYT. Nobody in the TYT universe is hornier than the two of us, obviously.
I love it.
Because this just keeps on happening.
It does, it does. Yeah. Look, the reason why I decided on putting this story in the rundown and covering it with you is because this is apparently taking place in New York, and I feel like you might have some insight into the types of people who would do this or attend these types of dinner parties. So without further ado, let me give you the details. In New York and Los Angeles, there's a very unusual party called the Food Dinner Experience. Like the name doesn't tell you much, doesn't sound strange, but apparently at these events, strangers get together and eat, drink, and chat while completely naked. I don't really get it, but I don't begrudge anyone else who's into this. We'll tell you how attendees describe the parties in just a bit. But first, some more details on this unusual gathering and how it came to be. So the Food Dinner Experience is the brainchild of Charlie Ann Max, an artist and model. Because obviously, I mean, what kind of people are like, I can't wait to be naked? Likely models. Now, Max says that the idea first came to her when she and her friends decided on a whim, just on a whim, to hang out naked in their apartment in 2014. I mean, who doesn't do that on a whim? She told the New York Times, quote, "It felt so good to be like, whatever, I'm hanging out with my best friends in my rawest form with my body. And this is not as scary or weird as I would expect. It just felt so free." Ever since then, Max gets nude whenever possible. Let me just remind you, Max is in fact a model. Max started experimenting more with nudity, going topless to certain bars. What? Having parties and greeting guests naked. Now, she says, she is naked whenever possible. This is a lifestyle I live on and offline, she said, during events and after everyone goes home. So Max claims that her naked dinners, which she started in 2020, always sell out, and that women around the world ask her to host naked dinners in their city. For now, though, the dinners are mainly in Los Angeles and New York. I've got a lot more details to get to, including some testimonials from individuals who have attended such dinner parties. But I want to jump to you first, Waz. Considering this is a New Yorker and how this all started in New York, do you have any insight into this culture? Is this something that, you have any further details on?
Yeah, this kind of reeks of that new Brooklyn crowd that appeared in New York City around 05, 06, 07, and essentially a bunch of people who sort of got priced out of Manhattan, and it was just like, well, Brooklyn's actually kind of cool, and they populated areas like Williamsburg and Greenpoint and Fort Greene and Clinton Hill, and people who have been to Bushwick is a freaking rest haven for this new Brooklyn set, where you would go to like restaurants and like the cups or the cookware was like unconventional. You'd be drinking out of a bottle cap or something weird like that. Jesus. Like this is of that cohort. It's very obvious with these people. I'll give you an example, Anna, one time, because back in 2012, I was dating a woman who lived in Williamsburg, and we went to this brunch spot. And we sat and ate brunch. We were probably there for an hour. And the couple next to us sat head to head like this, their foreheads touching each other and their palms on top of each other. They sat like that for an hour straight.
Hot.
This was them, I don't know, connecting. I don't know, this new agey, sort of bohemian crap. This is all of that cohort. These are not people who have ever been purse snatched on the J train in 1993. If you feel what I'm saying, this is all new Brooklyn crapola. So I'm not surprised by any of this. I promise you.
I just don't get why this has to be a thing. It's just, anyway, what I mean by that is I'm not against it. I just don't know why it has to be like a branded thing. I guess it's because we live in America where everything needs to be a branded thing. But
everything needs to be branded, Anna, but it's part of everybody. Since I did it, we're progressing the self. Like this is, I'm moving past the norms of society. The norms of society.
Some of the norms of society make sense. Like look.
Some of them, yes.
I have
like
no
not
problem.
Having your nuts out at a house party makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes,
like
I agree.
Listen. I have no problem with women going topless at a beach, right? I have no problem with women breastfeeding in public. But I gotta be honest with you, I don't wanna go to bars and see like titties everywhere, like literal bare naked titties everywhere, right? Like I have them, I love them, I think they're beautiful, but there's a time and a place, you get what I'm saying? Same with men, I don't wanna see a bunch of shirtless, well, I don't, depends. All right, anyway, moving on. No, but
horn dog Anna.
I know. No, but in all seriousness, I don't wanna see topless men or women at a bar, right? Like, again, time and place. With this, it's in a private setting. And so if this is what they're into, great, go for it. The diners, by the way, also, the dinners also feature activities like yoga, Arts and crafts, writing, and cooking classes. Everything's great. Okay, you want to see a bunch of people do yoga naked? Fun. It sounds like there might be some other stuff going on. I'm speculating. There's no reporting on that, but it seems like there's more than just dinner happening here. People come to these dinners for many different reasons, by the way, so let's get to some of the testimonials. Rosalina Villanueva, who's 41, said that she wanted to connect with her body, which changed after she gave birth to her first child last year. And look, if these dinners help with that, great, great. I just like to get to know my body when I'm not in front of strangers, but that's just me. Other people are different. Stephanie, 35, said that she had just come back from doing cacao, tobacco, and temazcal ceremonies in Nicaragua. Do I really need to read more of this? Like, that's the perfect demo for these dinners, okay? But anyway, and wanted to keep that energy going. I think nudity allows us to connect in a different way, she said. To strip, let's read the rest of that. To strip away what the patriarchy has put on us. Like,
ding, 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 drink at home, folks.
Like ubersexuality or hypersexuality. And each dinner does have a theme. So for the last dinner in New York, the theme was embracing your inner rhythms for individuals to connect with their menstrual cycles. After an hour of mindful movement and breath work, the women squeezed around a dining table covered in silk, dried flowers, and butt-shaped water glasses, because obviously, and discussed their periods. Only one attendee was menstruating at the event, which everyone agreed was pretty remarkable. Cool. Cool. I don't have strong feelings about this story other than cool. I mean, if you're into it, awesome. Just
everyone agreed was pretty remarkable. Because of course, everybody knows, Anna, you get a room full of women together, one of them is bound to be on their period. Everybody knows that. This is insanity. It's literally insanity. And again, sometimes I try to tell people, I'm like, yo, man, right wingers, sometimes they are right about the left or progressives or like, they're not always wrong.
No, they're not.
Some of this stuff borders on lunacy.
Yeah. No, but by the way, I don't necessarily see it as lunacy. I see it as something that's not for me. It's for other people, but like, namely people who seem to be pretty well off, and like this is what they do with their free time, right? Because I don't need to go to an overpriced dinner, and it is pricey. Like women, they don't have to go through the obstacles that men have to go through to get to these dinners. So women pay $88 to go to the dinner, right? And men can only go if they've been referred by a woman who has been attending the dinners. So it's harder for guys to get in, which I think, given the nature of this whole thing, makes a lot of sense. You want people to feel safe and comfortable being nude like that. Mm-hmm. But the one thing I will say is, the only experience I've ever had in life where everyone's nude, you have to be nude, you can't even wear a bathing suit, is in the context of Korean spas, in the women's locker room in Korean spas. And it's kind of incredible how quickly you're desensitized to nudity once everyone around you is naked, right? So you start feeling, I guess, less, I don't know if shame's the right word, but yeah, to some extent you start feeling less ashamed about certain features of your body that you otherwise are like pretty insecure about. So I do think that there's something to this. I like it in the context of an all-female environment. These people are comfortable doing it in a co-ed environment, and all the power to them. But the one serious point that I will make about this, if you're struggling day to day and your economic situation is unstable, last thing you're thinking about is exploring your body with a bunch of other strangers. Right.
Everybody knows this is some bougie crap. Everybody knows this. Normal people ain't doing this nonsense. And to your point about nudity is whatever. I remember my first nude beach. It was in Barcelona, Spain.
Me too.
I remember being blown away. At Barceloneta, yeah, that's right, y'all. I pronounced Barcelona that way. I did. I did the douchey Barcelona pronunciation.
You're a man
but I
with
remember
culture. What
seeing
can we say? What can we say?
I remember seeing a bunch of topless women. I was like, wow, this is great. This is amazing. And then I caught a glimpse of an older gentleman and his droopy ass nutsack. And I was like, this is the trade-off. It's fine.
This is the trade-off. No, but you know.
This is the trade-off.
What was amazing
the yin
to
and the
me,
yang, if you will.
What was amazing to me about going to that beach, same beach, and experiencing that was no one cared, right? Maybe no one cared. Like no one was making the women feel uncomfortable because they were topless. No one was staring at you. Like it was just everyone at that beach was desensitized to nudity. And it happens so quickly once you're exposed to that kind of environment. And I think that's an interesting thing to bring up in the context of all of this. But hey, a bunch of rich people want to get together, or well-to-do people, I don't know if they're all rich, want to get together while naked to have a fancy dinner. Do you, booze? I'm all for it. Don't necessarily need a write-up about it in the New York Times, but nonetheless, this is it. All right, that does it for our members only post game bonus episode. Thank you, Waz, for hosting with me. Let the fine people know where to find your work one more time.
Ringer.com, my NBA coverage you can find on the Ringer NBA show, wherever you get your podcasts. Woke Bros with Nando Vila, that's our politics show. Every single Friday, wherever you get your podcasts. And yeah, Big Waz on social, whatever, man. And yeah, Ash, be ready to get naked at that next Anna dinner party, all right?
No way.
It's happening.
No, I'm not hosting that. There's no way.
It's happening.
Although, if you really want to minimize your guest list for any event, a good way to do it, make it a nude event.
Clothing optional, guys.
Exactly. All right, thank you everyone for watching. We will see you tomorrow. Have a great night and bye-bye.